chance for the world, one hope can save us now. Our time for history. Brave hearts will win the day. Run strong all the way. It's time for you and me, 'cause nothing can hold us down. On the ground, nothing can hold us down. On the ground, we can be heroes. We can be heroes. Nothing can hold us down. On the ground, nothing can hold us down. On the ground, we can be heroes. We can be heroes.
When the sky falls and the sun turns black,
closer. Can you feel my heart? We can conquer and win back all. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see. The page is turning.
Welcome back, Poggers, to another episode of the Pog State. In fact, the final one for the spring season of 2022. I'm Atlas, joined, of course, by Valdez, by Chronicler, and by Wolf, as we go through what is going to be an extraordinarily exciting final series between T1 and Gen G at Kintex with a live audience. Can you believe we've come this far? I barely can. Of course, a little bit of a brief rundown of what has happened in the LCK if you missed the playoffs. In the first match, Damwon Kia 3-0'd Fred at Brion, and it was not close even a little bit. Kwangdong Freaks then took on DRX and were successful in 5 games. It was an absolute slugfest, but not exactly the highest quality of League of Legends. We then had Kwangdong Freaks try and take on T1, who just destroyed them in the fastest series in LCK history. We then had the opposite experience, where Damwon Kia took on Gen G. They were up an extraordinary amount of gold in the 5th game, and then they lost. Gen G will now be facing T1 at Kintex. What do you think of the summary, gentlemen? It's pretty good?
Wonderful. You missed out one big detail.
What's that?
Well, there wasn't the only thing that was lost.
All right, okay. I'll officially announce it here on the Pog State as well. I did make a bet with Chronicler while Damwon Kia were up 10,000 gold at about 18 minutes in that 5th game, that if they lose, I'll shave my head. I was going to say that I eat my shoe, and to be perfectly honest, that would have been worse, because that sounds dangerous and extraordinarily bad for my health. However, shaving my hair off is going to make me feel very, very, very sad, and however, will not murder me.
He's also got nice shoes. It would have been pretty unfortunate.
Yeah, that's true. I don't have to eat these shoes though. Can I just eat any
And
shoes?
you probably eat like canvas
I could ask Connie from the LEC stats team. She made a shoe out of chocolate. It's on her
There you go.
Instagram. It's actually
There you
fantastic.
go.
Yeah, but that
good
I
enough.
feel like that's sort of getting out of the
It
out of
is.
the bet.
It's the lawyer way.
Anyway, I will eventually shave my head. I don't know when that's going to happen. It will happen, though. Might be before the finals, might be before MSI, but it will happen before we go into the summer season. So there's my promise. And, yeah.
Pain.
You okay, Atlas?
I'm also making you dinner, so that's nice.
Yeah.
I know you're not really excited about that right now, but
No, I think I'm focused a little bit on the negatives.
when it happens, presumably it'll be nice.
Is it a hair growth formula you're putting in the
Yeah, I was
dinner?
going to say, it's like, it's the opposite of Nair. Hell
Make
yeah.
sure you eat it after you shave then.
Yeah. I'm imagining like Jack and the Beanstalk. Can it be beans or like minestrone soup or something? It sounds
Can
delicious.
it be beans? Atlas.
It can be beans.
It can be beans.
You are a bit of a beans enthusiast. That's exactly right.
First time in a long time we're not going to have Damwon Kia in the finals. They obviously won 3
Yeah.
back-to-back, and the first time we're not going to be sending them to an international event. They're not going to be going to MSI after winning Worlds, right, where they went to every single one, got a top finish in MSI, got a top finish in Worlds 2021. It's a different roster. It's not the same one. Khan's not there, obviously. We have a new bottom duo, but it does feel weird to me that like when we talk about the LCK for MSI, it's not going to have Damwon's logo on it. It's not going to have Showmaker attached to it. And it might be Faker again, who's going there. It might be Chovy on a completely different team with a super team behind him. So it does feel like because of this, really crazy, like destiny-changing Game 5, the course of how the LCK will be seen by the rest of the world is actually now changed.
Yeah, it's absolutely going to be a different time. And speaking of different times, beautiful segue once again you've provided me for me, Wolf. After 10 years, we are going back to Kintex, and I want to remind you guys that in 2012 there was a certain young Brendan Valdez that was on a mic. Yeah, it was you. He was on a microphone alongside a certain guy. I think his name was Double Lift.
That was the summer finals, though, not the spring one.
All right. Okay. So never mind. Maybe you should go through the story then. Tell us about your experiences with Kintex.
Sure. So first, the significance, rather. 10 years later, we are going back to Kintex, and that is just really cool, right? It's just really awesome. Time is a flat circle. We go all the way around, and we're back right where we started. And I took kind of the same journey. Like when I came here in 2012, I had won a raffle for Azubu and. They were the sponsors of OGN the Champions at the time, and they bought a bunch of people like tickets. It was like me and 4 other people, and then from there I watched. It was like a VIP ticket to the finals, and then like a 5-day trip of Seoul and a tour around everywhere. It was really cool, and they bought us like all the hotels and stuff and the whole trip. So it was really cool to win that raffle, and I just remember watching the spring finals in 2012, and we were in the VIP seats, like right in the front. I was there watching the whole thing, and it was just really memorable as a fan at the time. Like I was a really huge fan of League of Legends. I had watched everything leading up to that point, including all the other leagues in the other regions as well, and just to be there in Korea, in my favorite region, watching the finals was really cool. And then they needed a sub-in caster for summer. And then I cast with Double Lift at the finals. That was also really awesome.
That was, of course, the very famous best of 5 between CLGU,
Yep.
right, and Azubu Frost.
With the blind pick at the end, yeah.
Yeah.
It was a really awesome experience, that whole 2012, and it means a lot to me, and it's going to mean a lot to the LCK that we're like doing this full circle now back. And I was a part of kind of both. I guess I wasn't casting in spring, but still feels like it.
Yeah, absolutely iconic and historic venue for all of esports. Let's focus back on T1 versus Gen.G and talk about like what some of the picks that we're looking for between these two teams are going to be, and sort of if Gen.G is going to win games, how are they going to do it, and what is the draft going to look like for them? Like, are there certain picks that they're going to be forced to ban away, and what is going to be the most important?
The 2 most important picks, maybe go for free, is I think Jace, Ari, and Lee.
Mm-hmm.
Because Owner is not allowed to play Lee, Faker's not allowed to play Ari, and Zeus can't play Jace.
He can, but he's
you
not
know what I
allowed
mean.
to. Yeah, if you're Gen.G, you're
and
not
he does,
allowed
it's a
to
problem.
let him.
And
Yes.
if he does, it's a problem. And that doesn't take into account any of these super broken champions that kind of need to be banned. But I can see things like the TF slip through, because I don't think TF is that insanely strong at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
I think Ryze can make it through the draft as well, because T1 has clearly shown that those global champions have kind of fallen by the wayside in the favor of more playmaking. And then it becomes a question of, are we actually going to ever see Wukong exist, right? Are we going to see Doran pilot a Malphite better? Because I still think that even with what Birdle showed, that we have seen this pick actually work out into the Jace.
Birdle had done it himself.
More
already.
Ornn.
Yeah. Ornn.
More Ornn.
We're gonna see more
Okay,
Ornn.
more Ornn.
I think Doran realized that Ornn is like, it's impossible to lose on Ornn. He's like, we were down forever, and I spent this whole series
you can
dying,
get kills
and then
against Jace,
and then I
too.
just played Ornn, and it was fine. His flash when he was getting dove on the top side of the
really
map,
good.
It was perfect.
Oh, chef's kiss.
really
was
good.
beautiful.
So that's the issue. Is there's so many prerequisites. If
So
can-
you bait the Jace? Is that what you do? And then like if you're on red side,
Yeah,
then you
the-
get
the-
to ban
well,
Zeri.
the one-
Thank goodness.
The one edge that Gen.G I think has is that T1 is 100% going to open if you give them the opportunities with those champions, like 100%.
Yeah.
So the
At least
one,
in the first few games.
in the
I
air,
think
yeah.
that
So
there
because
will be some
T1's going to be
development,
gonna have
but
side. Yeah, no, I mean of course, but
If
like
they
in
lose-
game number 1, T1's going to have side selection, or I assume they choose blue side, and you know what they're going to lock in first. If you leave any, I mean, it might
Lee
be a
Sin.
question of. Like, is it going to be Lee or Jace first pick? It previously has been Jace, but they might swap that up.
And I think if you
But-
leave all of them open, like they're gonna get the one they want, and that doesn't work. Like you can't just be like,
No.
well, I'll take the other
Well,
2.
But if they're on blue side, then you can't even ban those things
No.
because you have to ban the worst things.
Well, I know, but like the one edge that Gen.G has in this series is that T1 I think is going to draft predictable because they've never been punished for picking these champions at all. Is that going to be enough? No, maybe. I'd say no, but like I could see Gen.G come in the first game with a very specific plan into what will be I think a predictable T1. Now, if T1 is unpredictable, which they can be, which we know because everyone has a champion ocean, then I see no angles. Yeah.
I feel like the best way for Gen.G to draft, and I think it might not be enough to give that caveat, but think the best way for them to draft into champions like this Jace is to just do exactly what we saw in the Genji series or the Damwon Kia series, and put Doran on weak side champion, preferably the Ornn. Gragas, okay,
yeah.
fine, and then play Corki, play Ezreal, play slow, play late game, play for range. You're not going to beat T1 in the early macro game. You're just going to have to sit it out. You're just going to have to wait, and you're probably going to have to be behind. It's just how it's going to be. But then maybe you're going to hit those rockets in the late game. Maybe you're going to have that really cool package engage from Chovy. Maybe you're going to have like really awesome Ezreal play from Ruler like we've seen in the past. Got to be careful of that Gumayusi Varus pick coming out, in that 2v2 because he'll pull it out. But I think that's my angle for Genji. We've seen it before. It's really good. They're very good at it. T1 played it against them, actually. Faker played Corki against them in that series where we did have the substitute. But I think that is a lot of what we're going to see on red side from Genji is trying to draft range, trying to draft patient, slow, sit back and wait, try to play the late game. Hope that they go there not 6,000, 7,000 gold behind.
I like it more on blue side, though, when you're able to get the power picks. I think on red side, they should try to draft a punish draft, right? Because that's like the one benefit that you get. And if you just give over and pick things like Corki without, I guess you depending on what T1 draft, but you can maybe get some counters, but it's really hard because I'm hearing that and like, can you really afford to give T1 leads? Because then they push the leads too far. But then you argue the opposite side and say they go for a really lane dominant strategy where they get maybe a Gragas or a Jace, and they get the Ahri or Vex or LeBlanc themselves, like a strong aggressive pick, bolstered by Viego or something. Like, is Genji really going to be good enough to like get the leads? I think they will. That's fine. But then hold them and actually play them out.
I'm watching your brain melt, Fred. That's what's happening.
It's hard. It's
That's
difficult to find an
y-
angle.
Yeah, there's you always run into walls. It's like
Yeah.
a maze, but there's no actual answer.
I think we might see this series draft a little bit like we saw the series that we just saw draft, where Damwon Kia are like pulling out all the stops and like doing some of this crazy stuff against Genji, who are a little bit more balanced and don't really show like crazy stuff. I think that Damwon pulling out wildly different drafts, like with Vernact and Italy and stuff like that, might be what Genji does against T1. Like try to get ahead of them and surprise them.
Yeah.
Like leave the Jace open and then pick Wukong for the first time in a while and say, like, let's see if you can win lane, and like leave you up there, try to win lane, and then we'll win elsewhere. And like maybe that's how they get an edge in the early game. Or, play a Renekton in Italy, or play like a crazy Lehens pick where we see all the time Carry is playing like Nautilus and Tom Kench every single game. Like play something that can punish that, like an Enchanter support, really try to shut down the lane, or play some kind of wonky melee support.
Elise support.
Yeah, something like that, or maybe like a Singed comes down and like takes
it's so
the game.
funny because you sound like
you know?
a used car salesman right now or something. No, we got plenty of those enchanter supports. Like, no, don't worry about it.
Like that's
only 25K.
That's part of the experience, of
I don't know, guys.
we're trying to
all-
argue
we're
for the
doomed.
one
We're
win,
doomed to a one-sided finals, I think.
Yeah, it's like the more you think about it, the more you realize you're getting sucked into the whirlpool of 3-0.
Remember when I was like, 3-2? I'm like, 3-1? And by the end of the week, it's probably going to be 3-0 for me as well.
Yeah.
But I think it's realistic that, if they are going to win, they have to do something like that,
Yeah.
because
Cheese them good.
I think in a straight up game, you're just going to lose. Like, I don't think you're going to get away with like Doran dying 6 times and winning, Like, I don't think that's going to happen. Like, I think T1
I also
will
don't think.
just,
Yeah.
they'll just smash you. Like, they'll take that lane and then they'll take it to the mid and then to the bot. And
They're
then
2 levels
get
down
too far
Rise.
ahead.
Definitely
Yeah.
not going to try to attack a Corki on
That's
the bottom lane.
yeah, exactly. Like stuff like that isn't going to happen. They know how to take their leads too well. So I think you need to try to be proactive in the draft and proactive in the game to
Yeah.
try to take some leads somewhere and
And-
try to get into their heads and
Hey.
win some games.
T1, as good as they have been, have also had a couple of happy games. So
Yeah.
maybe they get like happy a little bit too much, and then Ruler can clutch it out.
Like
That's what
Damwon
happened
last
against-
year.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Against T1.
No, they did.
yeah,
no,
the
but they did.
Renekton
They drafted-
Kassadin.
Yeah,
Yep.
they drafted,
Yeah,
they
yeah.
drafted Kassadin for no reason. and
Max's
then-
favorite draft.
and
That
then-
was probably one of my favorite desks when I was alongside Nemesis and Wadid, and we just absolutely obliterated that draft, and it just felt fantastic. I
just
remember
remember
asking
so.
asking Nemesis, I'm like, "What do you think of the draft?" And he's like, "Shit," something like that. That's my terrible Nemesis accent. I
just remember
apologize.
also like we all ran into each other after that game because it was a really long segment in game, and we were all like in the bathroom at the same time. We were all just like, what the hell was that? Like, we were all just like, looking at each other like, yeah, that happened. I don't know anything that happened in this series now.
I can see that happen. I don't think that's unlikely. T1 have been having a habit of getting a little bit ahead of themselves, and like in those.
But that was in the regular season, and we
Well,
saw
but-
against Kwandong there was none of that.
No, I know, but that was.
There wasn't any
Kwangdong.
mid Kaisa in that
True,
one.
But that was Kwangdong, and again, T1 have coasted by in some of those situations on the fact that they're way better mechanically, and that should not happen.
There
against
was
Damwon.
actually, there were a couple of happy moments, but just none of them actually meant that T1 lost the game.
in Kwangdong.
Yeah, in the
well,
series.
yeah, but again, it's Kwangdong.
Yeah, true.
Who actually matches T1 mechanically? Maybe Teddy on a really good day, but I don't even think so. Keen,
Keen, yeah,
Yeah.
Keen.
and that's it.
Keen.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, Keen does, yeah.
Gen G has like 3 players, so that's a little bit more well balanced, I think.
Yeah, and I think mechanically, like, Gen G do have Chovy, who has probably the best laning phase in the world. Like,
I'd
the
say so,
guy
yeah.
is
I
pretty
think it's
ridiculous,
reasonable statement.
and also is in pretty good form right now. I just, like, T1 has the best neutralizing mid laner in the world. Like, and, he's proven that.
Will
over
we
a
see
few years.
anything outside of 3 different mid picks of Ari, LeBlanc, and Vex? Because
Hey.
these 2 players, like, they
Hey,
play that every game.
Rise exists.
Oh,
Corki,
sorry,
Yeah,
forgot about
TF.
him.
I think TF will be
Quirky,
getting through a lot.
Twisted
I,
Fate.
yeah, like not get picked.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. as
There
well.
could be.
I don't
there
think
could be
Chovy
a-
wants to pick it, and I think Faker can if he wants to.
I feel like
don't think
Faker
they
just
will.
plays like LeBlanc, Ari every game though.
Yeah,
Sometimes
he
Rise.
gets the opportunity to often.
So then, like, Chovy's Vex is amazing, so he's just gonna like play Vex as a neutralizer, and then they'll like switch
That's it.
sides, and then
Yeah.
yeah.
No,
one
that's-
guy will get Ari,
I
and the other
agree.
guy will play Vex, and it'll be like,
we will see. I think we will see one Victor / Azir game in that best of 5. I think there will definitely be one.
That's
Not a
that's a
Vic-
hot
not a
take.
Victor
No, no,
versus
no,
Azir. I
I-
just mean like one of those
I can-
champions will be seen at
I
least
can see
once.
it when it's like 2-1 or 2-0, and they're like the draft strategy is just ban 5 mids. Like,
Play Victor.
Yeah, yeah.
All right, okay. So we were going to do predictions, but doing predictions for this series is dumb because it's T1 3-0, right? And Mal might say 3-1, but he'll change his mind to 3-0
He's just
before we get
kidding.
to the game anyway. So let's not do that. Let's do our predictions of what are going to be the most interesting champion matchups that we'll see. What's like, as far as like the
No, don't go there.
What do
That's
you
a-
think
that's
the
not- that's not-
crazy
that's not-
matchup's going to
no,
be?
No, that's not going to be good. It's gonna
like
be
Echo
really
versus
boring.
Elise in the
No,
bottom
it's
lane?
not going to happen.
Jace
It's-
versus Wukong.
It's getting my hope up.
Yeah, no. We're allowed to have hope here. This is a
Okay.
safe hope space.
is
I'm hoping
Chronicler's
that my hair will
comfort zone.
miraculously not have to
Hope
leave.
zone.
We're in the hope zone though. So Chronicler's
is
safe
smart.
space.
That
Give me
is
the
smart.
All
prediction.
right, I'll just tell you right now. I'm hoping that we don't see any mid Kaisa. I don't want any mid Kaisa in my finals. I don't want to have to cast that. I don't want to look at that
What
anymore.
about
I
AD
don't wanna
carry
talk about-
Kaisa?
AP Kaisa bot, that's fine. That's okay. But mid lane, please, Faker, don't do it to me. Even if it wins, I'm gonna be like frustrated the whole time and freaking out and talking about all the weaknesses that maybe Gen G didn't exploit and Faker still won, and my solo queue games are ruined forever.
Oh
so
yeah,
I-
no,
that's
that's horrible.
That's my hot take. Is we're not gonna see it, and it might seem like it's not a hot take, but I didn't think that Faker should have played it in the series he did, but he did anyways, and to mix results. So no Kaisa mid, please.
I actually think it's going to be a pretty consistent, if they want to go for a 2-spike comp into Ari specifically. I don't think you can play it into LeBlanc. You can't play it into things like Vex, but into Ari, I think we can.
Don't
see it.
explain why mid Kaisa could be a thing.
Well, I mean,
I said no.
I know. I
Do you know what I want to see? Do you know what I actually just want to see Gumushi play Draven.
yes.
That's what I want.
That's
That
my
is the
dream. That's
main
the
thing
dream.
that I want.
Okay, hear me out.
Game 3.
Hear me out.
Yeah. Oh
Hear me
god.
out. Ruler picks Kalista.
Oh, and he gets Dravened in the face.
He gets Draven in the face.
All right, I thought.
But it's not
this
gonna-
is sound
it's-
like a
well,
fan.
no,
thing.
Sorry, this is the hope. This is the hope zone,
Yeah.
guys.
Yeah,
Hey,
Like,
listen,
we're in the hope
I was
zone.
told
Get your
this was
hate
a
out of
safe
here.
space.
Wolf are
Get
outside
out
the
of here,
hope zone.
Wolf. Okay.
Yeah.
Kalista,
And-
Draven,
yeah.
and then Bard.
Yeah, and then we're gonna have Chovy's gonna pull out the Warwick mid lane that he's been practicing in solo queue secretly for 6 years.
Ignite barrier.
Faker's gonna solo kill him and then pill broccoli out of his pocket and eat it like the Ignite opening from Worlds. It's gonna be so cool.
Oh no! Actual prediction for fun picks. I have been waiting for the Echo support. I hope it makes an appearance. That's all I want.
That's a realistic hope, I'd say.
I just want to see more Zach. I'd like to see more. Not doesn't even have to be support. I think just
It's a great
if like
champion.
Lee Sin and I don't know, probably just Lee Sin, but maybe some more aggressive junglers get banned away, and you just
Diego.
like counter pick with Zac or something, like, you know, maybe.
I
I just really
love
like to
Zac.
see it. I don't know if it'll
Yeah,
happen.
I love Zac. I love
I just think it can really mess up some lanes.
It's also like a fun flex for T1 as well because they can flex it into support. Yeah, it's really awesome. Kind of like it.
Well,
You know, I love
Maybe not as a flex
I love Senna actually. Senna, because then we get
Ooh.
to maybe see Carrier play Lee again.
That's true. That Lee
I'd
Senna.
want that a lot. That
Yeah.
made me very happy.
Um,
That's not gonna happen.
Max, do you have any hopes before I wanted to segue into something?
Mine's
that-
the Warwick that Chovy's been practicing for 6
okay,
years
good,
in
good,
secret.
excellent. Officially.
Warwick
it's
from
a good hope.
Arcane.
Yeah, no, it's I actually
Oh,
I don't really have them outside of I do kind of want Lehens to do something crazy. I don't actually care what it is.
Just something.
Something
probably
Lehensy.
will.
I just
Oh,
want
he
a
will.
Lehensy.
He might play
pick.
Seraphine again, you know.
Well, Seraphine isn't
not
that
ex- that's not
crazy.
interesting.
It's just a Renata.
Or that good.
I wanna talk about like a hope that I have, and I'm not gonna jinx it. We're not gonna jinx anything.
Uh-huh.
Is that now that Genji won Game 5, they're going home to the team house, and those players will not leave the house. They will not leave the house for any reason until the finals,
God.
and they will not talk to anybody who's outside the house. They will isolate for the 7 days that are left until they get in that van and go straight to the finals without talking to anybody, with masks on, very carefully, and all 5 players will be healthy, and all T1 players who have isolated the same way all throughout the season will also show up and be healthy, and we will get the third match for real with all main rosters and all 10 players. That is my other hope, and I think it's a realistic one. I think
Is
it's
this
gonna
made of
happen. It's
wood?
going to come true.
Is this made of wood? I don't know. We must. I think it is. It hurt my knuckles, and wood would do that. So
It's definitely not wood.
crap. Bloody,
It's not wood either.
bloody floors. Is that really not wood? Is there anything made out of wood? Yeah. Okay. Well, we
That'll
touched.
do it.
It
I
seems
touched
like wood.
paint in a lot of different ways. The final is going to be happening likely tomorrow for you guys. For us, we just recently got out of the most insane best of 5, so why my hair still exists. I haven't even had a chance to potentially shave it off. I don't know whether it'll be gone for the final.
Yeah, you have to think about that.
because
Surprise.
I mean, my fiance is going to be pretty upset if I just remove my hair without properly going over and having a conversation with her and telling her that I'm going to be hideous.
I also still
for
need
like
a menu.
a
Atlas.
while.
I made a promise too. It's not as big as impactful as yours.
You're going to make me dinner? I actually don't want that to
You
happen because
actively
it's such a pathetic promise to make.
Well, I'm
like, you should have shaved your hair as well.
I'm not dumb enough to see a draft like that and say, I'll shave off my hair.
Well, I saw a lead like that, and I said I'll shave off my hair, and then I saw
It's
that
on-
lead disappear.
It's on into Renex in Italy, Atlas. But it's your Caustica, so like I don't.
Yeah.
No, I do feel bad for you. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
Of
little
course
bit.
I would. Yeah.
Yeah.
Nah, very. But that's why I'm trying to alleviate the situation. I know that makes it worse. So I'll stop trying.
No, it's all right. Maybe I'll look okay if I'm bald. I've
just
seen some
refer to the-
photoshops.
yeah.
It's been absolutely terrifying. Probably one of the most cursed things I've ever seen on the internet
But you
was me being like photoshopped as old and then having my hair removed.
But you can just do a
Thanks,
buzz cut,
Valdez,
you
for
know?
that one.
Yeah, no problem.
Thank you, Twitter.
Thanks, Twitter. And thank you for watching the Pog State this season. It's been an absolute joy. We've enjoyed absolutely every single episode. Thank you so much for watching. If you guys appreciate the fact that I still have hair for this episode, make sure you put a comment down below. If I read enough of them that get upvotes and stuff like that, maybe I'll reconsider. But it's probably still just
Don't
gonna
get your hopes up, Atlas.
Give menu suggestions, please. For the
Yeah,
food.
for his 3-course meal, that I'm just going to be grumpy Atlas with no hair sitting
you
at the
take
dinner table like, I don't even want to eat this. It looks delicious. Is that hummus? Absolutely wonderful. Thank you so much for watching, guys, and we'll see you next season for more Podstate. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Kintex here in beautiful Ilsan for the 2020 Spring Final. I am wigless, but actually no. I did it early. It's Baldus. We've done it. I lost a bet. If you guys are wondering why the hair is gone, it's because I lost a bet. Gen G won Game 5. That's why they're here in this final. And thankfully, I am joined by Nemesis to take me through it. It was going to be with Mid-Beast as well, but unfortunately he fell ill this morning. But I've got Nemesis here with me. I'm not scared.
I'm so excited to be back for yet another final.
Hell yeah.
Today is going to be a great match.
We've got a phone call. Wonder who this is.
Hey, what's up? It's everyone's
Oh, hey,
favorite
Joe.
LCK CEO, Based. Just kidding. Max, awesome to see you, man. Wow, loving the new hair. What a great look on you. A true man of your word. I didn't think you were going to do it, but here you are. Fortunately for all of us, hair grows back in 6 to 12 months, so no worries. Nemesis,
Hi.
good to see you as always. Is that Ruler's necklace and a Gen G jersey sticking out from your shirt? Come on, man. Unbiased today. Right down the middle. I'm watching you.
Whoa. I heard somebody talking a lot of stuff. Nemesis, don't worry about it. You're Mr. Worldwide. We got this one. And we're going to also break some viewership records. So, we got to get the business going. So you take care of business. Our boys will take care of business. And it's going to be a lot of fun.
Hey guys, look,
Arnold.
all in good fun. Hoping for an epic match today. Congrats to both teams for making the LCK championships. And let's hope for an epic battle that breaks the LCK viewership marks. And to my T1 boys, so proud of you guys. Already made history. Now let's go cap it off the way we know how to. And next time I'm in Seoul, stakes are on me. Let's go, boys. T1 fighting!
Thank you very much, Joe, and thank you also to Arnold calling in to wish their teams the best of luck. Of course, the CEO for both T1 and for Gen G. Nemesis, yes, we're not going to be biased this time around. Yes, he is affiliated with Gen G. However, whether they win or lose tonight, he has no stake in this, outside of, I guess, possibly getting in on those stakes that Joe are going to be buying a bunch of the players.
I'm going to be completely honest tonight.
That's what we like to see. That's what we like to see. Expecting some of those predictions to come through just a little bit later, but we're not going to get into those just yet. Let's have a look a little bit into the past and how we made it here. Of course, the playoffs were sometimes extraordinarily one-sided, other times extraordinarily close, and here they are on your screen right here. Starting off, of course, with the DK3-0. That was, very, very quick. DRX versus Kwangdong Freaks was a Clown Fiesta to rival the best of them. T1 versus Kwangdong Freaks was the fastest series in LCK history. We had never seen a faster one outside of, I think the last time we saw a series that fast was Gen G versus the Afrika Freaks in 2020, which is kind of funny considering the fact that now it's T1's turn
Yeah,
to break the record.
T1 has been lately just speedrunning everything, especially this split. And obviously Gen G DK, the series went to,
Yeah.
to very long
I mean,
5 games.
that was a series that could make you lose your hair, I swear.
Yeah, that's what happened to you, I think.
I think so. It was definitely a grueling one and very, very different, right? T1 basically cruising here. It'll be 20-0 if they win this final right now for the season.
Wow.
20 matches in a row. They have not lost all year. Like, it's absolutely absurd. It's so hard to do a pre-show because, like, who beats this team? Is it Gen G? Probably not.
Maybe first time today, who knows?
Well, we'd definitely like to see it because I don't even... Okay, I expect that T1 will still win this final, but if it goes to 5 games, it'll be the first time in LCK history that we've ever had a 5-game final for Spring. Spring has just... It's just not been that. We can actually bring that onto your screen right now and go through exactly what the history has been because, of course, this is a momentous occasion. It's been a decade of League of Legends here in Korea. It all started here at Kintex in Ilsan in 2012, and it was MIG Blaze versus MIG Frost back when, sister teams were allowed and things like that.
Back when I was still a kid.
Yes. This was definitely before a lot of people's time. I remember watching this on Twitch. I feel like that was just yesterday, but I am an old man.
Yeah, I feel like I'm an old man too at this point.
When you feel like you're an old man, I need to look at myself in the mirror. Oh no, where'd my hair go? Oh, it's a disaster. But as you can see, there are no 3-2s. It is mainly 3-0s. It has, of course, been a 3-0 for T1 against Gen G. That 2020 season, was probably one of the most dominant Gen G series we've ever seen, ever.
Yeah, and I feel like today is probably gonna be 3-0 too. That's what I learned the last time I was here.
Yeah, a 3-0 for which team, though, Nemesis?
I will get to that when the time comes.
Well, I'm just hoping that we get, for the first time, a 3-2, but I just don't think it's going to happen. I think T1 are just that little bit too powerful at this point in time. Let's have a look at some of the career comparisons, because there are two very storied players that are in this match. Of course, we're talking about Ruler, and we're talking about Faker. Faker, as you can see, has won a lot of things.
Yeah, this guy won pretty much almost everything. Like, it's unbelievable.
It's
The
unbelievable that he's still actually motivated to keep winning more, right? Like, this man has 4 World's trophies. How many more can he stay motivated to get? Like, that's my question.
I don't know. I feel like he's never gonna stop.
Yeah, I think so too. I think it's like Faker is just going to be synonymous with League of Legends until the end of time. And he's still a young man. So potentially he might be playing for another 10 years after this.
Yeah, but looking at the other players, they don't have like a lot of things going for them. So
Well, when it comes to achievements, not necessarily. However, I think that they're pretty good at the video game. But yeah,
100%.
they definitely have to prove it. And here on this stage is going to be the first time for everyone other than Faker. On the other side, the Gen G roster, of course, Peanut has won a few things. But it was, 4 years ago now. Since
he's been playing for a long time. He's been on like 20 different teams
Yeah.
at this point. So
We were having a conversation. We were saying like every time the narrative is Peanut versus his old team, but that's like 50% of the matches in the LCK.
pretty much, yeah.
Yeah, it is just absurd. But of course, Ruler has not won a domestic title yet. He is a world champion without a domestic title under his belt. This would be the first time if he does it. Chovy as well, 4 finals. It is just insane.
Yep.
All right, now we can get probably to some of the Twitter questions here. You guys have been writing in over the last day or so, and we can answer a few of your questions about the LCK final right now. Firstly, this is from Puck. Do you think we are going to see some spicy off-meta picks, Nemesis?
I've been watching LCK for a long time, and what I've learned so far is that they literally pick the same thing every single time. I think the only player that might bring something spicy is maybe Faker or Chovy, but I don't expect anything.
Not Carrier? You don't think maybe another Zac support? Maybe that Echo support's coming out?
Maybe we have a Sin support again from the hands.
Well, we'll see. I'm still waiting for the Elise support to come out again. He has done it before in competitive. I remember the Flash Cocoons in the top lane. He misses the Flash Cocoon, gets the kill anyway. Absolutely amazing stuff. Really hoping that we see it, but we probably will not. I kind of agree. Let's get into our second question, and this one is from DYLB. Where is the biggest gap in terms of position between both teams, and which lane is the most evenly matched? An interesting question.
I actually expect the biggest gap to be in top lane today. I have really bad feelings about Doran. He hasn't played well in the last series, and I think Owner is a really... Not Owner, Zeus, sorry.
Yes.
Is a really strong player. Even in match positions, I would probably go for... mid lane? Yeah, I think mid lane is pretty evenly matched.
I think mid lane is a really interesting one, right? Because you've got Chovy, who's got all of those laning mechanics, and you've got Faker with all of that leadership and neutralizing capability. It's like, it's evenly matched, but it's not the same style, like the same level of skill.
Yeah, it's like evenly matched, but I feel like both players play in a very different way, right?
Yeah. What about Ruler versus Gumayusi, just to extend that just a little bit? Do you think that's even, or do you think Gumayushi's
I don't
way
think it's
better?
even. I've had opinion now, like for a long time now, that Gumayusi might be the best player in the world right now. So
Well, I'd say that you heard it here first, but I think there's been a lot of people that have been saying that for a very long time. I think it's just absolutely absurd. Sometimes overshadowed by the crazy guy next to him, Carrier, who's been playing extremely well. But let's go into our next question and get into it, because we are quickly approaching the opening ceremony. Which team or a specific player surpassed your expectations this season? This is broad. This is like the whole LCK.
probably like Brion, right?
Hell yeah.
They look pretty good, or like they've got more wins than I expected, considering I play with them in solo queue a lot,
Yep.
and I thought their players are the worst players ever in solo queue. So the fact that they won a lot of LCK games actually surprised me.
Yeah, as far as players, I think the Lord Morgan needs a bit of a shout out here. If you want to go on the other side of the coin, I think one of the biggest unexpected situations in the LCK was Nongshim Red Force. being
Yeah.
not so good.
Yeah.
We'd prefer not to harp on about that one, and let's just talk about Fred Brion being a lot better than they otherwise were. There's also the fact that T1 did go 18-0 in the regular season for the very first time ever, so that's also
That's
relatively
crazy.
surprising.
That's really crazy.
It's crazy, but like looking back, it's like, well, obviously, I mean, this team's just too good. So,
I don't know where they get these players from, seriously.
well, they get them from everywhere, and then this year they gave away all the ones that they didn't necessarily need anymore, and they've consolidated their roster into this amazing one. But it is now time for the coaches' interview. Let's see what they had to say about this match.
결승에 오른 양팀 감독님들과 이야기 나눠보겠습니다. 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
네, 소개 부탁드립니다. 먼저 최성훈 감독님.
안녕하세요. T1 감독 최성훈입니다.
네.
네, 안녕하세요. 젠지 스포츠 감독 고동빈입니다.
네, T1의 감독으로 부임하신 이후에 첫 결승 진출이십니다. 소감이 어떠신가요?
선수들이 잘해줘서 바로 이렇게 결승에 진출하게 되었는데 관중들과 함께해서 그런지 좀 더 긴장이 되는 것 같아요.
아, 알겠습니다. 스코어 감독님께서도 감독으로 부임하신 이후에 첫 결승 진출이잖아요. 또 선수 때와는 감회가 남다르실 것 같아요. 어떠신가요?
일단 뭐 좋은 팀에 입단하게 돼서 이렇게 결승까지 와서 너무 좋고 아까 제가 부스에 잠깐 가봤는데
네.
선수 시절 때도 되게 그 결승전만의 그런 분위기가 있었는데
네.
오늘도 되게 재밌을 것 같고 선수들도 너무 재밌게 게임할 수 있을 것 같아서 기대가 됩니다.
아, 알겠습니다. 또 T1은 정규 시즌 전승이라는 대기록을 세우고 결승에 올라오게 됐는데 결승까지 이기면 전승 우승입니다. 자신감 있으신가요?
제 생각으로는 저희 팀이 충분히 승리할 수 있을 것 같습니다.
반대로 젠지 입장에서는 상대에게 여러 가지 기록을 내줄 수도 있다. 이런 상황인데 어떠신가요? 어떻게 예상하시나요?
이제 상대가 약간 기록을 많이 써내려 가고 있는 상태인데 저희도 이제 뭐 그런 거에 신경 쓰지 않고 저희 플레이를 열심히 해서 오늘 T1에게 한 방 먹이도록 하겠습니다.
네, 알겠습니다. 사실 양 팀이 풀 전력으로는 처음 맞붙게 되는 경기인데요. 오늘 가장 중요한 라인은 어디라고 생각하시나요, 감독님?
모든 라인이 다 중요할 것 같은데 굳이 하나를 꼽자면 바텀 라인일 것 같습니다.
젠지는 어떻게 생각하시나요?
저희도 이제 뭐 당연히 다 중요하지만 오늘은 승부처는 저도 바텀이라고 생각하고 있습니다.
오늘의 승부처는 바텀이다. 양팀 감독님 모두가 그렇게 말씀해 주셨는데 가장 아무래도 중요한 건 선수들의 컨디션이 아닐까 싶습니다. T1 컨디션 어떤가요, 선수들?
이제 곧 경기를 시작하게 되는데 경기 시간에 맞춰서 최적의 컨디션을 유지할 수 있도록 노력하고 있고 문제는 없을 것 같습니다.
젠지 선수들도 컨디션 좋으신가요?
네, 저희도 뭐 경기 전날부터 계속해서 이제 경기장의 시간에 맞춰서 좀 많이 휴식을 취했기 때문에 오늘 컨디션은 괜찮은 것 같습니다.
알겠습니다. 양팀 감독님 마지막으로 결승전에 임하는 각오 들어보겠습니다. 먼저 T1 감독님.
좋은 경기 보여드리고 꼭 승리하도록 하겠습니다.
알겠습니다. 한마디 부탁드립니다.
저희도 좋은 경기 보여드리고 이제 선수들이 최대한 잘할 수 있도록 제가 옆에서 많이 도와주도록 하겠습니다.
네, 감사합니다. 인터뷰 감사하고요. 오늘 좋은 경기 기대해 보도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다. 여기까지 감독님들 인터뷰 만나봤습니다.
Thank you so much, Subin, and also thanks to Polk and for Score. They're, of course, both teams pretty confident. You could imagine Score is probably feeling a lot of weight, but he's felt a lot of weight before in times like this, right?
Yeah, he has the experience. He's been here like for such a long time.
Yeah, exactly right. I remember what was the final in 2018 where KT were finally able to get Score that championship. You know, it took him a very, very long time to get that domestic title, and now he's coaching Ruler, who's trying to do exactly the same thing. But it's going to be an uphill battle today.
It's gonna be definitely a really hard one today.
Yeah, so what is your prediction? We don't actually have you. The Twitter poll went out just to let everyone know all of the votes that have happened. That will be announced again on the caster desk a little bit later. But Nemesis, what is your prediction?
Well, you know, I'm from Genji, and this is totally not biased opinion, but I think Genji is gonna take it 3-0 today. No, I'm just kidding. I think it's gonna be 3-0 for T1. They're too dominant. I don't think anyone can stop them right now.
You know who's the most dominant? Whoever is on our graphics team that was able to change that so extraordinarily quickly. Hats off to you. Absolutely amazing stuff. I can feel that the opening ceremony is right around the corner. Of course, this is absolutely historic. 10 years since we were last at Kintex, and I just cannot wait for it to start. Let's start with the opening ceremony.
또 포커스를 맞춰 주셨는데요. 과연 어떤 경기가 펼쳐질지 많이 기대가 되는 순간입니다. 자, 이렇게
리그 오브 레전드 LOL 챔피언스 코리아 결승전에 오신 여러분 환영합니다.
월드 챔피언스 코리아. 그 이름만 들어도 가슴 벅찬 LCK. 그 시작엔 첫 번째 결승전이 치러졌던 이곳 킨텍스가 있었습니다. 그리고 그 무대를 무한히 빛내준 저 수많은 별들과 함께 저희는 지난 10년 동안 그 누구도 상상하지 못했던 최고의 리그를 만들었습니다. 순간이 역사가 되고 다시 전설로 탄생하는 LCK. 먼저 이 길을 비춰준 저 별들의 빛을 따라 우리는 다시 한번 새로운 길을 개척하려고 합니다. 2012년 봄이었죠. 바로 이 장소 킨텍스에서 이제 다시 10년 만에 우리는 기념비적인 결승전을 맞게 됩니다. 자, 그러면 결승전에 나서게 될 자랑스러운 두 팀을 여러분께 소개해드리겠습니다. 먼저 한 번, 두 번, 세 번도 아니고 무려 10번 V10, 그것도 전승 우승으로 V10에 도전하는 LCK의 불사조. 하지만 우리를 넘어 더 높게 더 멀리 나르리라. T1. 선수도 팀도 준우승의 상처가 컸습니다. 이제 제 결승 단골 멘트 나갑니다. 이번엔 진짜 다르다. 무엇이 다른지 보여줄 겁니다. 지금까지 이런 다르다는 없었다. 폭주기관차 T1을 제치고 새로 열리는 LCK 10년 역사의 첫 번째 우승 트로피는 우리가 가져가마. 과연 T1이 전승 우승으로 V10의 새로운 역사를 써내려갈지, 아니면 젠지가 그동안의 아픔을 딛고 첫 우승에 성공하며 이제 젠지의 시대가 열림을 선언할지, 전 세계 LCK 팬들이 주목하고 있는 가운데 과연 특별한 오늘의 주인공은 어느 팀이 될 것인가. Let the finals begin. 2022 LCK 스프링 스플릿 대망의 결승전을 이 자리를 가득 채워주신 많은 분들의 뜨거운 그리고 힘찬 응원의 박수와 함께 지금부터 시작하겠습니다. revenge on.
Welcome one and all to the 2022 LCK Spring Grand Finals. It is me, Valdez, with Wolf and Chronicler today, and we have an audience for the first time in 2.5 years. It is unbelievable, here for the 10th anniversary of the LCK. How are you guys doing? I am ecstatic, especially after that opening.
It feels like everything has come together all at once. Everything is so magical in this one place where it all started 10 years ago. We have legends from all eras on stage. It's the first time we get to have an audience. We get to go back to where it all began. And T1 looking for their 10th title here. Chovy looking for his first. Rua looking for his first domestic title. So much history colliding on one single night.
And honestly, I still need a moment after seeing that opening, because there was just layer after layer after layer, and every time I thought it couldn't get cooler. Even I already saw it. Like, we went through rehearsal. Yeah. We've seen all of this, and still seeing it up there for the first time for real, incredible.
It's insane. You know, all those layers come from 10 years of history, of games, of everybody being with us through all of this. You know, even for myself, I was watching this 10 years ago, my first time in Korea ever. Right? And in this exact place, Kintex. So the emotions are high. We want to see some great games tonight. Obviously, T1, big favorites. Everybody can say we'll get into the predictions a little bit later. But it's going to be an interesting one. I think, you know, regardless of what happens, if T1 end up undefeated and they get like a 3-0 and smash it, that's going to be great for them. If Gen G end up with some upsets and they pick up some wins as the big upsetters, as the big underdogs, that would be also cool.
Yeah, I think that for Gen G here, the cards are so stacked against them. The mismatch in terms of their play style is also so stacked against them, against a team that wants to have the perfect 20-0 season, that if they do it tonight, if they upset tonight, it'll be the biggest upset, I think, in LCK Finals history, and Ruler will finally lift a trophy here, an LCK trophy to his name. It would just be such a monumental evening.
Not just Ruler, but Chovy as well. I feel like the guy's good enough. Maybe we can finally get him a title. You know, that'd be great.
Yeah.
He's earned it.
Feels pretty good. Definitely does. But guys, we do have some trash talk as we do at these finals. Let's jump into that now.
저희가 18승 전승을 하게 됐는데 이렇게까지 많이 이길 거라고는 생각 못했던 것 같아요.
잘했다고 생각하고 있습니다.
진짜 경이로운 기록이라 생각하고 결국에는 결승전까지 이겨야지 그런 전승 우승이 딱 완성되는 거잖아요.
그렇지만 전승 우승은 되게 주기 싫어서 저희 젠지도 우승을 한번 해보도록 하겠습니다.
담원이 올라오는 줄 알았는데 갑자기 또 젠지가 올라와서 띠용했던 것 같아요.
일단 왜 이겼는지는 모르겠고요. 아직도 어떻게 이겼는지도 잘 기억이 안 나고.
저희한테는 안 될 것 같다고 생각하긴 해. 담원 만났으면 3대0으로 이겼을 거라.
옛날부터 즐긴 인연이라 해야 되나? 결승에 가면 만나고
항상 결승전에서 많이 이겼던 기억이 있어가지고
그 정도 많이 준우승했으면 이제는 우승할 때 되지 않았나. 이 좋은 경기를 유지하고 얼른 경기하고 싶어요. 제우스 선수가 이번에 결승전이 처음이라고 들었는데요. 저는 3번째거든요, 결승전이.
그럼 최근에 경기 봤을 때는 많이 흔들리시는 것 같던데
탑라인전 이제 어떻게 해야지? 라인전에 큰 욕심은 없는데 다른 경기만 몰라도 이제 결승전은 이길 거라고 생각합니다.
제이스요? 제 제이스 정말 강력하다고 생각합니다. 이름부터 좀 비슷하잖아요. 네.
제우스의 제이스 약간 라임도 맞고 약간 부럽네요.
도란 선수만을 뭐 하나 만들 거 없어요?
마 돌았나?
마 내가 네 친구가 경어치통을 다 깨버리겠습니다.
제가 유일하게 지금 팀원들 중에서는 LCK 우승 기록이 있는데 결승에 너무 오랜만에 와서 좋고
첫 번째 결승전 때보다는 좀 덜 긴장되는 것 같고 그냥 이길 것 같다고 생각하고 있습니다.
그렇게 경력이 길지 않은 선수인데도 불구하고 리신 진짜 두 챔피언 잡을 때는 확실히 뭔가 좀 해야 될 플레이를 잘하는 선수 같아요, 진짜.
리신은 14승 1패인데 스킬 나가는 것도 뭔가 빠른 것 같고 제 리신은 좀 사기인 것 같아요.
리신하면 또 피나는
너무 옛날 얘기 아닌가요?
옛날 얘기죠.
핀런님의 리신도 굉장했지만 이번 시즌에 저희 리신보다는 조금 덜 미치다고 생각하고 있어서
T1 후배긴 한데 뭐 너무 까마득해가지고 대접 한번 해줬으면 좋겠습니다.
선배 대접은 해드리고 제가 이길 테니까 너무 기분 안 나쁘셨으면 좋겠습니다.
과전제에서 수비 선수한테 패배했던 적이 거의 없는 것 같아가지고
항상 잘하는 선수라고 생각해요. 왜 이렇게 오래 잘할 수 있는지 그 이유를 알면 제가 이겼지 않았을까요?
수비 선수도 장점이 굉장히 뚜렷해가지고 잘하시는데 우승을 못 하신다는 게 마음이 아프네요.
제가 우승이 없음에도 사람들이 인정해주고 우리에게 인정받고 있어서 뭔가 좀 아이러니합니다. 그래서 결승에 올라온 상대가 되게 잘하는 팀이고 우승을 한다는 것은 그 팀을 이길 수 있다는 것이기 때문에 저는 그거에 더 중점을 둘 것 같아요.
결승전에서 이 매치업을 하는 게 또 되게 오랜만인데 항상 맞대결을 하면은 되게 재밌는 것 같아가지고 이번에 또 재밌을 것 같아요.
페이커 선수가 결승 당일날 제일 컨디션이 좋고 제일 경기력이 좋았으면 좋겠어요. 잘하는 상대와 경기했을 때 얻는 게 되게 많다고 생각해서
반드시 최상의 컨디션으로 올 거고 꼭 V10 이뤄내도록 하겠습니다.
원래 저는 되게 이렇게 말하면 안 되지만 관심이 없었어요. 근데 룰러 분석을 완료시켰다.
분석은 솔직히 이미 몇 년 전에 끝내놓은 거라서 지금 그냥 가지고 놀 준비만 하고 있죠.
그렇다고 하시기엔 플레이오프 2라운드전에서 좀 잘못하시던데 이제 뭐 16등분인가? 이야기했었던 것 같은데 지금 생각하면 좀 잔인한 것 같아서 한 2등분?
아, 2등분이요? 숫자 2를 좋아하시는 것 같고 젠지가 콩쥐라는 별명이 있다는데 저희 팀은 콩이랑은 거리가 멀거든요. 이묘한 선배님도 계시기 때문에
제가 한 6, 7년 정도 젠지에서 이제 몸담아서 일을 하고 있는 것 같은데 아직 LCK 우승컵 하나가 없어서 그게 너무너무 되게 많이 아쉽고 이번에 꼭 우승하고 싶네요.
훨씬 대선배신데 제가 먼저 LCK 우승하게 돼가지고 참 유감스럽게 생각합니다.
제가 올프로 투표 5번 중에 4번이 퍼스트 서폿이 됐는데 다른 서폿들보다 몇 수 위는 있다고 생각합니다.
그럼 리엔즈는 몇 수 아래예요?
한 2수?
테란 선수 당연히 잘하고요. 잘하고 무리 많이 하고.
리엔즈 선수가 특이한 픽을 하는 거 볼 때마다 나였으면 절대 안 당해줄 것 같은데 라는 생각을 했습니다, 항상.
뭐 저는 챔피언 다 활용할 수 있다고 생각하고요. 잔나, 신지대, 쉔 이런 걸 했는데 F4는 아닌 것 같아요.
새친양이란 별명을 받은 게 제가 데뷔하기 전에 받은 거라서 제가 있었으면 아마 새친양도 제게 아니었을까라고 생각합니다.
드림이 별로 안 좋아해요. 재미없잖아요. 저 죽이고 싶어요.
저는 결승전에 갈 때마다 우승을 못해서 도끼를 품고 발전했는데 리엔즈 선수는 준우승을 계속 하셨는데도 실력이 막 엄청나게 느신 느낌은 아니라서 이번에는 제가 우승하겠습니다.
제가 결승전을 많이 해봤는데 쉽지 않더라고요. 하여튼 거기에도 이제 우승 못한 선수들이 많은데 너무 유리하다고 생각 안 했으면 좋겠습니다.
우승이 한 번도 없어서 절실할 텐데 이번에도 상대가 T1이라서 힘들 것 같네요.
어차피 우승은 T1.
욕심이 너무 많은 것 같아요. 9회도 진짜 많은 거잖아요. 그만 홈스가셔도 될 것 같습니다.
젠지가 준우승 다 합치면 13번이라는데
좀 생각보다 많네요.
이번에 지면은 18번 되는데 정말 욕 나오는 그런 숫자일 것 같습니다.
이 우승컵 하나가 되게 간절하다고 생각을 해서 이번에는 꼭 우승컵 들고 싶습니다.
살면서 기회 몇 번 안 오는데 다들 우승이라는 타이틀 쟁취했으면 합니다.
제가 9년 전에 킨텍스 결승전을 앉아가지고 봤거든요. 근데 제가 다시 이곳에 와가지고 결승전 한다는 게 굉장히 큰 의미가 있는 것 같고 그만큼 더 우승하고 싶은 것 같습니다.
Well, you gotta love the trash talk from the players. I think especially Guma was extremely forward with how he felt about his feelings, and he let everybody know about it.
When he dropped the you seem to really like coming in second place. Like, oh, calm down, Guma. These are supposed to be kind of friendly.
Yeah.
You know, I love to see Guma actually not take after his older brother and actually have a huge personality and be really outspoken, because his older brother, Innovation, who's a StarCraft legend, was very quiet, very difficult to actually get his emotions out.
Very true, but we get that out of Guma. We're going to take a look at the points of the match here for this finals best of 5. And let's jump into what exactly we have on our plate for these two teams.
Such a historic night. T1 looking for a 10th title for Faker, and of course so many of these Gen.G players trying to get their first year. Fastest best of 5 in LCK history T1 takes over Kwangdong Freaks to get here.
And that's also very representative of what we're expecting here today. Even with that miracle comeback, which lost Atlas his hair, literally, a gold grab like this really is an indication of the tenacity of T1, or of Gen.G rather, but I don't think tenacity is going to be enough here.
It's a really tough matchup, right? And it starts in the top lane here, right? And this is something that was discussed in the Trash Talk interview, and it's been on a lot of analyst minds. Nemesis mentioned this as well in the pre-show, is the difference between these two players in current form is pretty massive. Yes, Doran is the veteran, but he has looked weaker, especially when under pressure, whereas Zeus is really actually coming into his own. We've been saying that all season long, but he's reached peak form when it matters most.
Key thing to me is that Zeus, even if he falls behind in lane, will be very stable going into the mid to late, going into team fights, whereas Doran has a tendency to die like 5 more times.
Yeah, and, you know, they've been able to use that to their advantage against a team like Damwon Kia, but again, against T1, it will be difficult to lose anything and hope to come ahead in this one. Obviously, Doran has had his fun on this champion and many others in the past. We're just hoping that he's at tip-top shape here for this finals.
Jace priority between these two is definitely going to be pretty massive. But let's talk about the jungle matchup now, because Oner is playing his second finals. He was defeated, of course, by Damwon Kia last summer, but he actually didn't get nervous. He kept his composure, and he said he feels very calm going into tonight's matchup as well. But he's up against a player who's won titles. The only player on Gen.G who actually has picked up 3 across 3 different organizations, including his opponent's team.
As good as a split I think Penis has had, he has had a lot of ups and downs. Whereas for Oner, everyone has a few bad games every now and then, but it's really hard to find him, especially when he's playing his trademark Lee Sin. We already talked about, he himself mentioned it as well. And he made us forget about Canyon's lead, and that's not an easy task.
Yeah, and, you know, we talk about matchups, but this one might be the biggest of them all. Faker looking for his 10th title versus Chovy looking for his first. And so far in best of 5, Faker absolutely has his number. It has not been close.
Across several eras and several teams as well. I mean, those are the players that we had on screen just moments ago. Some Griffin players, right? Viper in that series. They played against each other so many times. Look at Faker's LeBlanc record, by the way. Definitely going to be an extremely high-profile champion for him. Might even be taken in the first banning phase away from him. But he's got such a large champion pool. He played 73, or 72, excuse me. Might see 73 tonight. Unique champions this, across his career. Several of them this season.
And whereas the biggest role of Chovy over Faker has always been the laning phase, this is the one split where Faker's laning phase has actually been extremely consistent. But on the flip side, if you look back to those key plays that were found by Chovy that we're going to be looking at right here, this catch on Canyon might be the game-winning play for them. If this charm doesn't hit, maybe Canyon can kite it out, maybe they get the Baron after all. And he has been working so much to have a bigger impact even outside of the laning phase.
Yeah, and that's the thing about Chovy, you know, he is a fantastic laner, but he's also got some of the best hands in the game. So, you know, he's not as consistent, I suppose you could say, as Faker in this split specifically, but the guy, he can pull off some pretty insane stuff.
Now, what's most concerning, I think, is the bot 2v2 or Gen.G here. This is where Gumayusi and Keria have the most duo kills in the bottom lane. Keria and Lehens have a pretty big champion, Ocean, both of them first and second, only separated by one champion here, that Zac that was played by Keria. But if Ruler falls behind in this 2v2, or if there's a poor laning trade and they actually can't get prio on that first Rift Herald, which Gen G has given up a lot, that's where T1 snowballs lead so quickly, and it's often decided by a win, a key trade in the bottom side.
Keiria's roam timers have been so incredibly good this split, and while he's been bolstering a really big champion, he doesn't need it. He can just play Nautilus and still 1v9, still rack up the POGs, and with Guma by his side, a year ago, Guma at times had issues turning laning leads into actual impact on the game, and ever since that has been fixed, he's just been in a split where both Ruler and Deft played incredible, the best carry within the LCK, and that's just so hard to imagine Gen G being actually able to match that, even again with how good Ruler has been playing. It's just
it's kind of insane. You know, Ruler and Lahen's a fantastic bottom lane. Lahen's has played his fair share of weird stuff, but hasn't been as dominant as Keria. And Keria even said it himself in the video. He's like, yeah, I think I'm a couple tiers higher than Lahen's right now. And honestly, I'm not really one to argue with him here.
Yeah, I really am not as well. He's the split MVP, and the first support to ever pick that up. And take a look at some of Ruler's stats here and some of his champions. He's played a lot more diverse champions this season than he has in the past, and I do think that if they want to move away from bottom side, we might see him play, as we saw Duck Dom attempt, you know, something like the Ziggs, something like the Ezreal here on the bottom side, his Xayah, which he had a very fantastic performance on as well. Definitely something to look at as we head into these first few drafts.
It's going to be kind of insane to see if they can do anything against especially Gumayusa and Keria here. So glad we got through the points of the match. We do also have some predictions that we will get to here in a moment, and most of them are as you would expect, and let's take a look at them right now.
Yeah, I mean, more 3-1s I think what people would expect. Atlas, Valdez, and myself going to 3-0. Chronicler, though, you're getting faith that Gen G will take T-Sun. T-Sun as well, yeah.
I can see, again, I wanted to pay tribute to Gen G and how good I think their split has been, and there he is.
There he is.
Jonas Strong. Yep. He doesn't care.
I mean, it's not even like a 3-2 or a 3-1. No, it's 3-0. And it is about as far away as a lot of us would expect the possibilities could happen here for, you know, Gen G, because a lot of people are saying, you know, 3-1, even a 3-2 in there, you know, a couple of games that Gen G can pick up as a best of 5. Who knows what they have prepared. But no one's really expecting the 3-0.
The 3-1 prediction is the most common. Most people think that T1 will actually drop a game. And I think from talking to a lot of analysts, most people think it might be the first one as well. 87% of fans didn't quite hit the 90. I was talking with you guys before the podcast. I was like, I think it hits 90. Yeah, you were closest. Still, massively the fan favorites as well. The crowd is cheering against you as Gen G on stage between games when you walk out of that booth. You know that the crowd wants T1 to win, overwhelmingly favoring them tonight.
And it's a tough ask, especially for a team that has had so many second places, as T1 was very happy to point out throughout the entirety of every piece of content that we see.
Yeah.
It's hard to imagine Gen G getting it done here, but what a story it will be if they can.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's the biggest thing, right? Because out of all of those second places, you know, including the ones against T1, this will be their most difficult matchup yet in a finals, I would say.
I agree.
Going up against the team that's undefeated, Zeus owner, Faker, Gumayusi, and Keria. You know, what doesn't this team have?
Well, I want to say as well, a cool call out to the return to booths on stage as well here from our production, having T1 on stage here. But what don't they have? That's the question that Gen G has to answer tonight. Where are the holes? Where are the cracks in the macro? Because we are just not seeing it right now.
What they haven't done is play this Gen G. And that's what I'm excited about, because every single time in the LCK there was subs, and as much as I love challenger players, I want the real deal. I want actual Gen G taking on all 10 players are going to be here tonight. No substitutions, no shenanigans. Just a straight up matchup, and Vegas is going to be one of the big question marks for me coming into his first offline finals, and a huge venue as well, because Gumayusi clearly doesn't have nerfs. He's made of steel. And the rest of the team has had a lot of experience, but especially walking on, I saw Zeus being a little impressed, I think, with all of it, and who can blame him?
Yeah, and Owner has already proven that he's not nervous, and yes, there were no fans in the live audience last time in that matchup against Damwon Kia, but he was not shaken. In fact, made a lot of crazy plays in that series. We welcome their opponents, Gen G, on the other side of the stage here. I think the big difference between these two teams right now is actually that in era overall. Yes, Faker is the greatest player of all time, most titles, etc., and he is in the middle of the stage for T1, but the team around him has mostly younger, newer talents. Whereas on the side of Gen.G opposite, Chovy is the newer guy who's coming up in terms of successful generations, but then you've got Doran, who's got a lot more experience than all of those T1 guys. You've got Peanut, who's got 3 titles under his belt, and Ruler, a world champion who defeated Faker himself in that 2017 Worlds Finals. But they haven't been able to get that same success domestically here against these new players tonight. Almost feels like a passing of the torch. If they can't get it done here, will they ever, as they start to age, right? I mean, this is just a question that Gen.G fans have to ask, because if they can't do it here, you know, it's not going to get easier. These players are still developing, the T1 players on the other side.
Yeah, that's a really scary point you make, Wolf, because, you know, can they go even further beyond? I'm sure that's a question a lot of people are asking about how far is that T1 roster going to go. But, yeah, I mean, in terms of nerves, I would imagine that the guys on the side of Gen.G will be a little bit less nervous, especially because there's a lot less expectation on them. You know, you're talking about the fans, you're talking about all the analysts. Almost everybody predicts them to lose, and that just means you can come into the finals and say, we'll give it our best shot. If we lose, I mean, it's T1, they're undefeated, right?
There's no pressure on them, and we have seen in the past, and again, I don't see it happening today. T1 have been such an incredibly well-rounded team over the course of the split, but I think back to the World Finals. That still hurt me, where everyone's like, oh, T1, DK, that's the real finals. Yeah. And we all know how that one ended, so main thing here for Gen.G is to try and use their underdog position as best as they can.
They will have blue side. They did win the coin toss, so going into this first game, they actually have first pick priority, and here we go. It's time.
It's time to get the show on the road. Gen.G up against T1 in this grand finals, this one best of 5. And it'll all start here. We've already talked a little bit about what to expect from some of the picks, but take a look at that. Some respect shown to owners Lee Sin.
Immediately taken off the board, and it's understandable given the performance that owner has had. Simply incredible win rate, able to play it into anything. And I was looking out for a first pick Jace here for Gen.G. We've seen that neither of these teams have a reliable answer to the Jace. Both Doran and Zay is playing it into many a counter and still being able to get so much done. And instead of trying to deal with that, that is going to get taken off. Caitlyn still open. Hecarim still available, though. I don't know if Peanut wants to go to that particular pick after what happens in Game 5 of the semis.
Yeah, there's a lot to unpack here for Gen.G's open champions right now, because Caitlyn's still open, as you mentioned. The Karma's still open here. There's a lot of ways to control the bottom lane for Gen.G, and will Ruler take a priority AD carry like the Caitlyn to a 2v2 matchup that every coach is saying this is the most important one right now on the bottom side, with expectation is Gumayusi and Carrier are the stronger bot duo, strongest so far this season in the 2v2 in duo kills, and it will be the Karma to pick up for lane prio control.
Like the Karma, even if the Caitlyn does get picked up, Caitlyn Lux is a possible answer. We have seen that Karma allows you to still pick Jhin, pick Azriel, and just in terms of sheer prio, be able to match the pressure that comes out. Gumayusi, he doesn't care about that and still locks the champion up immediately. The Rise here is something that T1 actually have kind of dropped on the priority list in favor of things like the Ahri, but with that being off the board, we'll be going back to that, and the potential for T1 to try and find early leads, leverage them with the Rise, and get those early plates that they are so incredibly good at finding early.
So this goes back to what I was saying about Ruler. Don't try to force the 2v2 to be in your favor. Take a Karma Ezreal lane where you're not going to have too much pressure. In fact, you can put some pressure on in this lane, but you're not going to be trying to get 2v2 kills. You're going to be playing for late game. You're going to be playing for your range advantage and your scaling. Now, into the Caitlyn, range advantage is something that you could argue Ezreal has at times with his Qs, but just generally speaking, play for Ruler's late game carry potential in team fights and don't actually try to win that 2v2. As the Lux you were calling for earlier will arrive here. There's a lot of playmaking potential between the Rise and the Lux here. Setting up bindings, those Realm Warps can be so impactful in the early parts of the game.
Not to interrupt the draft, but every single time T1 pick a champion, you get the boomsticks in the audience clapping together. So just, you know, kind of let you know how the fans are feeling right now about this finals. Yeah, can give you a little bit of insight into that.
Love this Corki ban.
Yeah, it has been a pick that Chovy has actually gone back to with such great efficiency. The draft that they already have, especially if you bolster with Gragas as well, is extremely obnoxious to play into. As the Galio, an often seen counterpick into the Rise, now also taken away. TF also being banned in the first rotation. So a lot of the common answers that we do see picked up will not be given over here to Gen G, and Jungle Pool is getting whittled down as well.
Yeah.
But there is still the possibility of a Jarvan into an Ezreal. Not expecting they'll go that. Xin Zhao, even though he's dropped in Prio, would be an option as well.
I think that for the mid lane, there are so many options still available for Chovy in terms of late game scaling that pair up with this draft so incredibly well. The Azir actually has a lot of kill pressure with Volibear and is going to be very strong in the late game if he actually gets there, which is the expectation with this Ezreal Karma draft so far. Nocturne gonna be locked in, so he gets hyped about it. And this is a pick that works so extremely well with the CC they have to set up.
Importantly, we saw the Trundle hover, whereas it's a good matchup into the Volibear specifically. Into an Ezreal, it always feels pretty unfortunate. Arcane Shift denies so much of the power, and the global pressure that you have with the T1 composition, with both the Paranoia and the ultimate from the Rise already bolstered by those aggressive lanes, is going to be a nightmare for Gen G. Unless they can find the shove back, right? Unless they can match. And with Ornn, they're saying no.
Yeah.
We're not looking for Prio. We're looking for a consistent team farm threat.
Lehen's just shouting out the fans for his very famous Singed pick here. But I like the Ornn, and it goes into that territory of putting Chovy on a late game carry mage, be it a Victor or that Azir, where he's going to be able to shore up a ton of that damage, and it will be the Victor to come through here. Volibear loses some power in this draft, but could actually get you through the mid game pretty well at those power spikes, set up some stuns, survive through those first few Drake fights, get to the late game, get those ornaments online, and Gen G's late game comp is looking fantastic.
Just have to get there, and that's going to be pretty hard. If you look at the amount of power that T1 have, Camille, one of the few top lane bruisers that can actually deal with tanks to do the true damage and precision protocol. And the 1-for-1 of T1 is disgusting, frankly. There is so much setup available. There is Paranoia, there is Shove on bot side, there is Rise in the mid lane, and there is a Camille, and if any of those members get fed, playing around it becomes so incredibly easy. But Gen G, they've won unwinnable games with very similar drafts.
And it really just is about how well Gen G can survive to get to a point where these items come online, the ornaments come online. I think this might even be a Crown of the Shatter Queen game here for Chovy, because he needs to be able to side lane, he needs to be able to farm those items up with the Nocturne Camille. It's just so hard to get out on the map, feel safe, feel like you can get those minions, get the gold that you so desperately need to win those 25, 30, 35-minute team fights.
Certainly, Gen G would love to have some of those team fights. We'll see if T1 allow them to, and how far they can push their lead and get their solo lanes ahead, as we will have the battles coming down, and yep, you're running down the same walkway there. This Bolton score side by side, the coaches of these two fantastic teams. So yeah, here are our compositions.
I feel like, given T1's history with shutting down compositions that do well in the late game, in the mid game, by actually hitting spikes early, getting early turret plate control with a champion like Caitlyn, winning that 2v2, trying to be aggressive down there, using Realm Warps aggressively, Nocturne ults aggressively, and this Camille side laning power, I think they're just going to be too hard to slow down here for Gen G.
Gonna be a desperate effort from Gen G.
And here we go, on to the Rift for game number 1. I didn't even realize how perfect that song is, by the way, the lyrics. I win every time.
Every time.
It certainly tells a story, as a lot of our production has been doing so very well so far for this series.
They did win every time, yeah. They're undefeated as of right now. So I wonder whether that's going to continue. As mentioned previously, we can go a little bit more into the choices that have been made. Most notably Faker. We have seen a ton of the Unsealed Spellbook Rise being picked up. Has gone back to the Phase Rush instead, which I kind of like in terms of possibilities of aggression, especially together with Ona. Do you think the T1 composition generally wants to wait a little bit until that Paranoia becomes available and immediate applause at the very first trade?
Yeah.
Gotta love it.
The hand's going to hit big on that one in the early part of this. And, you know, the difference here in these compositions to really highlight is that if T1 cannot find a lead in the mid game, as they are so famous for doing, the Ryze will never be able to do the same amount of damage as the Victor will in the late game, and you will lose wars of attrition against this Ezreal that has more consistent damage output than a Caitlyn, who's in an even game will be able to perform with. And then you're stuck trying to make plays with this Lux, who's fairly fragile as well.
Okay, fighting over level 2, the flash forward as Kyrgios going for it with the Q of his own. That's going to be a trade as First Blood is given over to the Ezreal. Gumayusi able to trade one back as our supports, they were ready to fight.
And that's going to be a first kill for both the AD carries here. Favorable trade in terms of summoners for Gen G, but man, starting off right from the get-go, we saw Peanut also pathing towards top side, or bot side rather. Might look for maybe an invade or a punish on Faker. They don't know where he is, and he might get caught off guard here as he goes to ward.
Well, that's not the brush you wanted to check here, as Faker just gonna die. Had no vision there. They had a ward in the jungle, but they did not know where Peanut was.
All right, Gen G are starting off high speed in this best of 5 here, and this is a tragedy for T1's composition. You start trading like this, you start giving a Victor gold this early, and it is a disaster. So First Blood going over to Ruler here. Flash, you know, expended here on the side of Kyrgios, so he's a little bit more vulnerable too. And so far, this 2v2 going in their favor. They get that kill in the mid lane, and Chovy is accelerated. And this is one of the angles I was thinking, you know, most analysts saying, okay, bottom 2v2 is going to be the most important matchup. But for me, it's the mid jungle skirmish where Faker falls behind and they fall apart.
And we see level 2 hits slightly earlier for Lands and Ruler. Gumayusi and Keria still go all in here.
갈게.
I think he's coming. He's going to come down. I'm going in, he says.
잡을 것 같은데.
And it's a really easy setup. We got him. Nice.
뭐 요 정도.
Just like that, basically, is what he's saying.
Yeah.
Like, keep doing this.
And I think it was partially because they really didn't have a good idea of where he was. I mean, there was a ward on the Raptors, but I'm not sure how early that came in. And yeah, he just cleared his entire jungle, went red to Raptors, down to Krugs. As now Keria is looking to poke, I guess.
I think the read from T1 was that as he pulled the Raptors into the brush, he then moved upwards towards his blue side, skipping Krugs, which we see very often, but instead went for a full clear bot side, wasn't spotted, possibly looking to maybe assist, set up a play on that bot side, onto Gumayusi and Keria, but then 2v2 happened, and then he was able to move back up towards that mid lane regardless.
AS is having a great time in this matchup early, as you can see up on the top side.
Yep.
It's just how it's going to go. At least Doran can itemize against this from lane. He's just not giving him opportunities here to even get all of those minion last hits. But, you know, in terms of how this lane state now is going to be for Chovy, it gives him so much power. He took first strike, is going to be able to harass a lot. As you can see, the win rates here for 22 Spring for these bot duos. Ezreal Karma doing better. But now Chovy is in a position where you can actually pressure Faker, where you can actually push him out of waves, and usually Ryze's power in the early game is actually having perma-prio. Not going to be the case in this early game.
Note also that Owner has just been power farming. Wants to get to 6 as soon as humanly possible, as you do on the Nocturne. And just off of that lead, as well as the top side that Zeus has been able to find for himself, we actually have the early gold lead from that kill already being completely negated. And this has been such a consistent thing for T1, where they always, no matter the circumstances, are able to get trades up in terms of golds. Owner, I don't know about this one.
Yeah,
no, Peanut again.
He's going to get collapsed on, and Faker's backing right now, but with that spell shield, should be okay. Chovy is coming over to help poke him away, but can't quite get there on time, so Owner is able to squeak out of that one.
And Gen G have been a big fan of the early Drakes and expecting to see them continue doing that here.
But this is such an early Drake that it allows them to reset for the Rift Herald fight as well. And this is the power of Chovy getting that first blood. Normally, you know, a lot of matchups, Ryze just dominates. The Victor one can be a little bit more volatile, but you get an early kill like that, you're the one pushing in the Ryze. They find Oner early, deny him the ability to shut this Drake down, and Gen G have such masterful control of this game. And yes, T1 with the power farming you mentioned, catch up in gold, now take a gold lead as they're so famous for, but their composition needs to have a bigger lead than this 10 minutes from now, and Gen G are already smooth sailing.
And Oner's here again, but he's got to get in there and smite this away, but he doesn't quite have smite. The Q also going to miss, so Peanut gets ahead of them on that scuttle at least, although Oner's still ahead on CS.
Key thing, Oner's still not 6. That first paranoia is a really big one. Need to try to set up a successful play. Can, of course, go for topside where Zeus has the X-Tech ultimatum. But if Doran has the wave shoving into him, right, so he can just set up shop in front of his turret, and diving an Ornn is generally unadvisable, especially Doran, seeing what he does with those.
And it's a Karma lane bottom. Doran has just been playing almost perma weak side in the last few series that Gen G have played, and once again he's just going to sit back and take that pressure. As you can see that this is also kind of a relic of this season. Victor very popular early.
That was very much a early of spring record, as I'm very glad you did point out. We saw a lot of Ryze versus Victor. Ryze was not winning a lot of games against anyone. But either way, as Keria is going to flash in for the poke, and the trap not quite enough to land onto Lahens there, and he will get out of there alive as a huge True Shot barrage hits both of them.
I really appreciate the idea right before Herald here, but unfortunately not going to work out for Keria. Both summoners down now, unfortunately, for this critical fight, and it's not even really a trade up here in any way, and Ruler wasn't even there to actually punish. Like, it was a good idea because of Ruler's positioning, but doesn't end up working out here. Now down Flash before what is going to be, and has been historically, T1's most important objective.
And with Peanut continuously playing aggressive, being allowed by the prio that he has in mid and bot, we actually see that because they're aware of Oner, because they generally know which half of the map he hasn't been able to find a paranoia play, but also Ruler and Lahens can actually push up that far and be fine. And now we are going into this first fight for the Herald, possibly with everyone being on relative item parity. Gold, dead even.
This is really, really tough. They have 2 global ultimates to use to close the gap here. No flash for Keria, no mid prio.
Yeah, they already have this pretty low as we stand, and they're going up against an Ornn. Let's see if T1 can do anything as the Ornn will come through as a big knock-up now from Doran on the top side, but you can see the rest of Gen G just going to leave Doran to die. They say, nope, we're not going to be able to help you here. And so Gen Z do get the kill on the Rift Herald, but they cannot pick up the eye, and T1 take the fight.
Great fight here from T1, utilizing their ultimates as they all come online here. And this is the type of fight that T1 always takes on Herald. And Gen G, yes, they got a pretty explosive start to this game, had a great early game, but the composition still isn't quite online yet to hold on to that Rift Herald so tightly.
Zeus is really playing with fire, but actually a good calculation knows that he should be relatively safe, although will he calculate that Peanut is up here to help out? Doesn't look like Peanut could get there on time.
Not even with the Volibear ult, when Peanut hasn't backed in quite a while, still sitting on only Coalfields, and don't want to take that risk. And I thought that the setup was definitely a possibility, but crucially, that paranoia makes it so hard for Gen G to actually coordinate in this fight. And I'm pretty sure that's a big reason we see Doran going very aggressively. The rest of his team, they literally don't know, right? You can't see T1.
Yeah.
They're not able to actually know if that ultimate lands. Can we follow up? Because of that, T1 get the early fight win there. And Guma, even with that first blood going over to Ruler, is getting more and more fed now.
A lot of paranoia users, you know, a lot of Nocturnes would actually go onto the backline carries there, but that's what Gen G was hoping for in that choke point. Oh, they're going to dive deep, and nope, they just go onto Doran, collapse him, cut the team in half, and really hard to communicate in situations like this. That's the part of the power of paranoia. It's not just shutting down side lanes and getting on top of the backline. It's just straight up blinding your enemy team.
Yeah, and it matters too for the composition of T1, because if they had, you know, like I don't know, a Hecarim or a Vex alongside of this, then maybe you could dive in as a team. But Oner has identified that at this point, okay, I'm just here, you know, throw it down. I'm not really going to dive in. My team can't follow up that well, especially not yet, especially before Camille doesn't even have an item.
That's the main thing. Zeus later on, I'm sure he'd be happy to join his old pal Oner for a dive into the enemy backline. Camille, one of the very few top laners that can reliably lock down a slippery pick like the Ezreal. But for now, that is not going to be the case just yet. But it's, again, that coordination that works out really well for T1. And coming into today, we were expecting Zeus to have an edge in the matchup. And yes, it was a blind Ornn from Doran.
He's going in for this one. I don't think he's got a queue up in time to really chunk it down. So that's Hextech Ultimatum gone. Right before some teleports are up, but of course 3 minutes or so until the Unleashed teleport is available.
Critically, if Gen G get a 2 Drake advantage with this composition, they could just sit back and wait. It's going to give them such a huge edge, especially because it's going to be a critical Drake, either Mountain, Hextech, or Infernal here. So very important for T1 to actually deny this fight right now. Then Zeus, of course, teleport coming online just now, but it's leashed, so it won't be able to actually come in at the last possible second. It doesn't have ultimates. This is essentially a 4v4.
And with the vision being taken by T1 in the river and Prio in bot side, Faken also getting in a mid, it's really hard for Gen G to actually contest this. They have to walk into the poke of Guma, of Carrier, and if they slightly overextend, immediately Owner will pull the trigger, Faker can realm warp in, so if T1 wanted, they could keep that hold tight. But it looks like instead they're gonna choose to give this one up, and I can see the logic behind it.
Not enough Cryo.
Yeah, well, yeah, but they also instead get more control on the top side of the map. I don't know if that's a great trade, especially with Infernal Rift on the map.
Yeah, and it's top side for a Rift Herald that spawns in 2 minutes, and its second Rift Herald plates are going to be gone. Not that critical. Root connects.
Yep. No follow-up on that one. Guma not quite close enough. And yeah, definitely a choice that T1 decided to make, you know?
Yeah.
As instead they are going to try to highlight this top side as here comes the paranoia. It's 3-on-1 and Doran does not have any hope as Faker will eat a lot of those turret shots, as will Owner, but the kill is still there.
It's a faster Ornhorn. Maybe you turn this one around. One of the most difficult champions in League of Legends to dive is the Ornn, but it's a very late Horn coming out from Doran. Waits till the last possible second with the flash. And as a result, will go down. So T1 do not give this Drake up for free, but I think the 2 Drake lead is much more valuable here.
Between the hook shot and Faker's instant root, it's so hard for the Ornn as well to actually find the second activation on the ultimate. And Peanut, he gets to play.
Hextech Ultimatum is available now, and Peanut, you're not going to be able to ult out of this one. Don't believe that Karma will help either against this much lockdown. We just saw these 3 in the top side, and they do it again to the Bear.
Lots of greed here from Peanut. Grabs a plate, but will give over a lot more gold to T1, really keeping them in a lead in terms of that gold advantage right now, because 4 kills to 2 and a 900 gold lead. Yeah, it looks great now at 14 minutes as plates fall off, but in 10 minutes time, you're going to need a bigger one than that. At least this dive is successful, and as you mentioned, there's so many ways to shut down the second activation. He has no chance here to pull that one off. But the 2 Drake lead is what I'm really most concerned about, because now Gen G can just avoid taking fights.
Again, there is no vision coverage on top side. They invested teleport as well. And Gen G, one play is not going to be a breaking point for you. Like, you can let them have the. It's fine. You don't need to get the play. You have Ornn, Victor, and Ezreal. I think you'll be fine without the extra gold that you get from that.
Bit of a lapse of judgment for sure, especially with the lack of vision. But yeah, I mean, you know, T1 is a team that love to push their early leads and get a lot of plates and go for dives and stuff like that. Gen G is a team that love to pick up the dragons and get that for their advantage. So maybe in the back of Peanut's mind, he's like, well, we're doing really well, but I want to get a little bit extra and get one of these plates as well. But definitely a little bit of a mistake as we return here to the game.
Interestingly, even with champions that generally have extremely high priority, the Lux and the Karma, or the Lux and the Cade rather, the Rise, and the Camille, no plates were actually picked up by T1, and that's not something that happens, and it does tie into the overall laning strength, which is the one thing where I think Gen G has just been almost unmatched in the entirety of the LCK. It's more about what happens as soon as these turrets start to fall. When the map starts to open up, that's where I get more worried.
Who's diving who now as Zeus went a bit far, thinking he had Owner on the backup of the gank as Flash comes in and Toby will take down the Camille.
Bloody game here in game number 1 of this series as T1 are going to try to damage this mid turret but won't be able to get any permanent damage. I say that. It's a cannon wave.
That's going to be first turret blood over to the side of Ruler, solo down in the bottom side. So the end of the day, Gen G going to take a gold lead and enjoy this very much.
Yeah, they're going to take Zeus off the map as well, costing him some critical farm. You can see that's denied there on the top side of the map. And, you know, right now he has a massive lead because in the early game, Camille will crush the Ornn. But over extensions like this, you cannot afford. And the idea here, you can see the ping on Nocturne, is that I'm going to actually collapse. We're going to end up winning this exchange. But Jovi's here. They don't calculate this. The timing is also very poor. Zeus does end up getting flashed on here by Chovy. 300 gold goes over. They, with this prio and the knowledge that Nocturne is top, get first turret bottom side. And you can't be trading objectives like this as T1 with your opponent's composition being much stronger in the late game.
In addition to that, Chovy getting more gold is so big for the composition of Gen G, even though he's going for a low damage build, as we've seen Chovy do in the past. Please no Lich Bane, Chovy. I still remember that one. No Morellos. But jokes aside, Everfrost has a lot of value into a large part of T1's composition, which is that top half, all very short range. Going to be forced to go into what is going to be a monstrously fed Victor with Gathering Storm. And in the late game for T1, the margins becomes less and less. And unless they're able to utilize Gumayusi very well and crucially pick up this Drake, T1 is looking kind of rough here in game number 1 because Sword Point with Infernal against Gen G's composition, that's not great.
That's what I was going back to earlier when we were talking about them leaving the Drake up, because it was going to be a relevant one no matter what with Ocean Cloud Stark here. As it's spawning now, Gen G do not have to fight this, but they've got a little bit of control over the bottom side.
Yeah, and given their current position, they are clearing out all this vision. They absolutely could decide to go for it. Peanut leading the charge on this, and Faker just now teleporting. Note the flank coming in from the side of T1. They've got a Camille and a Rise behind him.
And has to be so careful. They're grouping up to check.
Okay, they see Zeus and they're looking for the turn to flash in onto Faker, and he will be rooted down and taken down as well. But T1 say that's okay, we'll take the Drake. Zeus, though, also going to be taken down here, so Gen G pick up a couple of kills, but T1 do get the Drake.
This is the affording that you have when you have a 2 Drake lead. You don't actually need to win the Drake, but if you win the fight, you get the gold, which is more valuable because all time is on your side. And this is a uncharacteristic mistake in coordination. Zeus goes over the wall, retreats, Faker's still going in. T1 is completely split while they're holding the Drake.
Peanut might lose his fight with the Grump respawn time, but the gold that was gone into the pockets of Gen D there, again, really big. And yeah, you don't get Soul Point, but you're still able to get so far into the amount of scaling.
You might have a play here. Oh, not the teleport I was expecting. They call it off. You can continue, Chronic.
Well, I mean, that was the point, right? Scaling good for,
there you go.
for Gen G.
It's important to note.
I'm loving the setup from Gen G here. The amount of vision control that they have, combined with the fact that Faker has no flash, means that him and Zeus are basically caught in no man's land. There's no one to help them. The hard engage is more than enough, and once this death ball really stands and you don't find backline access, there's not that much for you to do. Once the fight actually starts for T1, and it's on even footing, it looks way harder.
This is a question we had for T1 when they faced Gen G at full strength for the first time. Maybe, we were speculating, many were, would this be the first time T1 has a real disadvantage in a series like this season? In a real high-profile series, not just a best-of-3 when they're going for the perfect record, but in the finals, right? And in this game, they're only 300 gold behind, but the composition is screaming massive advantages here for Gen G. And T1, they needed to have a bigger lead. They needed to be able to hit Gen G when they are brittle. But as you mentioned, the death ball is coming strong.
Oh, the root comes in, and in fact, Doran will not be able to respond to that, lasting a little bit longer than he thought. That was an Ezreal with the red buff and flash. So if Faker overstood his welcome, he would have been dead.
If only he had Nerf threats. Would have been able to hit him. And the one thing for T1 that is important to still keep in mind is that this comp punishes overextension.
Here we go. This is the side lane play that we expect, and stopwatch is good, but it ain't that good. That's going to be the kill given over to Gumayusi.
As I finish my sentence, T1's comp is still incredibly good at punishing mispositions from anyone. Between Zeus, Oner, and Faker, if someone is pushing in a side lane, even just a little bit too far up, as we see here, you can immediately get taken down. The kill goes over to Guma as well, and Guma being fed is so much more safe, brings so much more longevity than the rest of T1, because barring Zeus, Oner, and Faker at this point getting kills doesn't really provide you with that much. But Guma remaining fed means that no matter what, if he can survive in
in late game team fights, he can still carry.
Yeah, he has to be him, right? And this is why I wondered, you know, in the draft, would we maybe see Crown of the Shattered Queen on Chovy? Because it might not have saved him in this case, but would have had a much higher health bar when that stopwatch goes off. Maybe they turn it. Either way, you know, in this composition, he cannot really farm, which is why it was so critical for him to actually get ahead as he did early. See, in the side lane, even in the safe side lane, where he's not even past the halfway point, you're very vulnerable as the victor here.
And the key thing is, with T1 keeping Gen G on their toes, it's exactly what we expected, which is T1 have suffered more in this game than they have in many a laning phase, which in of itself is a huge testament to how good Gen G is playing. But it's when the map opens up that T1, their consistency really shines through. That's why they're undefeated. It's not because they always win every single lane, it's because they're able to find the game-winning plays. And even though Gen G's composition skills amazingly, that remains a viable threat.
Yeah, it's really true. And I think T1 are going to show a lot more of that, you know, regardless of the current state of the game or the compositions, they will be looking for plays, and they might just get Peanut here, as he will have to ult away just to survive. And with the Drake coming up here in a minute, will he have that ready? I'm not so sure, as now T1 have position around this river.
He's going to have to back here as well. Took way too much damage there, and this means T1, as you say, will have prio. Look at the control wards placed around this Drake pit. There's nothing they don't know. There's even one here in the mid lane, guaranteeing that there's no flank angle Gen G can take. And this is T1, which is so harrowing. Their punish plays, even when their composition is starting to fall behind, they will punish Peanut. Now a second time, overextending onto their setup vision.
And the setup for this fight is incredibly important, because if Gen G gets it, they're on soul points, they're looking incredible. If T1 can start stacking Drakes, then the scaling conversation really changes as well, because the amount of damage that Zeus and Guma are going to do is not really fair. Want to do a quick Veldes stopwatch check, because there has actually been picked up multiple in anticipation of this fight, which again, whoever wins this has a really good position from here on out.
Oh, the flash, but that is going to be Ruler with the quick cleanse, as he does have to use that though before this goes off. And now Keria with no flash for his own engages. Gen G stalwart here in the river, trying to put up a wall and avoid it. Zeus goes over the wall, just leading the charge, ready to fight.
Stroke point control, but Chovy wasn't here, so he can't actually get that death ray damage through. T1 will actually spill into the other side. Now they've got to be wary of the Zeus flank once again.
All right, setting up another kind of wall here. We got traps coming out from Gumayusi, and you do not want to get headshot by this Caitlyn right now. As Zeus over the wall, they're looking for Chovy. He doesn't have his stopwatch anymore, but the damage from the backside of Gen G is gigantic. They're able to take down both of the divers on the side of T1, but that is going to be the Dragon going the way of T1. So a crazy fight, but T1 get another Infernal.
Insanely well played from Gen G. That Doran zoning off the entire back half of T1 as the divers go in. There's no follow-up, but the Drake still goes to T1, so now Gen G, they need to push for this Baron.
Yeah, they're going to push for it as fast as they can. They've got a ton of damage here. And, you know, with T1 having this ward here, it's so valuable. They know exactly where to run. Realm Warp is available for Faker. We've seen those in some LCK finals recently.
Oh boy.
Here we go. Are they going to contest? I think they have to.
Are they just going to Realm Warp into this one? I don't know. We've seen that before too, as okay, they're going to go on the backside here. They want to take a fight, as immediately a headshot from Guma. That's going to be one kill. Gen G get the Baron, but they get nothing else. As T1 are on the chase, Faker leading the charge. He's going to get that bounce onto both of them, and at least Chovy will go down, as they are looking for more. A triple kill now for Guma, and that is going to be the ace into the hands of T1.
Gen G, this first game, have been both extremely proactive, but also greedy in the objective takes like this. You know, we've seen so many times Peanut getting caught when he grabbed that first plate, dies immediately afterwards, clearing vision around the Drake, gets picked a second time. And in these fights here, where you're trying to rush down Drake, you have to be wary of T1's ability to turn on a dime using this Realm Warp. And if you don't have that ward removed, if you don't have vision control, maybe your best option is to back away, because T1 will come over here and punish. Now 4,000 gold the lead. They are poised to actually potentially take this game. The scaling argument, you mentioned it earlier, probably because it is Infernal Souls now, or Infernal Drakes they're now stacking, is not necessarily a one-sided conversation.
And while this looks like it's not working out with the immediate lockdown of the enemy backline, Keria, Gumayusi, and Faker can't join this fight at all, it's still a success because Peanut is dealing with Zeus. Peanut flashes crucially there. If he is a split second earlier and is actually able to get that Drake, this sequence might not have happened, but instead, they feel the pressure. They lose the soul points, and they're like, we gotta do something. We gotta do something.
Yeah.
They overextend into this. Everyone gets taken down, and it's exactly these type of decisive, swingy plays that T1 have shown us so many times throughout the entirety of the split.
It's T1's composition, the ability to collapse quickly. You have a Realm Warp, and you notice where he placed it was behind Gen G. It was not a, I'm going to stop this Baron. It's nobody gets out alive. Nobody survives at the end of this scene.
Faker has learned in his many years of Rise, has had some really good Realm Warps and some not so good ones. So that one definitely goes into one of the really good ones. Do have to agree. Because if you Realm Warp right on top of them there, you probably just all die anyway. So just a really nice response from T1. They knew immediately that was going to happen, and they get there just on time.
Also note the itemization from both Zeus and Owner. Their job is just to create space for Guma. That's it. They both went for extremely early Guardian Angels. We already saw Zeus's procs in the previous fight. We see Owner now have it as well. And the amount of time that they buy means that Guma can get off more autos, more autos, more autos. And when he is close to an Infinity Edge and 7-0 at 27 minutes, pretty good.
Feels like it's working out pretty well.
I think it's an
that strategy.
I think it's an okay game plan.
The other thing for Gen G is their composition has no pick, no lockdown really whatsoever. They could defensively, of course, Ornhorn. There's the Volibear, but he's not going to, at this stage of the game, be able to survive long enough to actually get on top of this Caitlyn. So Gumayusi is basically immortal in these fights if the front line does its job, if the lights are turned off. And so he's become so out of control now that Gen G can't just go, well, we pick the Caitlyn, we win the fight. You're going to have to somehow still win this front to back with all those extra threats. So positioning becomes so key. Vision setup, which they have not had control of this entire game, even when they had leads, is just such a big problem, is you're never able to even sideline. Look at where Chobi's got the wave.
That actually blocked all the damage. That was kind of insane. Karma, you know, she does some cool things. But yeah, I think it's a really good point. You know, we always talk about, you know, how Volibear is one of those quote-unquote tanks, not necessarily having a lot of those tank steroids, and even Divine Thunder as well to start off, so he's not even full tank, so you know, he's not jumping in. He'll be looking to defensively peel, and maybe if the fight is going their way, he can do something.
Look at the trap placement and even the E coming out from Keria. They're like, you're not coming in here. You're not contesting Vision. You are not going to have Cryo. They denied any sort of idea.
That is
They're running!
Incredibly fast bear. I don't know what that guy's on, but Zeus is not getting away as, okay, he's trading back actually. Trying to get the kill onto Lahan, sent a flash, but not quite enough.
And T1 start the Drake fast enough now that this pick actually is committed to, because Gen G are on the wrong side of the map here. Drake spawns right now, and they've got fast track to it. Gen G need to sprint over here.
Teleports available. Two of them, but coming down.
They are going for
Faker
this.
joining. I don't think they can get here.
Yeah, they're not going to get here on time, but Peanut's here on time. Peanut, can he steal it? No, he cannot, but he does have a stopwatch trying to turn this one around. Keria takes so much of the aggro here. The Chaos Storm, the Ornhorn, and he's still alive. There's the one Guardian Angel going down. And Guma, he's still alive. Look at how much damage he does at this point in time. The chunking is unbelievable. That's going to be the end of Ruler and the end of Gen G on this fight.
See the space bot by those Guardian Angels. Zeus, he was just a bait, and he actually was. The entirety of T1 is ready. 3 Infernal Drakes, but I don't think we're going to see the soul in this one.
I don't think so. T1 are marching down the red carpet to victory here. Nods on the side of the T1 players as they call the push to end. T1 so decisive on the punish plays this game. You give them an inch, they will take a mile. They were so far behind in the early part of the mid-game, but they turned this one around so fast.
Unbelievable. T1 just like that. Doesn't matter what the game state is, as Zeus decides, hey, here's a kill. But we will get the kill on Fear Nexus and take game number 1 here at the finals.
And it's Faker put on the rise, his most iconic champion in the mid lane. Yes, he gets killed early by Chobi. Cryo's against him, pushing to him. But his decisions and his team's communication on punishing these early objectives takes these rushes to the Baron, these rushes to this Infernal Drake are stopped by Realm Warps, fast shot calling, insanely quick macro game from T1. And this is what they're known for. This is how they got their perfect season. Even while behind, they don't hesitate. They never panic. And Gen.G, they were forced to make these tough calls because the macro game was never in their hands. Vision control was always on the side of T1, be it a paranoia turning the lights off or control wards on every single brush.
And there were a couple of key moments where you can imagine a Gen.G winning. Had Peanut maybe not died, had he gotten that Drake. There are so many what-ifs here, but there's been a season of what-ifs for T1, and somehow they never go the way that any T1 opponent wants them to go, and we're seeing that here as well in this first game. I love the decisiveness. Gen.G, even a drop with that much scaling, it needs to be played out cleanly, and we still see in core moments this team showing a moment too much hesitation. Position or macro just not quite there.
I love that we talked so much about nerves and, you know, the huge crowd and all these young players here, and then Gumayusi comes into game one, he's like, yeah, sure, I'll carry you guys.
Yeah,
like,
no biggie.
Who's Faker? No, it's me, Gumayusi. Like, I'm here to carry. I got 10 kills, and, you know, he wasn't necessarily setting up all the plays. There were a lot of great picks in the side lane. Really got to give a lot of credit to Faker, to Owner, to Zeus, to setting that up. But Gumayusi, he took all of that feeding, and he was like, yeah, sure, you know, I'll just carry that last fight, and it's totally fine.
Notice how much damage Faker outputted. He did his job tanking and frontlining so extremely well. The GAs you mentioned, Chronicler, were huge, but Faker on tank Rise opened space up. Chovy was always under threat of a Nocturne, of a Camille, of the Caitlyn damage. He actually is only 100 damage ahead of tank Rise with, you know, a fairly utility build, to be fair, on the Victor, but I think it really tells the story of how well T1 controlled fights that were so one-sided.
And for itemization, there was also the Shirelias, full hands. You have an Ornn, you don't need the extra mobility that it provides, right? It feels good to go fast, but imagine if you had a Moonstone, if you could actually keep those health bars a little bit higher by just those extra seconds of time. In addition, as you pointed out, Chovy not actually outputting that much damage, even though he was one of the more fat members.
The game just spiraled out of control, and T1 got ahead of it like they always seem to do. Some things do not change as we are done with game one, and we will take a break and be back after the break.
공차 잡아볼래? 네, 초식에 있어.
오케이. 공 껐어.
빨봤어. 할만해. 빅토르.
할만해.
야, 천천히.
천천히.
캐틀만 살려, 캐틀만.
오른부터. 오른 맞아.
시야 돼. 야, 이제. 미드. 야, 노플이야. 미드. 나이스. 미드 가자.
라인 빨리.
카밀텔 있다. 나이스. 잘했다.
나이스.
좋아요.
20초 이거 끝났다.
오케이, 굿.
나이스. 얘네 많이 절잖아. 천천히 하자.
야, 좋죠?
야, 아깝다.
잘했어요.
나이스요. 근데 잘 죽었어. 나이스.
턴 개 빨았죠?
반사.
고마요시 캐틀은 풀면 안 되지.
고마요시 캐틀 풀면 안 된대. 9배 2초.
아유.
되냐?
뭐야 이거? 잡아봐.
나이스.
이거
나이스.
이제
네, 안녕하세요. 결승전 두 팀의 불꽃 튀는 자존심 대결.
스프링 롤 파이터 MC를 맡은 저는 빗 다니엘입니다.
아, 반갑습니다. 안녕하세요. 저는 단다니엘입니다. 반갑습니다. 외모로는 전혀 뒤처지지 않기 때문에 전혀 위화감은 없어요.
자, 어쨌든 저희 오늘 함께할 이제 분들을 저희가 소개를 해야 되지 않겠습니까?
먼저 만나볼 팀입니다. 바로 T1입니다.
예. T1.
아, 좋아요. 아, 이게 벌써 기세가 뭐 엄청납니다.
여기에 뒤질 순 없죠? 젠지! 그렇지! 좋아, 좋아!
자, 그러면은 여기 모인 이유를 설명해 드리도록 하겠습니다. 각 팀별로 저희가 팬들에게 선물할 굿즈를
양옆에 이렇게.
거예요.
네. 만약에 패배를 하게 되면 그 선물이 다른 팀에게 넘어가는 방식이기 때문에 팬분들을 위해서 양 팀의 선수분들이 열심히 싸워서 오늘 반드시 승리를 해야 됩니다.
주장들을 저희가 한번 모셔보고 각오를 좀 들어봐야겠죠?
오늘 선물 꼭 따가서 선물 보내드리겠습니다.
아, 좋아요. 괜찮아,
이거 때문인 줄 알았어요. 자, 그러면은 여기 질 수 없죠. T1의 주장 우리 페이커 선수도 한 말씀 부탁드리겠습니다.
아다나 화이팅!
우리 좀 밀리는데, 젠지가.
뭐야? 아니 뭐해? 아니 뭐해?
졌잖아, 이미.
낚였네. 침 나갔어.
준비되셨나요?
준비되셨죠?
네.
자, 그러면은 스프링 롤 파이터 지금 시작합니다. 자, 그럼 여러분들의 첫 번째로 바로 펼칠 싸움
인물 퀴즈입니다.
저희가 보여주는 사진을 보고 3초 안에 그 인물이 누구인지 말씀해 주시면 됩니다.
그냥 이 판 해보고 못하는 사람 나오면 다음 게임부터 그거 하는 걸로. 깍두기 뭐야?
이게 적팀인데? 그게 아니야? 어떡할래?
나 뇌정지가 좀 많이 올 것 같아.
형이 못하는 사람이.
불안한데? 나 고수야.
나 첫 바퀴부터 틀리면 어떡하지?
바꿔. 자,
T1 준비되셨죠?
자, 이제 퀴즈는 다 준비가 됐습니다.
시작!
정답.
자세히. 정답.
울프.
정답. 광키.
정답.
데프트.
정답. 다시 돌아서.
클템. 정답.
정답.
빅단일.
정답. 아, 여기서 갑자기. 진짜. 누구세요? 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 누구세요?
땡! 누구세요 나왔습니다. 누구세요 나왔습니다.
보기게 잘했다. 선생님 몰라. 누구야? 모른다고? 어떻게 몰라?
자, 어쨌든 T1은 실패. 루퍼 선수를 틀렸어요.
젠지 준비됐어요? 그럼 도란부터 가보도록 하겠습니다.
첫 번째 문제.
도브.
하필 도란에서 도부네요.
도부고요.
네.
앰비션.
정답.
자, 앰비션까지 맞췄습니다.
저 누구야?
정답.
정답.
때 보여요.
운동준 해설님.
정답.
테디.
정답.
코어 장전.
코어장전 정답.
나잖아.
준비.
너야?
난데?
다음.
권웅.
다 왔어요. 3.
아 진짜 이거 그러지 마.
와 이거.
3.
아 진짜 이거 그러지 마.
와 이거.
진짜 이거 그러지 마.
와 이거. 아니 현준아, 너 뭐하는 사람이야? 뭐하는 사람이야 현준아?
사장님인데.
아니 이거 사냥 시작입니다를 모른다고요, 도란 선수?
네 연봉 좀.
지금 웅성성되고 있습니다.
아니
키가 너무 낮아.
진짜 몰라.
아니 무슨 이거 대본도 이런 게 나올 수가 없는데 기가 막히네요.
이번 상품은 그대로 가고 다음 퀴즈 때
그렇습니다.
저희가 2배로 선물을 걸도록 하겠습니다.
다음 배틀은 이번엔 인물이 아니요. 챔피언을 맞춰라.
이거 못하면 롤하지 마.
그치? 나 열심히 한다.
나 진짜 열심히 한다.
진짜 열심히 할 거야 난.
나 지금 약점인.
그렇죠.
나무야. 나 이거 최악체 할 수 있어.
세 문제를 먼저 맞추시면 승리하는 걸로
네.
가보도록 하겠습니다.
첫 번째 문제 나가도록 하겠습니다. 문제 주세요.
T1.
고현 씨.
뭐야 저게? 뭐야 저게? 뭐죠? 정답!
이거는 진짜 너무 훌륭하네.
까지 해야 되는 거였어? 나 그냥 이 정도만.
그렇습니다. 정답은 티모였습니다.
자, 일단은 첫 번째 문제 앞서 나가는 T1이고요.
네.
문제 내주세요.
T1.
오! 우와 씨. 센데? 좋아. 정답. 야, 잘한다. 정답.
들어갔어.
아니, 그라가스 진짜 웃음소리밖에 안 났는데.
그러니까요.
자, 그러면은 벌써 2점이나 지금 맞췄기 때문에
그렇습니다.
자, 바로
네.
세 번째
문제 갑니다.
뭔 캐릭이야?
이건 나도 모르겠어.
이거 뭔 캐릭이야?
자, 다 모르시면
좀 더 들려주는.
제가 좀 더 들려드릴 수 있어요. 자, 좀만 들려드리겠습니다.
우정은 영원한 거!
우정은 영원한 거.
우정은 영원한 것.
렌즈 알아요?
모르겠어요.
자, 일단은 힌트 드리면 우정이 있으려면은
뭔가 그래도 둘이
혼자서는 안 되겠죠?
현준이 이걸 알아?
알아요? 도란 알아요?
아니 뭘 알고 있으면 좀 해.
뭐야, 바꿔는 거야, 뭐야? 공사죠, 뭐야?
좋았어. 더블 여기 다 좋았어.
이거 좋은데?
좋았어.
이게 좋았네.
그러니까.
이거 좋았다. 자, 그럼 다음
네. 갑니다.
또 구매했어.
또 구매했어.
지원. 또 구매했어. 야. 진짜. 야, 좋아. 잘하네.
이거 진짜 인정.
그만이 잘해. 잘해. 상대팀인 젠지도 감탄을 하면서 박수를 쳤어.
이거는 인정이 되는
상대팀도
느낌으로.
박수를 치고 있어요.
구마이 선수 뭐 소감이나 이거 시즌.
네, 3경기 다 POG 받아서 기쁘고요.
단독 피어지.
결승도 이기도록 하겠습니다.
이거 좋다.
이렇게 되면은 이제 챔피언 마치기 된 T1이 승리했습니다. 축하합니다.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Carpet Space Kintex Edition. I am Atlas, who is almost bald, and this is Nemesis to go through that game number 1 where things started off kind of okay for Gen.G until they were really not okay for Gen.G.
Yeah, Gen.G picked the scaling comp and actually managed to go through early game, but then they heavily misplayed at Dragon Fights where the game got decided.
Yeah, and actually it felt like every single one of those fights just didn't go the way Gen.G were hoping. And the early game was great. Like Peanut being able to get that early gank for Chovy in the mid lane, which was really good. The trade on the bottom side actually working out for Gen.G. I had some hope that we were going to go to an extended series, but the way that T1 played out a composition that shouldn't have necessarily scaled as well in the late game was kind of absurd.
Yeah, they got 2 Dragons early too, but the Dragons weren't the most beneficial ones, and the game really started when Inferno Dragon spawned for both teams.
Yeah.
And this is where Gen.G actually managed to win some fights, but then they threw them back at T1.
Yeah, they certainly did. And having a look at the draft here as well, we actually had a lot of questions when it came to what was going to be the first pick priority for either side. The Karma coming in first was kind of what I was expecting based on what was still left available. Was anything surprising to you as far as the draft?
There was nothing surprising, but I would say Gen.G picked a lot of magic damage for my taste, because usually Volibear can't hit really as a champion because he becomes like a tank later on. And Ezreal also has some magic damage, and the rest of the team comp is pretty much magic damage only. So that was kind of worrying for me. Also, their champs need a long time to scale, and they don't have many tools in early game.
Yeah, although the early game was actually fine as it turned out. I was very scared about this Realm Warp as well as Paranoia combination, where pretty much you turn all the lights off and then a Rise comes in from somewhere unknown. So T1 had a lot of tools, but what it came down to in the end was Caitlyn went 7-0-1 before the last fight, and honestly there was nothing that could happen. Let's bring up our first replay here, which is going to be one of the later Drake team fights. We can't do too many highlights, but this was one of the opportunities for Gen.G to get Soul Point. But honestly, Peanut kind of just forgot about the Drake and then flashes late for it.
Yeah, so basically T1 engages into Gen.G, which is actually exactly what Gen.G wants, because T1 should be waiting Gen.G to engage into their traps, but instead they engage into them, and because of that, Gen.G takes actually over the fight, but Peanut just splash smites pretty much too late. The Jargon should have been Gen G's in my opinion. And then instead of that, they basically just run to Baron and they start Baron and they just don't do it fast enough. I mean, items just aren't there. Chovy is also itemizing very defensively right now, so the damage isn't there. And then T1 just, even though Gen G manages to get the Baron, T1 basically cleans them right after and the fight goes into T1's favor.
It was actually beautifully orchestrated as well with the Realm Warp from Faker, demonstrating that T1's mobility around the map is actually just really, really high. Because I kind of like the idea of going for a Baron after this. It's like, oh no, we lost the Drake, but if we can get a Baron, we might be able to extend a lead. But with Ruler going down here at the end, quadra kill for Gumayusi, it really just felt like things were over, because then the conversation becomes about, well, who gets onto Caitlyn and how can you ever hurt her at all?
Yeah, Caitlyn just got way too many items, way too fast in the game because of those kills. I mean, Gumayusi is really popping off the entire game. Monster performance, and yeah.
It's just too hard. Let's have a look at the final team fight here where things were wrapped up. It was basically a bit of a victory road for T1, but they were also able to make this one work really beautifully in, once again, a 4v5 situation where just Peanut goes for an attempted smite here. This is going to be third Drake for T1. But now just look at Guma's positioning.
Yeah, so Peanut, unlucky, doesn't get the smite in, and then the fight breaks out. And, I mean, the Victor damage just isn't there. He bought Zhonya, so Lux survives very closely, and Gumayusi at the end just basically just kills everyone. I mean, he has so much items, and also double scaling runes, dealing so much damage.
No, it's absolutely obscene. You saw that one headshot, I think, onto Ruler did half of his health bar. I think Ruler would have liked to have been one of the Ezreals that built Frozen Heart, but he's not one of those in this particular game.
He needs damage, so it's understandable. The team comp needs damage.
Yeah, and also he didn't have a Mythic, and so how were the ornaments supposed to go into the Ezreal as well, even as the game was going on? I was actually very curious about what he was going to pick up, but it didn't even end up being a conversation that we could have, right? Because they just didn't get to those items, weren't actually capable of making it work. And it's just really, really weird that that Ruler would be, that Gen G have this scaling composition and then aren't able to make it work. I think maybe game one of a best of 5 is playing into it just a little bit here, the apprehension and the pressure, possibly getting to Gen G in this game.
Yeah, I think Gen G actually kind of misplayed some of the fights, even though they should have went into their favor. For example, the 2v2 in the bot lane, if Lehend just flashes the Lux Q, and then he would basically leave and Kira would just die. So the trade would go into Gen G's favor, and also Ruler basically just steps into the trap right after, which is like really uncharacteristic mistake, I would say. It was just nerfs going into the players, I think.
No, exactly right. And I think that there is certainly some nerves playing a part. I'm hoping that in game number 2, the players will have sort of relaxed a little bit on this stage. Getting used to a new environment is definitely very important. But we had another thing that we wanted to talk about as well. The itemization, the fact that Chovy wasn't doing a whole lot of damage, and stopwatches in a game against Lux and Caitlyn.
Yeah, buying stopwatch into Lux and Caitlyn is really bad in general, because when the stopwatch goes off, Lux is probably gonna spell you right after, and Caitlyn's gonna trap you, and then you're gonna probably die anyway. Also, your team comp is lacking damage, you have double scaling runes, and so Rabadon would get a lot of value and free. He would also get an Ornament from Ornn, so Rabadon would get even more AP. And then Victor ultimate goes off even after you die. So basically, even if you die as Victor, you will still do a lot of damage because the ultimate is gonna stay basically for the full duration.
Yeah.
Which is why I think Chovy should have just went full damage build this game.
Especially when you've taken Everfrost, and you know, as far as Mythics are concerned, it's not exactly the highest damage in comparison to some other options. So I'm right there with you. I think that it was potentially a little bit of a mistake. And assuming Gen G is going to choose blue side, I'm kind of assuming this. We don't necessarily know completely what they're going to choose, but assuming they choose blue side, what are going to be some of the adaptations in draft that you're looking for?
I mean, I think just maybe more damage. I would say more damage, especially more physical damage. If they can play it, I'm just kind of worried that they put Dorn already on a tank first game of the series. That kind of gives me a bad feeling for the rest of the series. Also, to me, Gen G was always more of a red side team, so I'm also kind of surprised they chose blue side as the first game.
Yeah, it might actually be that they just switch it up anyway, and we have Gen G go over to red side, because you're right, they have been definitely prioritizing that. I think one of the scariest things, though, is the fact that T1 had, in our opinions, the composition that wasn't necessarily going to scale, and in the early game, if you're a Gen G fan, you were like, oh yes, all right, things are actually working out, but the inevitability that we talk about all the time when it comes to T1 is once again ringing true, and now they move one game ahead in the series. It just gets... I thought game one was going to be really important. It was actually something that Peanut had said in an interview already, that game one, whoever wins this is going to have a huge advantage, and he was looking at that game one as like his real avenue to find success. So it's really rough looking at the next game.
Yeah, 100% agree. I hope Gen.G manages to swap up the draft a little bit, play like a different composition that has different strengths, and then I think that the series is just going to be mainly decided by Dragons, just like this game. Seems like both teams are willing to play super slow.
Yeah, no, exactly. And we have a little bit of extra time as well, so we can actually talk about maybe what should change if we get nitty-gritty into actually the drafting phase, because I think it's so interesting in this game. I was expecting red side bans to be just Karma, Caitlyn, Zeri almost every single game, but we saw the Karma and Caitlyn left up. Do you think maybe that's not what you should leave available? Is there another way to potentially navigate this?
I don't know if they can deal with like banning Caitlyn, because they might as well just pick Jinx. So I don't know if that problem can get fixed. To me, it's more about the Jace ban. I feel like both teams are kind of reliant on Jace, especially Doran, and Jace is going to be permabanned in this series. So maybe looking at another AD champ in top lane might seal the deal.
Yeah.
I wonder if they can play Gangplank. I think he would fit this series really well.
I think Doran has got a few games on the Gangplank. Zeus hasn't necessarily stood out to me as a Gangplank player, but we were having a discussion about the Gangplank possibility and some Pirates on the top side, and that could have certainly been an avenue that they could go, adding extra damage, adding zone control. I like that idea as well. We do also have word of something that Gumayusi said during the drafting phase, saying that he was like, how dare you leave open my Caitlyn, as he insta-locks it his first
I
pick.
mean, he's got them right. Like, what a performance this guy put out this game. And I'm actually really excited to see what he does next game.
Yeah, exactly. And you imagine if you're Ruler as well, like this is Ruler's Ezreal, right? This is a very famous pick for him as well, but I mean, it was nothing in this game in comparison to that Caitlyn. Even though the laning phase did actually go quite well for Gen.G in the early game, late game positioning just ridiculous from Gumayusi. So maybe that is a thing that they do have to ban away moving into the next stage of the draft, but then it means that you don't have flexibility to get rid of things like Ahri, things like Jace, and maybe Ahri can be left up. Maybe that's something that Gen.G can prioritize instead.
Yeah, honestly, I don't know what the difference is if Faker plays Ahri or Ryze. I mean, he's going to be doing pretty much the same job for his team anyway. Maybe banning some other roles is more important, especially because I think this meta in competitive right now is actually just AD carry centric. It's been like this for me for a long time now. I think AD carry is like the primary role of the game. This is what the teams play around. So maybe banning ADCs would be just a better fit.
Yeah, and at least getting rid of some of the most powerful ones. So maybe we do go back to the Caitlyn's being banned. Maybe we also make sure that we keep banning Zeri and things like that, but it might just be that we focus on the bottom side almost completely and have a free-for-all in the top side of the map, which I think would be a whole lot of fun. What's your opinion about Jace counter matchups though? Because leaving that up is, I guess, another option.
Yeah, I guess if you want to go the easy route, you could just play Malphite into it, which is what most teams do. They just pick Malphite, and then Jace can have a really hard time. You can snowball onto Jace really hard if Malphite ever gets like evenly in the game, and Jace doesn't snowball early game. So they could maybe pick Malphite, but other than that, not really sure what else Gen.G can play into it, or T1, I guess.
Is it is the Wukong angle a thing anymore, or is that matchup like not as good?
No, I think Wukong is pretty much has been dead as a champion for a long time now. I don't think we're gonna see that.
Oh, it makes me really sad because he was like the original anti-Jace pick, you know. And
maybe if Mad Lance was in EU playoffs.
Not this time around. It actually, for me, is like the classic quintessential LPL pick. But ladies and gentlemen, thankfully, we are ready to head towards the Casa des for game number 2. Take it away, boys.
Thank you, Atlas and Nemesis, for that wonderful breakdown. We got to hear the ins and outs of that game and their expectations potentially for game number 2. And we'll, of course, get to start off on what side does Gen.G decide to pick after their loss on game 1. What are your guys' thoughts about this going into game 2?
Well, I think it's no surprise Gen.G picks blue side, even though they have been, as Nemesis mentioned, a team that has preferred red side in big series like this. Historically speaking, it's a different roster and it's a different meta. But as Nemesis said, the AD carry priority that you get on blue side is so high right now. Plus, you can, of course, take some other priority picks in a meta where there are so many S tier champions that you can lock in that first spot. I think that's what every team's going to pick in a loss.
As good as Zeus' performance was, especially in the second half of that series, I don't think that him getting a lead was the problem. So putting Doran on blind pick yet again, which to me would be the main reason to go to red side, so Doran can get a counter matchup and maybe get more done there, isn't really worth giving up the priority that you already talked about, Wolf. So blue side to me still makes the most sense. Maybe you go for a cheesy draft on red side, maybe you have a Hail Mary in case that the second game also doesn't work out, but the Ornn, scaling as it was, I thought did perfectly adequate. Got dove a couple of times, but it didn't really impact. And on a Gragas, he will probably do something similar. That's what I expect him to go towards. But as Guma said himself, let's take away the Caitlyn from him. Because as good as his Jinx is, that Caitlyn just, it's so oppressive.
Yeah, I mean, you're looking at now Gen.G on blue side for the second time, so they banned out Lee Sin, Jace, and Ahri the first time around, you know. You don't really want to give Ahri, as we see it there once again, Gen.G, our blue side. You don't really want to give Ahri over to Faker. Maybe you just try to leave the Jace open, ban the Caitlyn instead, and first pick the Jace and hope they can't counter you in the top side, but I'm curious what direction they'll go.
Can I sell you a weak side pick that's good into Jace? It's Malphite.
Yeah, I mean, it was mentioned by Nemesis earlier. I think that leaving Jace open is definitely something that could be done here for Gen.G, and you know, playing around Jace. You know, if you can get the tempo advantages that Gen.G found actually in the early game, early to early mid, you could play around the Jace very well. I thought that one of the big standout potential picks could actually be Chovy's Ahri. In fact, on blue side as well. Leave that one open, take that one for yourself. Allow Chovy to have that carry playmaking potential that Victor just didn't allow for in that last game. And if we continue to see late game scaling style compositions for Gen.G, the mid game decision making, the vision control, the side laning is going to have to be a lot better than what we saw in that first game if they're going to want to be able to win those late game team fights with an advantage.
Well, we're getting into this one once again. Game 2, Gen.G once again on blue side here. Let's see what we start off with. So Jace is not the answer, say Gen.G. They don't want to play it. They don't want to first pick it at least because they know that Zeus would absolutely pick it up. So they will take that off the board again.
And with the Jace still being left open, I was going to say, I don't know what draft changes we're going to see. It could actually be leaving the Ahri up and first picking that on blue side, as you pointed out, Wolf. Wouldn't mind that adaptation. Give Chovy a champion that, as much as he did well, played proactively on the Victor, a combination of the build and also the lack of CC and playmaking that the Victor has available for himself didn't really pan out too well for them.
First pick Lee Sin, maybe?
Also an angle. Yeah.
But
there's the Ahri.
Ahri Jinx is such a strong pickup here for T1. Hecarim is banned, so you don't have to worry about playing the weaker side bottom as Guma Keria here into the Hecarim. Ryze also an angle. It won them the last game off of the ability to speedily rotate around the map. And Ryze will offer you a similar style of power, as Nemesis was pointing out, in terms of setting up picks, also being a utility pick himself. It can actually save your backline. Is it going to have the same sort of damage or pick potential? But it can oftentimes, with better follow-up poke damage, get Jinx excited. And that is going to be one of the keys here with T1. Ahri, though, does go to Chovy. And I am very excited to see how this one goes. More playmaking through all aspects of the game than the Victor allowed.
The LeBlanc was the obvious other option. Lee LeBlanc has been very, very popular, but I'm happy after the Gen.G Dom Kia game in particular as well, with Chovy had such an incredible performance coming through. This has been a ruler mainstay.
This was definitely the expected pick to see in the second phase here, as the Nautilus pick will go over to Keria. And as you mentioned, when we were getting into this series, you can play a wide variety of champions, but you give him the good old Nautilus, and he's going to carry on it. He has the ability to shut down Ahri's dashes, Lee Sin's dashes. Survivable under turret here with this Jinx if dives do come towards the bottom side. Very awesome defensive pick here for Keria.
In addition to that, Keria's setups have been so good, his roam timers have been impeccable, and it's something that, depending on what Gen.G picks here, they might not actually be able to reliably punish, especially with the threat of the Ryze also in a side lane. Key thing here, I was actually expecting Gen.G to go and ban out some jungle champions, because you are probably going to walk into an R5 counter pick anyway. R5 Renekton is definitely an option, although I don't expect T1 to go for that. Renata, of course, has been a very popular response within the LCK into the Nautilus specifically. Has had varying success, and I don't love it with the Gen.G team comp. I would be shocked if it's not just a Leona for Lance. Augment, the already good pick, give them a form of non-committal hard engage. And also, as mentioned previously, if Keria actually does roam on this Nautilus, which he loves to do, with Xayah and Leona, you can actually punish and try to dive.
What are we going to get here on the top side for Doran with 2 top bans for the punishing picks of Renekton and Kennen, right? Like, what are we going to get here from Doran that he needs this much safety?
It's once again going to be the Nocturne, it looks like here. Gnar, I think, is a really strong option for Doran. It's going to give him, obviously, disengage opportunities, some really strong potential to set up team fights in the later parts of the game. Diana is going to be the pick here for Oner. A bit of a throwback for him. It was super meta when he made the finals last summer. But there's so many other options here in terms of side laning that Doran could pick up here. But for the moment, the Akali will be hovered. A lot of backline execute potential here, but this composition is extremely fragile. Very low health bars here, no traditional tank. The Lee Sin will be able to do a little bit of that for you, but all it takes is one big ultimate in a crazy team fight, and you can fall apart so quickly. Alistar going to give you a little bit more follow-up for this. You can set up engages with him, pick that single target, and win a 5v4. You also have a lot of utility with this Ahri into the Diana, if you can charm through.
And the Alistar instead of Leona. Interesting prioritization. We have seen Gen.G and many other LCK teams often default to the pick Alistar as a tank. Do you think he has more power? And that will be a look for Zeus. That's not a fun matchup for Akali, I can assure you that.
Certainly not going to be, and it is going to be so much pressure now on Doran on the top side of the map here. Guaranteed prio in the top side. Rise into Ahri going to have great control of the lanes as well. Diana will hit 6 around that first Rift Herald fight. T1 get an advantage like that. Start taking turrets off the map. They use prio so extremely well that I am very terrified here for T1, or for Gen.G, excuse me, in this early game. And frankly, does it get better in the late game? Not really until the Akali comes online. She'll have to weather the storm. Then you'll have some pick potential, but it all requires vision control. Alistar's going to be great at setting that up. But once again, when we saw how well T1 executed from behind in late game scaling, quote unquote, how decisive they were, does make you worry.
In addition to that, I don't know if this is a game where Ruler can really have a pop-off moment on the Xayah. Playing into Lucian, especially once Surreal does his finish, can be a problem. Actually getting on top of that pick is really hard. Jinx, self-explanatory. And that has been one of the main win conditions for Gen.G. Ruler has been so incredibly good, and on this Xayah, that's going to be tough. I don't even want to go into the Akali matchup because Doran did not have a great first game, and Gragas was a perfectly fine option. But then again, you run into Zeus is not, and this is something we keep coming back to. There is always something that Zeus is going to counterpick, but if you pick Gnar yourself, or you pick tank Gragas,
As we are very excited to get onto the Rift here for game number 2. No time to waste. As speaking of which, we are just fighting on the top side, 3v5, but that is going to be now Flash used by Keria, so he does not have that for the bottom lane.
Notice the groove up here for Gen.G on top side. If Zeus gets a kill on Doran here at this level 1 fight, the game actually basically ends. So it's actually really important that Gen.G actually kind of escorted him there to the top side. They do have a ward up there now, and he's going to be able to get away just fine. No summoners burned on either side. Nice aggressive attempt here for T1.
Especially because Keria has Hex Flash.
Yes, of course.
On the Velda, so who cares? Doesn't need Flash. Flash is overrated anyway.
Yeah, Hex Flash is better. It's got Hex Tech, you know.
Good pitch.
Yeah,
good pitch.
I like it.
And crucially, Doran also not going for Flash. As Teleport Ignite, which in terms of all-in pressure is actually going to help it a lot in this matchup. Did go for Conqueror as opposed to Fleet, so is going to have a rougher time, which it was already going to be in the early laning phase. But if he gets caught, and he has to like use an early teleport, which is why I like that I see Own a path towards topside, because an early punish on Doran is so debilitating. Repeat ganks are an absolute nuisance, and due to that topside invade and everyone from Gen G showing, T1 actually was able, Guma placed his Trinket Ward here, and this time they will actually know where Peanut is going.
Oh man, max range hook as a follow-up from Lahens, who is level 1 Alistair. But this is push going over right now to the side of T1 in the bottom lane, and I mean, this is just insane that, you know, last time Keria had to play the Lux, you know, quote-unquote had to, because he was with the Caitlyn, but now we maybe get to see him on his best pick, and it's already going well.
I mean, arguably the strongest support right now in this meta because of the utility he brings defensively, but also...
Only 10-0.
Yeah, 10-0, by the way. Owner 2-0 as well on this Diana pick. You know, one that was more commonly seen by Canyon. As Peanut is going to come up here and try to punish. There is no ward here in this brush, but Zeus will show the respect.
Yeah, he did see him hopping over the wall there with the one in the river, so it is enough vision for Zeus to just get away, and that is very important.
I think it was a Ghost Poro that that was shown there. Might have been another ward, but at the very least, play not working out, and now possible invade here.
Oh boy. Faker is here in the top lane at level 3. Doran at level 2 does not have much, and Owner's here as well. He's going to get into a Shroud. Zeus does take the one hit there, as now Peanut getting into the mix, but it's 3v2. So T1, they don't go for the dive or any kill, but they're still denying a lot here from Doran.
Pings onto Chovy's Ahri rotation over. Chovy will not be able to come over here and make any sort of impact in the skirmish itself. This will cost Faker some CS, but he's got teleport, so not really a huge heavy commitment. The risk was low and the rewards could have been massive.
Oh man, hits him blind in the brush. Lahan's able to headbutt out of the chompers, but might have to use that flash. One more rocket could do it, as Guma not quite able to get close enough, and Lahens will live.
Look at the restraint from Lahens and Rula. No heal used, no flash used, no summoners at all.
Oh boy, well, they're gonna need it now as he gets hooked again, somehow, through the minions. Not even sure how he mixed that one in, but that's just Keria things.
Just Keria, casually 20-4 on the Nautilus.
Yeah, quick cast curse. I'm very sorry, that was on me.
We're very good at that this split, as is known by Atlas, losing his hair.
Ooh. Doesn't know.
Doesn't know.
He has flash. Doran has no setup.
Yeah, this is going to be rough. A little bit low on the mana here is Zeus, but he has enough to dash, as now he will flash, and the miss on the Q means that Zeus will be okay, but he does have to expend that flash.
A lot of pressure is removed here, though, from the lane. I do really like this gank timing from Peanut, because if Zeus is just a little bit greedier, as you often are in the early part of this matchup, trying to force mistakes out of Doran, trying to push that wave into the turret, harass his health bar, keep it low. If you make one mistake there, then suddenly Doran's online, and this matchup becomes a lot more comfortable. Still get the flash here and still relieve a lot of that pressure.
In addition to that, it opens up a possibility, or more of a possibility at least, for Doran to actually find a level 6 all-in that he's without a doubt going to be looking for. Without all-ins, this matchup is not very fun, and works two ways. Both takes away Zeus' pressure and also enables, to a certain extent, if he can find a Doran, and he needs the help. As expected, is already pretty far behind, and this early Hex Drinker from Zeus is going to help so much with the damage that Doran can possibly put out.
Yeah, it's just a big mainstay item. We see it all the time on, you know, Corki gets it in the mid lane to survive against a lot of AP matchups. If you know the guy is going to look for all-ins, buy Hex Drinker, and that's exactly what Zeus is going to do. He's going to have pressure regardless of him losing some power in his, you know, in his attack damage early on in the game.
Now, obviously, Ryze got outpaced in this early game. Faker's having some problems keeping up with Chovy's CS because he did make that early roam happen towards the top side of the map. As this isn't a great win rate, but more on that later. But Faker is once again being put on the back seat, right, of this mid matchup because he's trying to play more utility. Chovy got a little bit of extra freedom, is going to come back to lane now, but it's not a big enough of a lead. Like I said, it was a fairly low-risk play here from Faker, to where Chovy doesn't actually have ultimate control like he did last time, doesn't have a kill under his belt. And I think that Chovy with this Ahri pick is going to have a lot of playmaking potential, some pick opportunities on, you know, a very squishy composition from T1 here as well.
Look at this, no teleport for Doran, and Zeus is freezing the wave right in front of his turret. That's going to make things really difficult, especially with Peanut sitting in the top lane, he has fallen behind the CS of Owner, who is going to be hitting level 6 and will be looking to make some plays.
Yeah, with Peanut puffing bot especially, Doran is not really going to have a safety net, so he can either try and get the crash and then maybe die, or he cannot get the crash and not get CS. And both options are not great, as we might have a bot side play here.
How does he keep hitting these? As now we are going to have the Realm Warp coming in. That's going to be one dead Gen G member, as down will go Ruler. And no more follow-up from Faker, as Lehens will at least be able to walk away.
And I didn't think it was going to hit. Clearly, Ruler didn't because he had flash. Funny walks out of range because they see that play as that's the Shuriken.
Yeah, that's the entry here for Doran. He's got R2. He's looking for it potentially, but he does not dive. As he says, here, Toby, you take it. You've got enough damage. He's got a Hexdrinker. So Toby gets up there and picks up the kill.
A Hexdrinker there, proccing, and it was really close actually, as Chovy's just barely able to take him out. As, oh no, Lehens.
No flash, no ability to get out of this one. You see Keria is just trying to give over the kill now to Gumayusi, who is excited, which means Peanut, of course, will not be able to do anything on the backside of that.
So now you've given over Gumayusi control of the lane. He's going to be able to pick up some plates. He's already nearly got a 20 CS lead over Ruler. And we talked about what Ryze can do for a volatile bottom matchup. This is now a Jinx getting a huge lead on Azaya from great hooks from Keria. The Realm Warp timing is here from Faker. And, you know, this is what happens when you don't have, you know, an extremely nice lead and a cushy setup as we did see last game. When the Ryze actually can rotate down, has that prio, things can become disastrous very quickly.
And the counterplay is good here. I do think from Gen G, it's just not good enough. It's as good as you're going to get, as I really appreciate Doran paying respect to the fact that Zeus, if he goes in and dies, will 100% get the better end of that trade.
Yeah.
But Peanut is doing the Drake while this is happening. Lehens going for this recall cancel is extremely greedy because you can just take the Drake. You've already lost your carry. Your wave state is at least catchable for Ruler, but instead you give over another kill. And T1 bot lane lead is astronomical right now. It's 2 plates down already and a kill.
Yeah, to Gumayusi, who just hard carried the last game as well. And you thought the duo of Gumayusi and Keria was strong. I mean, Owner and Keria is also incredibly strong, those two. As Zeus is pretty far up the lane. That's going to be the flash in here from Peanut. Hexdrinker not going to be enough to keep him alive, and Doran even able to pick up that kill.
Now, Owner does get Rift Herald, which is why they were able to make this play happen in the first place, and he's got ult, and if they grab a kill here onto Doran, they could just crash this in right away. Peanut will be able to escape here unscathed, though. But the idea here is great for Gen G. The punish is solid, but is it enough? Because T1's bottom side is so ahead, and they can shore up you know, some of the other issues around the map, which are very minimal, with this Rift Herald. As Chovy's going to get a charm, but who cares? Lehens, man.
Yeah, Lehens is in no man's land right now. I mean, he was able to spot Owner, I suppose, but now probably going to have to use that Unbreakable Will. He is surviving for an incredibly long amount of time, but I don't know how much CC this cow can survive through. So down he will go, and that's another kill, this time over to Zeus.
And in addition to the early game struggles that we've already seen, Lehens on Glacial Augments. Pre-6, you're a lot squishier, which we saw. But post-6, you have your ultimate. That should be enough, but it's not if you're that far into the enemy jungle as Keria.
Yeah, he's just looking for more. Not able to get that one, though. Chovy able to land the charm, and Keria will be taken out. Zeus now going 1v1 against Doran. That rocket not going to land, and Zeus will survive only because he's got some peel from his team.
Yeah, they're going to be able to save the turret here for a little bit longer as well, as Zeus is pushed back, but T1 with such massive leads here in this early game, prio in every lane, who is going to find some value elsewhere here when T1 committed so heavily. But it's moments like these where you could see that Gen G are on the same page. They know where T1 are, and they know where they can punish this, you know, fairly inexperienced top laner. But these plays don't trade back the value you get, and this is extreme greed here from Lehens. Like, look at the minimap. There's nobody even remotely close to him.
No, I assumed that his play was to move back and try to find a flank angle, but you need coverage. You need to know where they are as they do pick up the Drake. I just want to highlight, I hope we get the replay, Chovy's flash here. Like, that is so clean, because if he gets hooked, this play doesn't happen, he just he dies. So that's actually a really big play, because it's one of the very few good things that has happened for Gen G. But they're losing the cross-map traits. She pointed out, Wolf, extremely consistency. and trying to go for desperate plays with Lehends being that far behind enemy lines without knowing where Owner is a really big risk that I don't really feel like you need to take right now. Right? You still have a lot of angles, even if you get later into the game. Your backline access is amazing.
Yeah.
Zeus isn't having the greatest time. As I say that, he is still 450 gold up, so that's not great.
He's doing all right, you know, and Doran was not in the position to rotate over. No one was, frankly, to actually set for those setups that Lehends was potentially going for there. We'll never know. Maybe if he ends up winning this series, he'll get asked about it, but you know, if you're making an aggressive play like that and giving over gold and, you know, just coming up empty, it's just furthering T1's advantage that they have in this early game with these lanes. Faker, I was just going to say, Faker's playing very selflessly this game, has been playing for his team and is 25 CS behind, but that won't matter much if T1's late game composition is so much stronger with this Jinx, the advantage they have already.
Again, we see Chovy also go for a utility-based build, which is, Chovy fans, this is a familiar feeling. Is it utility picks? Is it utility builds? He goes for both champions often, but it does mean that even if he does hit the charm, presumably going to go Horizon Focus, he becomes extremely reliant on actually finding his skill shots, finding his Everfrost and his charms to actually do reliable damage. And the one upside here is that while Doran is behind, he has not been completely shut out of this game, has been able to pick up a kill, and has now just now finished his rocket belt as well, so should be able to, at some point, join fights, but just use his teleport towards top, right? Gen.G, there's a chance that this is a Cloud Drake, a Drake which, well, Atlas loves it, not as much utility.
Yeah, I mean, it's important that you pointed out as Lehends is going to be okay, he is the cow. But on their composition, they have a lot more damage this time around as well. So I think that Chovy with this lead, he can go for a little bit more utility. We'll see exactly how far down that line he wants to go. You know, if we see Horizon Focus and then like a Sonya's again, then maybe it's a bit egregious, but I think it's okay. He does have the biggest lead, and obviously he's doing Chovy things. He has 160 CS here in 13.5 minutes and the 2 kills, so maybe he should have just gone for full carry build, but curious to see how this is going to line up with the composition in mind.
Well, it's really interesting you mentioned that because, hold that thought, Keria does not know.
Oh, very nice.
Oops.
You know,
yeah. Insta flash. He should be okay. He's looking for the follow-up play. This is 2v3, but they have the Realm Warp eventually coming down. The Rise and the Diana, Faker and Owner looking and leaning towards that bottom lane.
Hey, Lehends here. No ultimate available.
This is okay. That auto onto the turret, a little bit unfortunate, but
he has Gale Force.
Gonna kill him.
He has Gale Force to go forward there. He has Flash for one more auto if he wants to commit, and of course his ultimate. So I respect Gumayusi just looking for a potential pick here. He gets that kill, and then this whole turret's gone, and the lead continues. But going back to this Ahri pick, I like this more utility-based build here from Chovy this time around, because I think that with the Horizon Focus, which I think will be the next one.
One-on-one. We got the Shroud out here. The Shuriken's going to land as he goes in for R2 and immediately gets shut down. Zeus going to put an end to that, and he even survives with the refillable ticking.
And there is the value, Chovy. He's hunting. I think it's going to take time. Too slow. Unlike last time, and that's so big, because getting that kill completely kind of vindicates Doran, but instead tries to go for the 1v1, loses it, and now Zeus is going to be more fed. And the extra income value, combined with that Guild Force already being ready, it's just too much value, too much damage, too much stats being available. And
Realm Warp.
Yeah, might happen again here.
Yeah, they have a lot of room to make this happen. Faker's opening that fight against Chovy, who is pretty far down the lane here as now. That's going to be the hook there on the Lehends as he gets trapped up once again. Who cares about your will? It is certainly breakable against T1. That's a big blade caller, but I don't think that's enough. A hook goes down onto Ruler as well. Does not have the ultimate to survive as Chovy, alongside a Peanut up on the top side, at least able to get the kill on the Faker. Now Doran goes in and trades 1-for-1, but T1 still up a man.
It's not an equivalent fight in the split here for T1, because notice the third item in Faker's inventory, the stopwatch, is broken. He's not very tanky just yet, only has the Everfrost, but Rise is a champion that can hold his own in these side skirmishes. Buy enough time, you've got two players trying to lock down this Rise. T1 is winning the war of attrition on the other side of the map with a setup combo there with the Diana. And Gen G, unfortunately, target selection pretty poor here in what was a most critical fight for them to turn this game around. Now it's really off the rails.
As I started the day, I said, Zeus, he looks a little nervous. It's, you know, he's his first split as a starter. He's very up. He's 5-2 in Lucian. He got camped, doesn't matter. Got killed in lane, doesn't matter. It's remarkable how good this player is for how short he's been the mainstay of this roster, and it's just hard to imagine any other player, at least that I know of, and I know a lot of up-and-coming players, to make a similar trajectory, because it's just ludicrous.
Let's listen in.
Breaking his potions.
Got him.
And he has the Gale Force, right? I mean, the Gale Force gets into space and also does the execute damages. Look at the positioning here of Chovy and Peanut trying to catch Faker. In their defense, there's no way for them to come down here and turn this fight in the choke point. But T1 are slowing that down in the 1v2, also holding aggro on the Rift Herald.
Oh, a little bit early there on the hook was Keria, actually. It's now Doran able to survive, and Doran will be able to pick up the kill. Zeus looking for more, and he will get it, but that's a kill fed. A huge 800 bounty given into the hands of Ruler.
And it's most important, it goes to Ruler. 800 gold to this AD carry who's so far behind. He needs this gold so much because these charms with this utility build from Chovy aren't going to do it alone. He needs to be there to do the damage.
Remember the last time Ruler got a big shutdown in the game they were behind?
This game is just off the rails. I mean, now Owner's the one getting caught over here. Doesn't look like he's got a way out as Charm will land even onto the very slippery Diana, and that will be another kill over to the side of Gen G.
Now, this is not quite the same situation as the Damwon Kia series.
I know.
But you do start to see some of the same patterns here, the same, you know, overextensions, quick, fast punishes from Gen G. And when Gen G are playing like this, you know they're playing at their best. Even behind, even when things look hopeless in a game like this, they're still finding these opportunities. Shutting Zeus down, getting that second pick. Owner goes down. The charms are good. Once again, Chovy taking these opportunities to punish time and time again. As this is just a great play from Doran on the top side. Hook a little bit early, as you mentioned.
Yeah, if you wait at the depth charge, should have been fine there. But instead, going to give up another kill, still a favorable trade.
And unfortunately, you know, there's no real way out for Zeus in this moment. He is going to give up the bounty. It's unfortunate it had to go over to Ruler. This is just a great play from Peanut. Kicks him away. Chovy's here to catch the pieces. Charm goes over.
Timing.
Chovy does not actually get the kill or that critical gold there, but still shutting this Diana down. Pretty fantastic.
Yeah, it's very big as now Peanut, it seems like he may be on some vision here. There's a lot of pings onto him. They see the ward go down, and so that will be cleared, and Peanut will recognize that. Take a look at the XP and the levels right now. Chovy, you know, he's just so far ahead of everybody else on the Rift. So there's been, you know, 6 kills given over to Zeus. The bottom lane of T1 is doing really well. And meanwhile, Chovy's level 14. So we'll see what he can do. I mean, we talked about the build. He is certainly going down that path. He did pick up the Horizon Focus.
And that's a really, really big spike, because without the Horizon Focus, so much of the damage of this build kind of falls flat. You lose a lot of your potential, but the extra damage that you're able to do, as well as what is hopefully going to be a many-stacked Magi's, looking good as Lehends.
Okay, we're engaging onto the Alistar. It's worked out before, but this time, Lehends is getting some work down. Guma has to flash away. Gen G now on the chase as Owner going to use that stopwatch for nothing. Down he goes. And that's going to be Gen G with the kill on the board.
I mean, Lehends, sometimes he looks foolish with these plays, these extensions, but when it works out, it works out. And T1 super disjointed in this fight. Once again, Owner caught off on the side. The ult went through.
Look at Peanut.
Okay, this is a big flank. Will it come out in time? Everything's being thrown in, and Doran dies inside the shroud. They just throw everything in the kitchen sink into there.
And that takes away the punish potential. They were looking for a potential collapse. Chovy STP, Peanut was behind them. But without Doran, you can't do it.
Now, Keria just spotting out Peanut. They're going to be able to force down this turret. So much extra gold now going over this Lucian that's extremely fed here in this game. And Gen.G had an opportunity. There was a window here. The punish play could have been phenomenal, but they're still a little bit too slow. As moments like this, the attempted punish from Owner onto Lehends is actually a great headbutt play, has his ultimate available, and then you see Chovy, once again, always ready to catch the serves that are given to him here by Gen.G, but this play leads to Gen.G trying to set up a second one, trying to start to really allow T1 to fall apart.
Look at this.
It's just too much damage.
Oh, man.
Imagine being a Kali in this game. Not very fun.
He's gonna stopwatch now.
Yeah. Well, I like that item. We'll see how it works out for him. But yeah, you gotta be careful. I mean, there's just an insane amount of poke on the side of T1 as Guma. Gotta be careful. He was forced to flash and actually took the brunt of, I think, the pain from Lehends in that last fight.
Really did, as Lehends' flash traded for Guma's flash is amazing. I would like Gen.G to just get Soul points. I know it's not the most popular Soul, but it's a good option to play for nonetheless. They are not looking like they will.
Yeah, sitting here and doing nothing is not going to be it. As Keria just puts him in the dumpster, and now Ruler has to run away, but there's a Realm Warp right on top of him as a big blade caller does come in, but Doran's losing the fight as well. As now front to back, the Jinx, the Lucian, they can kite for days. They will only be able to get the one for now. Faker able to flash away from those very nicely and does force the flash away from Ruler.
It should be T1 being able to secure this Baron. They've got the choke point set up and they have enough damage to do this. And it's moments like these where you try to set up punish plays, get punished yourself. And they're going to try to steal this. It's not going to happen.
Yeah, I don't know about this. Let's see what Peanut has in store for us here.
No cooldowns.
Okay, he's over the wall as Lehends gets in there and smites, and down will go Keria. Now the chase coming in. There's the one. Doran gets one and immediately dies, but a couple of kills into the pockets of Gen.G at least.
All right, now Chovy going to teleport bottom side here, going to try to get some push here through with the trade up. They're going to be able to get soul point with this too, as T1, once again, overextending a little bit here. And it feels like Gen.G's entire game plan is to punish T1 because T1 are playing greedy. They're playing with this lead. Moments like this where you don't have enough vision, you will get punished, but they're still able to turn this into a punish of T1's Baron. Now they get soul point. Now they're going to get bottom turret with Chovy on this Ahri push. This is just such a great play from Keria. Instantly the follow-up, and he's out of the fight.
And Keria does this so consistently, where he just layers all the Now CC on top. There is no counterplay. There is no ability to do anything. And then somehow, Gen.G is able to actually turn this around, right? So many defensive flashes for us, but the health bars, crucially, are extremely low. And I still think this is a trade that you take. As T1, it is a Cloud Soul, which is not the most valuable. And you maintain the buff on a few key members. Both Zeus and Owner actually make it out.
And they get the turret, as I was mentioning.
This combo, they're coming in once again. Everfrost not going to catch either of them. There's another hook. I don't think he's missed a single one, as it's not going to amount to too much, especially with no objectives on the map right now. He's trying to get some picks and maybe look for a push with this Baron, as over the wall here comes Chovy looking for the pick on an Owner, who is forced to go into that Zhonya's and will be having to back away.
No cross-map value right now for Gen.G as T1 are grouped up. They have got a wave and the Baron buff.
Okay, very nicely done there by Chovy. That's a lot of poke damage onto Keria. You got to take some power away from the Baron push, as now, not sure about this one. That's a really tanky rise at this point in time.
Yeah. Keria once again the target.
Yeah, they're going on in, and look at the poke damage. Chovy just not here. Teleport now coming in to the jungle, trying to help out Keria. Now Lehends nearly gets poked down, and actually it's a kill onto Zeus, as Ruler somehow able to take them down. Trying to put on that carry pants once again.
All right, Faker's in this brush. They didn't allow it.
Oh boy, that's another hook there onto Doran. Keria though,
hold up,
the one that has to take the brunt of this, as he will get healed up and immediately go down.
T1 are just pushing this so hard. We asked the question so many times, will any team be able to stop this T1 when they actually step over the boundaries of what we expect to be possible in League of Legends? How far could you push this? How many fights could you win down a member? Keria's got no mana, he's so low on health. And Gen.G have punished them so many times this game.
And this is a negative Baron power play for T1, and that's not something we see very often. Generally, they get Baron, they end the game. It's immediately game over, but it is Ruler on his Xayah that just gets kill after kill after kill. Doran what actually turns out to be an elaborate bait, flying very close to the sun, but it's working out nicely because the amount of gold that's going into Ruler's pocket has been instrumental for Gen.G in the past. Now hitting his free item spike on this Xayah level 16 for Chovy as well, that is playing so incredibly impressively, and even though the gold lead is still there for T1, a Cloud Soul on Gen.G's team with this much mobility, this much outplay potential, could possibly spell some troubles for T1.
Yeah, it certainly could. And remember last time we talked about how when Gumayusi got out of control on Caitlyn, there wasn't really any way to lock him down or shut him down. Not the case this time. They've got Alistar, they've got Ahri. Obviously, Ruler's Feathers can even lock him down, as we saw previously. They've got Lee Sin, they've got Akali. Like, there are a lot of ways that if Gumayusi dies first in a fight, flashless, he doesn't have cleanse, right? That he just straight up dies, and the fight is kind of unwinnable for T1 after that. Yes, they have Illusion, but he's going to fall off big time in the late game. Very fragile carry. And this could be, if Gen.G can keep doing this.
They've got an angle, but Keria is going to spot that, thankfully, for Gumayusi's life at least, because that could have been a very nice angle to get on top of that.
He won
Jinx.
No vision here, and they just will not be able to walk into this brush.
Would love to see Cyrildas here for Zeus as well, provide more utility. Has picked himself up, the Collector as well, and ever since the changes, of course, going to shoot way more bullets with that calling, with the extra amount of itemization that he gets here. It is going to come down to the fight, though, and if you look at the cooldowns, basically everything's available for everyone, right? No flash on Chovy. It's actually big, gives him a lot less reach, but he's still been able to consistently find backlines as Peanut. There is no one there, Peanut.
Hey, Peanut's there.
I don't know about this. Well, that's true.
But right now, in that moment, Zeus doesn't know that no one is there. And there's no vision here for T1 around the Drake. So if he sees Peanut, he has to walk away because he doesn't know that Peanut's here alone. This actually gives them a pretty nice setup here for Drake. They're going to have the prio. T1 have to find an angle here. This time, they don't have a flanking Camille to come around the other side. Chovy teleporting in.
Yeah, might need to be a bit more straight up from the side of T1, but now Gen.G have clawed their way back into this game. They are fighting over vision here in the river, and it is just the Cloud Soul. But there's not really much else to fight over right now. There's no Baron for 30 seconds, so T1 can't just run at that just yet.
Oh, Ruler's damage with this item spike, so incredibly strong. Attack Drinker as well for some extra defensive capabilities. Gen.G, love it when they can kite back, but the prio isn't really there for them. They don't have that much control.
Okay, unseen. He's so far away, though. T1 respecting him.
Zeus just spots him, and there's the Cloud Soul given over to Ruler. As Lehens takes a ton of damage, but at the end of the day, Gen.G, they pick up a big objective. As now T1, a team of 5 looking for this, but there's the charm on the Faker. Where's the follow-up damage? It's only Chovy, and Peanut's not able to get on in there.
Doran is going to have to go back and is
going in.
I mean, this is so risky. So risky.
This is crazy. As now the turn comes in and Keria immediately gets blown up, and now over the wall goes Peanut. A huge kick into that back line, and that means that Doran's got some room to move as well. Ruler gets on in there. Zay's gonna stand up to him. What am I watching? As he went a little bit too aggressive there onto Zays, but he will eventually be taken out. And Guma, the only one left here on the side of T1.
Is trying to get out of Gromp and get out of here, and it looks like he will get away with it. Chovy on the chase, but isn't able to find him here in time with the angles. But this fight is so easy for Gen.G to set up because they're trying to hold Baron aggro. Faker has no health. Keria goes through, but there's value in the Horizon focus. The charm comes through, and Gen.G get an easy cleanup here. They have so much cleanup when the health bars get low.
And that could have been an easy pickup. Gen.G crucially displaying the back end of the fight because Gumayusi gets kicked into what should have been 3 people, but instead Doran is too in the enemy backline. Zeus is getting chased down, actually finds a counter kill as well, and the amount of damage this man is able to output on Lucian is ludicrous. But Gen.G is still winning skirmishes, and as long as that continues, this game is wild.
Now 2 stasis available for Chovy, who's nearly hitting level 18. The guy is doing inexorbitant amounts of damage. He just flexed over to the Zhonya's after starting one needlessly large rod, realized, hey, I am the carry of this game. I am going to have to get so deep that Ruler can actually get that damage, execute that target. Lands his positioning suspect at first in this game, but he has baited so many critical plays, and Keria has been more of a liability than anything else in this game because he's so squishy.
Uh-oh.
Speaking of squishy.
Uh-oh. Okay, He's just fine.
Wait.
As a fight in the top side as, okay, Diana against Akali. The Moonfall comes in as that will be the execution. Akali does too much, and now look at this. Faker's like, no. See you later. I want no part of that fight. Keria is trying to set something up here now for Guma, but he is incredibly far away. Is the rocket enough? Yes, it is. That will be the execution. At least Guma picks up one.
It's a 2-for-1 for Gen G. They're starting to really pull ahead in terms of the kills here. Gold, very even. And you make a mistake like this before Elder.
Oh, they're going to keep going. They're not done yet. They spot Keria.
Uh-oh. That's Nautilus out of water. He doesn't know where to go. And he's got a nice little hook. He's buying a lot of time, but at the end of the day, it is 4v1. So Keria is taken out, and now, do you look at the Baron again? A lot of teams have had trouble with this in this series.
The key thing here for T1 is how much they stole. Get the counter pick on Doran and run Gen G around for so long that now Zeus can teleport in. Onus running over.
Faker has teleport as well. No Realm Warp, but no vision here.
They spot Chovy and Lehens.
Doran doesn't FTP.
Oh, this is a really nice engage though. Chovy looking for more. The charm not gonna land, and there is Lehens going in, trying to get the pick. Chovy desperate to get somebody, but a massive rocket in the face of the rest of the Gen G members, and Chovy is left alone. Guma is looking for even more, but they didn't even get Chovy just yet. Doran coming on over here, and nobody dies.
No health bars low enough for Doran to actually get executes here. Can he get Guma?
He's looking for Guma. He might be looking for both. He gets the one, and that will be the two. Doran able to take them down both.
I don't even know if that's enough tempo to do anything on the map. These teams just keep killing each other.
They just keep killing each other, but this is critically the value of this Maw. For Zeus bought so much time here. Still, Doran comes over, and this is anyone's Baron to take.
The Baron is like, please, someone, stop, stop pulling me in both directions here. I'd like to go to someone. This Keria has to
I'd like to
away.
know what I'm up to.
Yeah.
Realm Warp is up for Faker.
Okay, here's the follow-up engage. Keria in a lot of trouble. Down he does go, but it is time bought, as the Baron will be stopped, and Keria's sacrifice is not for nothing, but they will restart this here.
You just see how reliant T1 are on Gumayusi's damage. They cannot win the fight with just the Diana and Arise alone. Owner's ult's coming back up, but you don't have the damage.
Yeah, they're not going to be able to get through this Cal right now, as there's just too much CC. The Jinx rocket actually hits there, I think.
Doran's here.
Yeah, down will go Lehens, and Doran says, okay, not this time. Finally, I'm going to decide not to fight.
And if you're playing against T1, honestly, take a preemptive trip to the dentist, because it's like pulling teeth. You can't get any advantage against this team unless you are fighting them every tooth and nail. Look at this.
The charm not
so
hitting
hard
here means that you're not going to get a ton of value out of your Horizon focus. Lifeline gets procced here, and Zeus lives, so Chovy's unfortunately now in no man's land. Look at the health bars for Lehens and crew. Zeus gets away, but Doran all the while walking up slowly, didn't have teleport for this fight, and he's so online now that the AD carry is out of position. There's no one to peel, there's no Nautilus. Doran will have a field day. And he kills both, and because they're both gone, T1 can't win the subsequent fight.
Elder!
This game isn't over. We've seen our fair share of Elder flips in the LCK and in Challengers, as that is the combo into Doran, but the damage not quite there to take him out just yet. Zeus is going to get taken down. In goes Owner, gets a big engage this time. As over the wall goes Faker, but it's directly into this lethality Saya. Everybody's desperate to kill him, and Ruler will survive. A double kill now for Chovy, and Gen G have wiped the slate clean and might just take the game.
That's an ace!
That's an ace. Ruler on this Zaya. What can this man not do? He survives through, carries this fight straight up.
Looks like, guys, we might have a series on our hands.
We had to say it.
We had to say it. The turrets are going down, and T1 do not have the death timers to get up and defend this. Doran's got a huge smile on his face. 8 deaths for him. So many deaths for everybody on this Rift. But Gen G, they will best T1 in this second game and make it a tied series 1-1.
And that's the power of the full roster of Gen G. And it might hint towards this series becoming something else than what I think so many people, including all of us, were expecting, which was a one-sided T1-led affair. Because in this series, or in this game rather, Gen G matched them at every point.
And they won crazy skirmishes with a composition that has the Akali, has the damage, can execute both extremely squishy ADs. The Lucian and the Jinx were both left to their own devices so many times because Keria was caught. This is the power of Ahri. Ahri could take out the Nautilus, and so many times Chovy was there. You're trying to hook me, I'm going to charm you first, I'm going to kill you first. Now there's no defensive option, there's no way to shut down this Akali. She has free reign, no one can lock her down. And what looked like an unwinnable game for Gen G, they were so far behind this Akali, was nothing until 2-item, 3-item power spike gets hit from Doran. He has 8 deaths that game at the end of it, but he won so many of those critical late game scrappy fights that T1 opted into. I think if T1 had just sat back, played more passively, played more defensively, this could have been their game to take maybe a 2-0 lead. But they challenged Gen G in a way that I think Gen G was very happy to defend. Forcing fights around these objectives.
And it highlights T1. Where you always beat Gen G is how you move around the map, how you set up. Not trying to force mechanical fights. These guys are really good. Trying to take them on head on, I don't think is the answer.
Yeah, I don't know what got into both the teams in that game, but at the end of the day, I think it just favored Gen G. You know, if you're going to scrap over and over and over and over like that, you know, Keria's going to end up dying 8 times and Dorn will end the game with 10 kills. Like, that's just kind of the way it's going to go. It ended up just going into this crazy state of fight all the time. And that's not necessarily what both these teams are known for, but Gen G's composition, I think they took all that skirmishing so well, and they were just able to handle it really well as players.
I don't think Chovy is going to get the Ahri again. I don't think he's going to get it again this whole series. See what side T1 chooses. Maybe Faker takes it himself, but huge defining champion in this game. Doran did not get tilted. He did not choke. He came up big when they needed him most. Oh, and the pressure is sinking in. This is where these young players might fall apart.
He's like, wait.
He's like, no, actually, I'm okay. I'm just scared.
I'm not. Taking a break. Okay, guys, we are going to go to a quick commercial break, and when we do come back, we will have, of course, the Analyst Carpet Space once again with Atlas and Nemesis. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
보자 이거 천천히
나갈 것 같고.
일단 천천히 라이드
야 내가 잡아줘. 징크스
나이스 미드 끝내 일단 나이스 아 진짜 우리가 훨씬 잘해
맞아 우리가 훨씬 잘해.
훨씬 잘하니까 진짜 이거 우리 수만 얘네가 노림수만 진짜 좀만 덜 당해주면 우리가 무조건 이긴다.
맞아.
이 판도 우리 충분히 실수 나왔는데 우리가 이긴 거긴 해.
맞아. 근데 결국 우리가 더 잘해서 그냥 서로 실수 많아. 우리가 더 잘해서 이긴 거. 어느 누가 실수 덜 하냐 싸면 돼.
우리는 오늘 안에 고쳐야 돼. 그래 이겨.
고치자.
오케이 나이스.
다음 라운드는 고요 속의 외치! 각 팀별로 대표 3명을 바로 출전을 시켜서
그렇죠.
2분 동안 더 많은 문제를 맞추는 쪽이 승리를 가져가게 되고 패스를 할 수 있어요. 못 맞추면.
모르면.
3번까지만. 자, 이해하셨죠? 자, 그러면은 각 팀별로 3명을 선정해 주시기 바라겠습니다.
자, 한번 기대해 보도록 하겠습니다. 무슨 소리 하는지 하나도 안 들려주신 굉장히.
지금 들려요? 안 들려? 바보야.
바보가 뭡니까, 선수?
안 들립니다. 아니, 들릴까 봐. 네, 안 들리나 봅니다.
가보도록 하겠습니다. 자, T1 시작!
이. 에? 안 들리지.
문현준.
좋아하는 거. 에? 좋아하는 거. 문현준. 패스.
안 보여요.
미드
카이사?
정답! 이거 어려운 거 맞췄어요?
점프킹.
정답! 보기 잘해, 갑자기.
너무 긴데? 이거 어렵다.
마포고 매콤 주먹.
뭐야? 자, 패스 3번까지 나갑니다.
패스. 아펠리오스.
오, 정답!
이런 건 잘 맞추네.
네. 이거 반칙. 네.
빨리. 문제.
시간 없어요?
불러. 구독? 선수. 3, 2, 1. 땡! 끝났습니다. 세 문제를 맞췄습니다. 자, 그러면은 젠지의 고요 속의 외침 출발합니다.
시우야. 이지훈.
이어서 말하는
패스 될 것 같은데.
자, 패스.
내가 왜 있어?
발이 왜 나오냐고.
구마유시. 58.
아, 진짜. 다음 문제
시간 얼마 없어요?
자,
개꿀.
잡았다. 자, 개꿀. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 땡! 초비와 피더.
근데 이게 진짜 어려워요. 어렵기는. 네, 많이 아쉽게 됐지만은 어쨌든 승부의 세계는 냉혹한 법이죠.
그래서 T1이 세 문제를 맞췄기 때문에 T1이 승리했습니다. 네, 이어질 다음 대결은 바로 팝퀴즈입니다. 양 팀은 각 문제별로 대표 2명씩을 뽑아주시면 되겠습니다.
의자에 앉아서 시작하고 정답을 아는 선수는 앞으로 나가셔서 정답을 먼저 맞히면 득점을 하는 방식이고요.
네, 세 문제를 먼저 맞추는 팀에게 승리를 주어주도록 하겠습니다. 각 팀의 2명을 나와서 이 의자에 앉아주시면 되겠습니다.
탑의 자존심.
제우스 나왔습니다. 탑으로 갑니까? 자, 그럼 도란 나왔고. 객관식입니다. 끝까지 들어주세요. 2022 스프링 정규 시즌 솔로 킬을 가장 많이 낸 선수는 라스칼 선수입니다. 그렇다면 솔로 킬을 가장 많이 기록한 챔피언은 무엇일까요?
첫 번째 1번 리신, 2번 트린다미어.
저 안 듣고 나가요. 자, 그 여기까지 그만하고 자, 들어보죠. 리엔즈 정답 뭔가요?
1번 리신으로 하겠습니다.
1번 리신.
리엔즈 땡!
2번이요?
트린다미어.
2번 트린다미어 땡! 아닙니다.
아니야.
자, 돌아 알아요?
너 어디?
근데 여기서 자기가
알면 가. 맞다.
아니 3번이라 그래요.
몇 번까지?
야 5번까지
자, 5번까지 있습니다. 5번!
네?
5번.
5번 뭔데요?
뭔데요, 그게? 아니, 찍어도 된다면서.
야! 회사 날로 먹을 거야? 도란! 나 그냥 그 번호만 말하는 거 있어.
제우스 도전?
회사가 날로 먹으려고 그러네.
4번 제이스. 4번 제이스 땡입니다.
이거다.
근데 여러분 저희 얘기를 좀 들어주세요.
아니, 낙지가 도란 뭔데?
3번 제이스.
3번 제이스 땡입니다. 칼리. 네?
몇 번 아칼리? 몇 번 아칼리? 5번까지 있어요.
4번! 정답!
이게 아칼리.
와, 이걸 맞추네.
오너 대단합니다. 자, 그러면은 다음 문제 갈 텐데 바로 바통 듀오들이 나오네요. 2022 스프링 정규 시즌 최다 킬 2위 챔피언은 징크스입니다.
징크스의 초강력 초토화 로켓을
가장 많이 쓴 선수는? 주관식이에요. 한 번밖에 없습니다. 기회 한 번밖에 없어요. 기회 없어요. 한 번밖에. 자, 구명식. 나. 정답! 이거 좀 멋있네.
진짜 많이 썼어.
왜? 오, 바로 맞췄어요.
이거
혹시 룰러는 뭐 말하려고 그랬어?
저도 저 말할라 했어. 나 심심할 때마다 썼어.
심심할 때마다 썼다. 네. 이미 티원이 유리해요. 네, 분발을 해야 되는 시간인데, 자, 이번에 새로운 선수들이 또 앞에 포진돼 있고, 자, 그럼 새로운 문제 한번 내보도록 하겠습니다. 빗돌림이 내주시죠.
하면 긁혀.
도란이 왔었어요. 적극적으로. 적극적으로 갑니다. 자, 이번 스프링 정규 시즌 최다 데스, 최다 어시스트를 기록한 챔피언은 리신입니다. 자, 그렇다면 음파를 가장 많이 사용한 선수는 누구일까요? 도란 기회 한 번이에요. 틀리면 없어요. 오너.
아닌 것 같은데?
땡! 아닙니다.
아닌 것 같은데?
자, 다음. 페이커.
천천히 하세요.
캐년. 땡! 아닙니다. 자, 다음 초비.
피넛.
땡! 아닙니다.
나 알 것 같아.
이것도 맞춰요. 크로코. 땡! 한 번 더 갈까요? 한 번 더?
다시 한번 리셋.
힌트 필요 없어요. 자,
여기가.
네?
표시가.
땡! 아닙니다. 도란 괴로워합니다. 도란 괴로워합니다. 나라는 표정. 자, 습관적으로 나온 거 아니에요?
옴플릭.
땡! 아닙니다. 자, 진짜 몇 명 없어. 이거 조금 이쯤 되면. 캐리어. 엘린. 정답! 엘린입니다. T1이 승리했습니다. 축하합니다.
최종 승자는 어쨌든 T1입니다.
이게 또 팬분들에게 선물을 드릴 수 있는 거기 때문에 굉장히 좀 뜻깊지 않을까 그런 생각이 드네요.
오늘 기선제압은 한 것 같고 근데 이거 이기고 결승 지면은 쪽팔리니까 결승 열심히 해보도록 하겠습니다.
젠지 선수들도 이야기 들어봐야겠죠?
너무 아쉬워서 결승이라도 이겨야 할 것 같습니다.
결승 현장으로 가봐야겠죠?
그렇죠.
레디! 파이트!
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Kintex Carpet Space. I'm Atlas, joined by Nemesis, of course, to break down the game number 2 Gen G victory. I think it's on my hands. I think we have one, right?
Yeah, I think my prediction is no longer 2-0. It's no longer.
Are you adjusting? You're adjusting your prediction
I'm adjusting to 3-1 now.
Okay, what's the prediction now? Is it 3-1?
For Gen G now.
Oh, okay. So we're actually going back. We're just going to revert. Can we grab
just
that?
gonna swap.
We need to bring that graphic back up onto the screen. We won't do that to you, production. I apologize. Let's go over this draft, though, because we had a lot to say about the Gen G draft at the very beginning, but they won. I mean, it's a little bit confusing. Take us through what you didn't like about Gen G's drafting choices.
I actually didn't like Gen G's draft. I actually thought T1 had a better draft. It was just harder to execute than Gen G's. I didn't like the first pick Lee Sin. In my opinion, Lee Sin, they should have just banned Lee Sin maybe and picked Hecarim. That would be a better choice. I think their comp is like pretty much equal or losing lanes and worse scaling. It's just easier to play.
Yeah, that's what it sort of looked like to me as well. And I was actually in love with the Lucian pick for the top side of the map as well. Zeus also had some pop-off moments, but I think the top lane was a really big talking point this game. I felt like just the adaptation that T1 utilized in the draft. Ona, throughout the season as well, was a fantastic Diana player, so I was happy to see that come out once again, but didn't exactly have the greatest game.
Yeah, Diana, I feel like just got forgotten by the world for no reason. I don't know why. And it's super strange. I'm so happy also to see her and also like the Lucian pick. Honestly, I feel like T1 had a lot of leads this game, but they played kind of recklessly. They got the lead, but then they managed to just throw it back to Gen G. I feel like they played like it was a solo game and they didn't care after getting a lead.
Yeah, I mean, they also have a lead in the series, so I guess there is a little bit of pressure off. And if you have a look at the game at 30 minutes in, it was actually 34 kills at 30 minutes. So over a kill a minute in the LCK is something that we always have to celebrate because it's not something that we often receive because we are known for being a little bit more passive, a little bit more controlled. But this was a bloodbath. This was absolutely ridiculous. And I think that that had a really big impact on why Gen G were able to find their avenues and their advantages with so many slippery champions. Not to mention Cloud Soul for free.
Yeah, and also like there was a lot of highlight plays by individual players. I remember Doran had like a really good play on mid lane. He killed 2 people, traded 2 for 1 with Akali. There was a lot of Chovy moments also in the game, especially after Cloud Drake. He really played with opponents with mobility and charms. And also Ruler with Xayah Feathers was also really impressive.
Yeah, let's get into our first replay though. This was actually back in 16 minutes, and we really do need to talk about the fact that T1 did have a lot of control in the early stages of the game. There were about 1 billion different replays that we could have chosen this game just because there were so many kills, but I think this was the first most important skirmish that was happening because it was happening in multiple fronts as well. Really shows the chaos.
Yeah, so this fight is a win for T1 in my opinion. The fight starts really well for them because they pick up the hands for free and then they basically just keep engaging because they have number advantage. There's a topside fight happening on Faker. Faker's getting 2v1 here by, I believe, Peanut and Chovy, and it's just worth more in the end for T1 because they get more kills.
Yeah, exactly right. And then they're able to get the Herald off that, and I think they used that in the mid lane. Unfortunately, during that play, I think Carrier finds himself a little bit dead underneath the turret with a very aggressive Hex Flash play, but you could see that they were able to actually take a lot more map control off that, something that T1 are exceptionally good at. But they just kept skirmishing, kept fighting. And I think that it was like a competition between Lehends and Carrier to see who could die the most times this game, because they were just all over the enemy side of the map.
It's a very common mistake for people to keep chasing after they get a kill, and that can turn fights around really easily in this meta where there's a lot of spells where like you can't run into the opponents and there's a lot of damage.
Yeah, well, it actually definitely happened. Let's have a look at our second replay here. This is, of course, the Baron fight at around 29 minutes. This, of course, started with a bit of a dragon situation, and then we move over to the Baron after that. This starts with the pick on Chovy, and I'm actually amazed that the rest of Gen G didn't die here as well.
Yeah, so the fight starts really well for T1. They pick up a free kill onto Chovy, and then somehow everyone leaves with 1 HP. Yeah. And then they slowly go to Baron right after that.
Yeah, and they move up to the Baron here, and we'll speed it up just a little bit, and then this is where T1 make a mistake that Gen G made in game 1.
Yeah, this is the typical classic barn throw that happens in competitive, where people started basically way too early into the game, where items are not there yet and the sustain is not there yet. Now T1 does get the barn, which is a lot of gold and XP, but what happens is the Gen G can get the exit kills, and then that translates also into 3rd Dragon for them, so that's a Dragon Soul point, and then it basically just stalls the game again for another 5 minutes pretty much, because when you have barn only on 2 people, you're not really gonna siege with these team comps.
Yeah, and they were trying to siege. I think they moved down towards the bottom side of the map there. They were able to get an inner turret, but that's another fight that Gen G were then able to find some advantages in. There was some really cute play between Doran and Carrier, where Carrier sort of overextends a little bit, getting caught trying to hook a very low health Akali. And I think we need to recognize Doran in this game because honestly, over the last few series for this guy, and he has been very emotional in the past, he just hasn't looked his original self, right? He's been on tank duty, he has been taking a bit of a backseat role, but this game was about his Akali, and honestly, if he didn't get kills and get ahead, it's probably a loss.
Actually, he had a pretty rough start too. Faker roamed top lane, level 3 to his lane, tried to shut him down. Later on, he also got solo killed, so he had a pretty rough game, but he managed to kind of come back.
Yeah, and also Zeus, I think, got that solo kill towards that top side as well. Yes, he was taken down in the end by Chovy up there, but it was really, really bloody. And I think that at one point in this game, Zeus was like 10-4 with like 1 assist maybe or something like that, but he was on the Lucian, kind of a one-man army, but we had some gripes with the build choices.
Yeah, Lucian bought Collector Turret, which I thought was very strange. And then he didn't have pretty much Infinity Edge the whole game. And then he went Last Whisper Fort, which should have been his 3rd item, so definitely really strange choices. Also, people must not forget that Lucian is not a hyper carry. Even when Lucian gets a lot of leads, it's very hard to be a hyper carry like an AD carry like Jinx is.
No, it's very true, but let's get into our next highlight here. This is, of course, the last one, and This felt like a bit of a celebration. They managed to get the Cloud Soul, and honestly, I feel like Gen G played with this Cloud Soul really, really well because they were just so fast. And
Yeah.
actually, no, we've got another highlight after this. This game just went, it was just fights everywhere.
Yeah, so Gen G here got the Cloud Soul for free, which allowed Chovy to basically get this really huge HP burst onto T1. And then T1 goes for this Baron play, which honestly doesn't make much sense because they never have enough damage to finish the Baron. And then basically a fight breaks through and Kira just instantly dies and the fight is just favored for Gen G.
Yeah, and the way that Doran actually played this one out as well, landing the Shuriken onto Zeus, leaving him there, killing Faker, and then using the backflip, really was able to get a lot of damage. Wasn't actually able to win it out completely in the end there, but the amount of a ruckus that he was causing in that fight, plus Peanut's kick, absolutely beautiful to see. But it doesn't end there. There was just so many skirmishes, and I feel like when you do have all of these assassins and all of these highly mobile and pick-based champions, it benefits you. And we were looking at the Gen G draft thinking this is an LCK game, but if they're going to play all LPL style, then this kind of draft kind of looks better.
Yeah, I also think Cloud Soul played a huge part in this game.
My man,
the
right here.
mobility that this Soul provides you on ultimates and even overall is just crazy. And we could see how well they kited T1 and caught T1 like off guard multiple times this game.
Exactly right, and that's why we brought you on the show, because of course you will talk up the Cloud Soul, which I can't get anybody else to do on this show. Absolutely fantastic stuff. Let's get into our final highlight here before we move forward, and this was the kite back by Ruler. This was honestly when Gen G started to get a really noticeable advantage, but they also played this one out very well.
Yeah, this is basically a random fight, just breakthroughs in the river. And T1 pretty much goes in way too much into Xayah Feathers, into Ahri spells, and then Akali on the flank and everything, and the fight, the Gen G just clean sweeps them.
Yeah, we were actually having this conversation in the back room, talking about the fact that this game had been all about Chovy and all about Doran. And as soon as Gen G has a series like that and Ruler is kind of forgotten, he's probably just going to win the last team fight because it's not in your enemy's mind that they need to shut down this guy that is, you know, games are called the Ruler ending for a reason.
Yeah, and Xayah also builds very cheap items because they're lethality, so she managed to reach full build pretty much at this fight, which is where she spiked really hard.
Yeah, and I kind of want to talk about the series as a whole after this one as well, because now we'll have T1 that will finally get side selection in this series. They should be able to move back to the blue side. A lot of those drafting questions that we had are now going to be asked to them about what the priority picks are going to be, and I think blue side is going to be very strong during this series. But I also think the play is probably going to change after T1 suffered a loss here. What do you reckon?
Yeah, I would like to see Faker moving away from Ryze. I just don't think this champion provides as much value as people might think. As much as Runwarp has value in competitive play, Ryze just got nerfed super a lot. Even though he's like tanky, he doesn't really deal a lot of damage. I think he's not as strong as he used to be. If he plays something like Ahri or LeBlanc, I think he will have a better impact.
Yep, well, we'll see what happens as, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for game number 3. It's a best of 3 series now. Take it away, boys.
Thank you so much, Atlas and Nemesis, for that fantastic breakdown. And indeed, T1 will get side selection here for game number 3 after their first loss in a bit. Especially in terms of weeks. So we'll have to see how they do bounce back from that. I think definitely everything was let loose in game number 2, and I think they'll have a slower take to game 3. What do you guys think?
I generally agree with the takes of Atlas there going into this. I think T1 will slow down a little bit. I think that they will play more around their macro win conditions and not on scrappy team fights, especially in a comp, into a comp like what Gen G had. You put yourself at so much risk. And if they had played things slower, I think that they closed that one out. I think they have a 2-0 lead right now. We're looking at Gen G on their last legs, but Gen G stayed solid. The tenacity that Doran showed, which has been a rarity for him at the end of this season, was something that I did not expect, honestly. And I thought when I saw that Lucian pick, I thought, ooh, this is going to be rough. But he fell behind and then still did not hesitate, did not choke, played the Akali so extremely well.
Ties into what we've been saying about both of these two teams, where when it comes to Gen G, I think they can match anyone. When it comes to raw mechanical power, there's a reason why players like Chovy have been heralded for such a long time. But when it comes to trying and fight with that, why would you? You don't need to as T1. You are a team that, as you pointed out, can play it slow, but at the very least should play it cleanly. You can still go for very big tempo swings. We've literally seen them do that in Game 1 as well. But continuously, mechanically trying to skill check Gen G just isn't the way to go. I think T1 is just going to identify that as well, make that decision. I don't think Keria is going to take every single hook he can find anymore. And we're going to have a very different game number 3, because if T1 does continue on this collision course, we might have an outcome today that was not expected in the slightest.
Absolutely, and you know, I think T1, maybe they were trying to limit Tess a little bit, and they've been able to get away with that a lot against basically every team in the LCK, and now it's their first time playing against the full roster of Gen G. I think a lot of the times in that game, they were just like, no, we'll just engage and we'll win, and it'll be this and that, and we'll just run away with the game. Like, we'll just take the Baron, you know, we'll just sweep everything up at the same time. But so many fights, Gen G were surviving. Everybody was playing it so mechanically well that T1 weren't getting those kills that they're so used to. And then they got frustrated. They were trying to force Barons. And it just wasn't what T1 has normally been doing this entire split. So I think it'll be a big wake-up call for them coming into Game 3.
And, you know, something we talked about is Gen G have no pressure on them. They are the underdogs, even though they are, as a whole, a more veteran roster here. And T1, pressure's on now as we go into the draft for Game 3. You have your side selection, blue side. You have first pick priority. I'm going to go out and say something bold. I think if T1 lose this game, Gen G will actually take this series 3-1, because the shift that you already have going to a tied series right now, plus Gen G taking a win when you have side selection, might just be too much for some of these players to recover from. And Gen G, I mean, they are definitely feeling themselves a little bit, as the Rise ban will actually come through on blue side here for T1.
If we do get the win, I'm gonna upstage you, Wolf. I think we're gonna go to the first Game 5 that we've ever seen. I think these two teams are too closely matched for either of them to suddenly take the overhand. But you actually mentioned this yourself when we were backstage. Talked about the lack of Coma, which has been such a big stabilizing factor. These are young, inexperienced players, and as well as T1 has done, I mean, I say inexperienced, I don't know if you're inexperienced if you made it to semis at Worlds, but relatively. And Zeus wasn't there, so it's something. And for the first time, it's been up. And if he was feeling a little shaky, not too great about his Lucian game, those nerves immediately going to be gone, because this is the best Jace in Korea.
Yeah. One thing I will say, though, is that if Gen G are leaving Jace available for Zeus, they have a plan.
Yeah, and
you can't just leave this and not have a plan.
I mean, the Ahri is still available. Twisted Fate and Rise, of course, off the table here. But there are so many different champions that can shut down the Jace. So take the Lee Sin, of course, with one of those champions. But I don't think the Malphite comes through here at this stage, as this would be extremely high Xayah priority over Jinx, and it's going to get locked in.
Also, not taking away the Ahri. And that's honestly into specifically Jace.
Diego Ahri's coming through.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, into specifically Jace. The Xayah is purely comfort for Ruler. The one downside that the champion has, it's really hard to play into poke. It's really hard to play into range. And prioritizing that is a clear sign from Gen G that they value Ruler so much. He did have an amazing performance, but not giving over the Ahri, or not taking the Ahri, giving over to Faker, even if Chovy gets his LeBlanc, is definitely a risky move.
I mean, I look at these 6 champions that are locked in on the screen, and I feel T1 has the extremely better end of the deal. Ahri works so well with Viego, works so well with Jace. I think you have to ban now Jinx as Gen G, because you already have somewhat of a range problem. There's so many ways for Jinx to get excited. You already have good poke and pick. I think if Gen G leave open the Jinx here for Gumayusi, it is a huge mistake. A bigger one than I think they made early.
Hey!
Sorry, Chronicle, no Malphite in this finals.
They respect it. I'm fine with it. I'll take it. Gragas then as well, presumably, because otherwise you just are for a Gragas here, and you're still feeling completely fine. I've seen that pick work out very, very well.
For Doran in particular as well.
Yeah.
I think it's definitely the right call. Ornn doesn't feel as great in this composition for Gen G.
That's a couple of bans here towards Keria, and I mean, we've said this before, the guy is the champion Ocean. I understand the Nautilus ban, but the Zilean ban, very unique, very interesting to me.
They're gonna go Kench then, right?
I think they very well might, and I mean, it's a pretty easy Jinx angle here. You have so many ways for her range to abuse Gen G. If you protect her well, you know, against the LeBlanc, which is the one way that she could potentially be picked here, then how do you win these fights as Gen G? They're going to pivot to the Camille here into the Jace. Can be a very powerful matchup for the Camille to get advantages in. Can be somewhat volatile. But, I mean, it's a really easy Jinx angle here. Jinx Kench, like, as you were saying, as I was saying, like, I feel like this is a draft gap by a large margin here for T1. They have everything they'd ever want. It's comfort for these players on every pick. Like, how do you walk away with a W here, Gen G?
The Camille, especially with the Kench face up and knowing how much Keria loves it, takes away so much. Because actually, if that Kench is not available, and it's a Nautilus instead, Gen G have so much backline dive that they can actually utilize extremely well. And if you add the Yuumi to that, like, the amount of playmaking potential is Gen G saying, we want to play exactly the same game as the previous one. This is going to be scrappy, this is going to be explosive, but this is so much comfort for T1 and a champion that literally counters so much of the aggressive playmaking from Gen G in that Kench.
It's T1's comp has range, it has pick, it has poke, it has it has pretty much everything you could ever ask for. And in those scrappy fights too, Jinx gets excited, Diego gets resets. Like, this is once again going to be on, I think, LeBlanc and Xayah, Chovy and Ruler to actually carry this game. Doran can side lane, he can start pulling T1 around the map, but I don't trust that this Camille is going to have macro control against this team, T1 in particular, whose macro has been so magnificent.
One big thing is that Yuumi can be a big difference maker. I do think, as we saw, into poke comps and into reset comps, pick has so much value.
Yeah, it's really kind of insane. And I think what Chronicler said about trying to play into what worked in Game 2 might just be the biggest thing, because on paper, in this meta, Wolf is right. Like, I think that T1, they get the draft of their dreams, right? There is so much for them. And Gen G give up a lot by saying, we found a solution. We found an answer. Let's do it again.
It's just so high risk. But in all three games so far, I think we've all given the nod to T1's ability to set up plays, get ahead. We've liked their draft because it is T1.
All right, here we go onto the Rift once again. I'm sure that everybody, perhaps even the T1 fans, will be happy that it's not just going to be a 3-0 stomp. We do have a series here. It is a 1-1. Only 3 potential games left to go to crown a champion of spring. And at this point, now that Gen G have proven themselves with the win, it could be anybody.
And giving it some more FUD. The Yuumi not only good into the Jace, but also into those reset champions. And with that pick, as much as I think it can still be a liability in the laning phase, because if you haven't seen Keria's Kench before, think of it as Leona, but also Kench. He somehow does both. Doesn't make a lot of sense, but truly the things we've seen, kind of ludicrous in that regard. And if you don't shut down this Gen G composition in the mid game, which again, they have every tool to, and you actually reach late, even with the amount of comfort that T1 have, I can see angles for Gen G. If you can play the fights a little bit slower and utilize the healing from this Yuumi, that's...
Faker he says, I am the OG LeBlanc. I'm so sorry, Chovy, I'm going to grab your clone out. So being a fairly even trade at the end of it, but really do appreciate the angle that Faker took there and the early Electrocute proc. We'll get the clone out early, force out those corrupting pots. This is an early pathing.
The cheese!
This is one way to deal with this matchup. You know, Zeus is trying to put on the pressure. Peanut's here at level 2. I mean, the hook shot taken first, too, so now Zeus just trying to survive. The red buff comes in, the slow is there, and one more auto could do it, but they don't get it! And the follow-up auto nearly takes out Doran. They get the flash out of Zeus, and they nearly kill him, but he will survive.
But they use 2 flashes themselves, and, you know, this is just a really nice reaction from Zeus. It's still early days, and even with the hookshot start here for Doran, they're not able to lock down the kill.
Not only that, but with the ward also dropping in the jungle and Pryo in his bot side, Oner can just take the jungle for free. This is an extremely high-risk play. You basically flip the game here early. Flip doesn't go your way, and now Oner is going to eat up your entire bot side jungle. I don't think you're going to have the Pryo to counter-invade. If you are Peanut, And he's going to be very far behind. We do see the pings go down, so Doran and Chovy now going to try play it to engage.
There's Leona. Leona, though, takes a couple of hits with the turret as now Guma has to try to kite this one back. But those minions also helping out here. Ruler will get healed up here by the Yuumi, but Keria, all jokes aside, on this Tahm Kench, maybe a little bit too aggressive this time.
Yeah, and with Yuumi here, you could heal that back up. You're invulnerable while you're attached here, so not feeling too bad about how this one goes as Gen.G at all. But still, early push going in. As Peanut's going to try to make this happen again with no flash available for Zeus. Level 3.
It's
a whole wave here.
Yeah, you can't.
Yeah. Not the way. You know, he's trying to flip that coin again, double down, but seems like his luck is going against him this time. Zeus with a great read. He's able to crash the wave and get it back in. He still has teleport if anything, you know, like a fast push came in, so he's totally fine.
We could have also seen Chovy play the Vex here, as we're going to go back to this topside dive. Timing here for Peanut is extremely aggressive. Hookshot taken at level 1, as you mentioned. Zeus jumps forward here, flashes, and the red buff here ticks down, but he is able to chug through those pots, survives just long enough with all these minions here.
And if Zeus is unable to actually jump to Peanut at the beginning there with 2 Disguise, he might not live, right? It's literally an extra auto, and that would have been the end of it. Maybe Peanut could have gotten an extra auto in with Doran tanking, but that's a flip at that point as well. And Oner still has his entire topside jungle up. He's going to be able to farm that out. Peanut still sitting on level 3. Early attention paid towards topside, not paying off.
Oh, Doran in a lot of trouble here. There's the damage coming in, waiting for that knockback till the last second, but Doran is able to hang on to that hook shot and survive.
Really patient, and now Peanut will be able to at least get some of that jungle back. His Oner's not done.
Oh boy, this is rough. He's gonna land that stun right down the middle. He's still got flash. Doran is going to land the stun there, but with the flash, Oner does hop in and pick up the first blood.
And in a volatile matchup like this, you fall behind as the Camille like this. I mean, so much CS is going to be lost. Plates are going to go over to Zeus. This is a pretty disastrous situation.
Peanut's still level 3.
Yeah.
He got Krugs. And the best thing, and this is what makes T1 so scary, is they read the map. There's no response from Gen.G on top side, meaning Peanut must be bot side. Gumayusi and Keria, they don't get caught out. Ruler can't even pick that camp up, and now, or Peanut rather, and now he's still so incredibly far behind. He's probably going to hit 4th of this, so that's something. But Oner, with that kill, with the CS lead, with the wave that he was able to soak XP off, so far ahead in this early game, and now with that kill as well, he's going to run the Rift.
He certainly is, and it's Viego Ahri. It's Viego and Jace, right? And it's Zeus' Jace. We talked about the priority between these two champions.
Oh.
And he could just keep doing this. And once he hits 6, he has a new flash. So,
yeah. And I think Doran, you know, he can play this relatively safe and just not go for plays now that the entire early game has heavily shifted against him. But if this wave pushes out and Oner is patient enough and is ridiculous enough here, he might be able to land it. And there is the stun. The shock blast, though, not able to hit. I think it hit the minion in front of Doran, so Doran survives, but at what cost?
So much minions, that's the answer. So many minions are going to get taken away from him. Plate as well. And just aggressive plays like this from Oner in the early game is what he did against Damwon Kia, against Canyon. This is what he loves to do. Changed the whole identity of T1 since he joined this roster.
And the cross map doesn't exist. Maybe they get a Hextech Drake, but the amount of gold that you give up here, it's another wave for Doran that doesn't have 6. No assistance, still can't walk up. Chovy teleported to mid to catch the wave, but Doran,
you're not allowed to be here anymore. They already told you this is not your lane. As Peanut struggles to even take down the Hextech, he will be fine with the smite. I suppose the one good thing is that Ruler, maybe with some newfound confidence and after that early trade, seems like he's doing pretty well in that bottom lane.
And that's the one benefit, is that Ruler and Lehends can play as punishing as they want to because Oner has been paying so much attention to top side.
Yeah, and you know, the advantages that T1 have here on top side of the map and how much farm Doran has lost is significant now. But as long as Doran plays it safe, he still will be Camille later on in this game. Like, he still will be relevant. The question is, will he be able to fight on a Rift Herald? There's Chovy.
Oh, Chovy's going in for it, the double distortion. He's trying to get on top of Faker. There it is. The flash forward nearly catches him, but Faker on the Ahri is able to use that extra Spirit Rush to get out alive.
Yeah, really important that he does escape there. As Dark Seal started here for Chovy early, and if he gets that kill, he starts to get out of control. It could be another avenue back into this game. But Rift Herald is spawning now, and Doran is not going to be relevant in this fight at all. And that's what is so frustrating right now for Gen.G, is you're given T1, who already have control of topside here, basically guaranteed plates.
And Jonas Strong is telling us a story of Peanut. He just wants to hit level 6. He just wants to get some jungle camps, and as his opponent is making plays across the map, this poor Monk, desperately trying to get access to Dragon Rage, will do it, I think, once he clears his wolves. But
oh boy, Guma in a lot of trouble. Look at this. He does have his flash as the Blade Caller will come in, does root down Keria. Not quite enough damage as Lehends will have to hop back onto Ruler. But you take a look at the state of this bottom lane, and again, Ruler and Lehends are just dunking on them.
Yeah, and with the pressure here, T1 backed away from turret. They didn't actually start this Rift Herald because of the threat of Chovy. So now 2 plates for a Herald is going to be worst case scenario here for Gen.G on this first objective. Of course, Doran isn't going to be able to escape from this. His turret is probably going to be deleted off the map with the lead that Zeus has right now, but it could have been much worse.
Key thing is how well Gen.G will be able to respond, because giving up first turret blood means that it's still a very favorable trade for T1. As I look at the turret health, Zeus has already done the work. There is
it's like already done.
No, it's gone. I was like, it's still on maybe 3 plates mid. No, it's done. Doran, just run. Doran.
Well, he's calling Peanut up to the top side, but
I don't think he'll be in time.
Yeah, I think it's just too late. The hook shot is buffered nicely, as Owner decides probably don't even have to force it just yet.
Yeah, can actually
might just let Zeus take all the plates by himself. As you take a look at another lane where Gen.G are winning. This is not even so far. Chovy has been getting the better of every single solo trade here. As Doran, oh boy, maybe not this time, as he will go in. And now he's got Peanut, and the kick nearly saves his life, but Owner is trying to get on in there with the hook shot. Not able to get away, as Peanut at least will be able to clean up the kill.
No flashes traded here on the top side, but going back to what you were saying in terms of the lanes that are winning here for Gen.G in mid and bottom, this is the story of what this series was likely to be, was lane prowess for Gen.G versus macro for T1, and we're seeing it in action here in this third game at a 1-1 series right now, but T1 is still trading up, still 900 gold ahead in this game, and the lead now is, oh, hold that thought.
Yeah, Chovy might be forced to get out of this one. Faker, though, is leading him down the lane. He does have that, but the chain stun will be enough to make sure that Chovy does not get away, but here we go. Rocket is coming in. Can it land onto him? No. Chovy will be able to dodge to the south side.
Crucially, as the dust settles, our question becomes, is the trade worth it for T1? And that's very hard, because as mentioned, Zeus is an incredible player to pump resources into. He has, throughout the entirety of the split, been extremely dependable, and I do like that. But at the flip side, this Yuumi, especially with Lehends, as he always does, going for AP, is going to become a problem. And I wonder, as we get deeper into the game, to what extent is Zeus being fed going to be enough for T1 to actually get a definitive lead against this Yuumi pick? Because again, Yuumi ruins so much of what T1 wants to do in the later stages of the game, and thus far, trades have been good, but I would like to see a little bit more. Get those turrets down, get those Drakes.
I personally think so far it is. I think T1 have...
Well, it's right now for sure.
I think that the power that they have in terms of what this comp will do, not only in the late game, but also in the mid game, the range advantage, the pick potential, their vision control that they have, which is going to be super oppressive, means it's very difficult for Gen.G to use the slight advantage they had mid, the slight advantage they had bottom. They no longer have. Chovy,
yeah, he's
forced away.
And look at this, the save on the Rift Herald, what we were talking about. Zeus is left to just dominate that lane alone, as there's going to be the charm in onto Peanut, and a huge rocket hits both of them, and Peanut just barely going to survive. But again, they're giving so much over to T1. This is going to be another charge on the Rift Herald.
And this is the first of 3 games we've seen the traditional macro T1 where they get massive turret leads in the early game.
Uh-oh.
Oh, man. Here comes the big-time gang from the engaged champion, Keria's Tom Kent. He's looking for the stun. There's the Devour onto him, as Doran will get into the Hex Tech. That's going to be a miss on the lick, as 1v1 now in the jungle. Peanut is not going to be able to follow up on that one, as Owner is nearby.
Such a masterclass, though, again, for T1 on the macro front. Yes, this bottom turret is not going to last for much longer. It's going to go down right now with this next wave. And yes, Gumayusi is behind, but he doesn't need to be fed in this composition for T1. His kills are going to come later in this game. Yes, he's 20 CS behind. He's already got a kill from that Super Mega Death Rocket. And yes, Gen G are going to get a Drake lead here, but T1 have so much power with vision control, and that has been something they cannot remove. Is Zeus?
Okay, well,
baiting him in.
Yeah, didn't see him there, but Chovy is around. You can see, though, that Chovy does not necessarily want to get in on this one. Knows the potential of the stolen Camille. And Owner nearly gets him there, but that's just going to be another kill on Adoran, thinking that Owner had backed away.
And that's such a big moment, because already it's such a decisive momentum swing with the kills coming down here in mid, right? Chovy already taken low, Cryo found for T1, and they do this so well. Carrier just walks up, throws down the Ignite, and Chovy can't contest. The response isn't really there from Gen G, who don't read this play as well. And crucially, with Chovy dying there, there's another charge.
Yep. And Faker.
Well, interesting Everfrost. He is trying to get away, though, with the Spirit Rush. The charm is really on point, so unfortunate positioning, but he is Ahri at the end of the day.
This is a 4,000 gold lead, 5,000 gold lead there, 4.5 at 14 minutes. Ruler is trying to farm, he's at risk.
Okay, he is on the run here. He does have everything, basically, but they force out that ultimate as over the wall goes Zoner. He's just going super deep. There's nobody here to help out Ruler, and that's just a dead, alone Xayah.
I mean, this is the power of this composition. You get ahead with Viego, 2,204 gold. The leader right now is Owner, and you can't farm even a Xayah. Xayah with flash and ultimate is not safe. Not even a little bit. There's no turret in the mid lane. There's no Bastion to fall back on. Gen G can't farm freely. They can't do anything. And Chovy can't make plays on this LeBlanc because he can't see. He's blind. Gen G, look at the ward coverage. It's defensive in their own jungle. As this is just once again, Ruler's like, oh no, I've done this. It's the Ruler spot, right? And Zeus is here. The perfectly timed ultimate when the first W comes through, then flashes the wall. Owner comes through with the second one. There's no turret, no safety, no survivability. As Carrier's like, oh, I wanted the assist.
Chovy's on his way as well, right? And the entirety of Gen G just getting picked off left and right now. And what was a possible, I think, angle at a later stage in the game is now rapidly becoming insurmountable item leads. Look at Zeus getting close to the Manamune, already has Eclipse. Doran doesn't even have a Mythic, right? We see Lahens just not, well, I guess he has as Ludens, which in the grand scheme of things is not a thing to write home about. And Owner is still maintaining a 2-level lead over Peanut, who has not been able to find nearly the impact. It started with the topside flip didn't work out, and then he got punished appropriately with Owner just completely running over the map. And if that doesn't happen, if that early matchup was a little bit more even, if Peanut can match, then maybe Doran isn't this far behind.
Yeah, and we saw the biggest jump on the goal difference graph was the play on mid lane, right?
Yep.
Because not only was Zeus, holding a very solid lead in the top side, but the second you lose mid plates or mid turret with all the plates, and then the second mid turret, as well as one of your guys on your team, you're just losing too much. You're just giving way too much over to the side of T1. So regardless of what the situation, the state of the game is, you just can't give over that much here. As the second Rift Herald here is looking to be dropped into the bottom side. It picks up yet another turret as T1 look to further their lead.
T1 just taking turrets off the map surgically, one by one, removal after removal. And notice the deep vision they're setting up here for the next objective. It's on Drake's side. They already took second Herald.
Oh, this is maybe a tale of 280 carries. They seem to know that Gumayusi is in here. That's okay, the choppers come in and Faker is around, so he will be okay. But you see that Gen G, they're on the hunt as a team. Maybe we can catch someone. As over the wall, the Heartbreaker comes. Owner, he's spotted over the wall, but it will not be enough to catch him.
And if you're going into this skirmishy stage of the game, this far behind us, Gen G, you better start off a fight with killing Owner and then killing like 2 other people. I don't know how you do that into Carrier. Shouldn't be able to. And that's kind of the underlying problem here with how well T1 played the map. This is exactly what we expect coming into this series. Exactly the type of playstyle where don't go for random skill checks. Just pull Gen G around the map, get your prio, and then try to trade better in every single scenario. And that's what they've done this entire game. That's why they're up 6k gold at 17 minutes. And yeah, 2 Drakes.
And with no vision, this comp is so oppressive. You can't walk into this choke point. You can't do anything. Like, I wish we'd see a toggle here on vision because, like, Doran's on a flank, and I mean he could be on a flank, but he just dies if he comes in. Len's gonna eat a shock blast, so I guess that's who you want to hit it if it's anybody. But
not bad actually. Chovy's over the wall now. He's getting some damage in. That's a nice little poke as the charm is going to land here from Faker, but you can see that T1, they're not necessarily comfortable to take the fight right now. As in goes Doran onto Zeus. They take out the Jace. Wait. Gen.G, they found the angle. A lot used for not much, but at the end of the day, it's still the one kill is not enough with the Dragon to get Gen.G back in.
Yeah, they got Soul Point as well. And Ocean Soen Yuumi is not fun to play into, I can guarantee you that.
It's just a really messy fight here for T1 as well. They had so much catch and turn there, but they didn't utilize it correctly. It's Zeus who ends up dying. Positioning not perfect here for T1 by any means. And they could have actually just operated around the choke point where they have charm potential, they have the Viego capture potential. They let Gen.G spill through. It gave them a straight up 5v5 fight that they shouldn't have gotten by any means. Oh.
It's a trap.
It could be all right.
He's just farming there under the turret.
Zeus can check this.
And he's gonna see Peanut, but they don't know about Chovy. Faker takes a big blast as now Chovy has to flash away. The flash charm as Faker will pick up a kill for his team. Zeus gets the dunk and picks up the kill.
No vision advantage here for Gen.G means they can't actually counterplay this. I think if there was a little bit more vision or if they had a little bit more control around the red buff, they could actually try to set up a trap themselves there. But instead, it's Chovy who tries to make a play, loses flash, and loses his.
And this is the key thing that differentiates T1 from any other LCK team. While that bottom side trap was set up for Gen.G, T1, top side jungle taken by Owner. The moment that they find the kill, Zeus goes to top side. And now they're gonna get a tier 2 or at the very least a really big chunk off of Gen.G trying to get a single kill with a desperation play.
Oh boy. And you can see Gen.G, they're desperately trying to save this turret. And yeah, I suppose they will, but there's no chance at opening up a fight. There's not really too much else to get here, so just kind of standing around and T1 will bite off another chunk.
So instead of actually controlling this choke point, I mean, Faker is trying, but by himself, right? Zeus doesn't have a ton of vision here himself to actually shock blast through choke. They end up getting split. Faker's off on the side here. Everfrost doesn't get value. Zeus is dead, and that's Soul Point. As watching this, of course, from Faker's perspective here, still able to get the charm, calls out no flash, and chases him down. Just unfortunately for Chovy, he just doesn't have enough information about who else is there, where the rest of T1 are, how quickly they're rotating. He knows the top side play is being made, so he feels like, okay, maybe I can make this happen, but they lose on both counts.
They absolutely do. This is the biggest lead we've had so far in this series, and T1 very much known for kind of putting an end to games when they get any sort of lead. So this is essentially what they were trying to do in game number 2, but actually working this time after a failed flip from the side of Gen.G. And now we can see the real power of T1 as they engage from Keria onto a Lee Sin with the Tompkins. That's another charm. That's going to be the end of that. As Lehens, he might get away. Maybe he is going to get on top of Ruler here as we diving into a Xayah. And now they will force down this turret. No TP will come in for Doran.
I think they could have let that TP go through. He would have probably died. As Gen.G, again, Keria finds the engage somehow on Tahm Kench over the wall. And Faker on this Ahri is just a force of nature. Every single play working out way too well. Yeah, Gen.G, they have Soul Point and a Dream, but they're so far behind that there's no way that they should be able to contest this.
We've seen almost all the Barons fail as there's the charm onto Ruler. He catches the Xayah. And now Ruler can't do much of anything. In comes Chovy, trying to get a kill, not able to. As the block here from Owner onto the chains will be enough.
Chasing.
So low are all the health bars.
Yeah, not quite going to be confident enough to get onto there. And they have the Baron back, so T1 will finally get away with the Baron.
Keefing here, 50 seconds. Oh! Well, never mind. No, not happening.
How about a bonus kill?
T1, get away with the Baron, grab a bonus kill here. That was arguably the safest Baron I think we've seen all night, and Genji still tried to punish it.
I was thinking maybe they could contest the soul somehow, but no. The kill immediately ends that as you pointed out at the beginning, Wolf. If you got one kill with Viego and with Ahri, the rest is sure to follow. And Genji, imagine if this is a game that's even remotely close. Where there isn't such a big item lead. Peanut's still sitting on just a gold drinker. Viego has a death stance as well. Like, the amount of money that is pumped into T1 just has been such an amazing payoff for everything they've been able to do thus far. And play it slow, play towards the turret, and they're completely fine. As
look at this rocket. Just straight up blind. Takes him out there. And, I mean, with a pick like that, guarantees you get that Ocean.
Peanut trying to get in there. That's going to be a miss on the Everfrost, but at the end of the day, it's Ahri. And by the way, your bottom lane is dying. So Genji, you gotta do something about this. As Keria, he's playing bodyguard here. He's looking to slow with some licks, as that should be the inhibitor going down here. Guma and Zeus enough to push the lane alone.
I think it might be more than just bottom lane they lose. Peanut's on the flank here, but he might just get blown up if they see him.
Trying to find an angle, but he is not willing to jump in there, so Peanut just waiting. It's 10,000 gold to lead now for T1.
So in the Chaos, they did get that Drake, so they deny Soul. They get an inhibitor, which is always going to be controlling the bottom wave, which means subsequent Drakes will be pretty easy for T1 to continue prio leads on here. Genji have a bit of a lull in this game where they can sit back and farm and try to get some items online. As you see, the gold deficit here is massive, but it's not safe farming. Without vision, you won't be able to get Doran in a position to do anything. He's lucky he picked up that turret and the bounty that comes with it, because that's probably all he's going to get for the rest of this game.
yeah, I don't think it's really gonna matter. At least he gets death stance now, which that's nice.
It's an item.
Yeah. As again. And this defensive itemization has been a key thing for T1 that they've been able to afford due to their gold leads. Because Zeus, I think, is just going to go for GA again, like a very early GA. It's not like he needs to roll those right now because he two-taps anyone on Genji anyway. Same for Oner, right? Going for Death Dance, not Sterix, which you've seen in the past and has made many people very unhappy, me including. Hex Drinker as well. So for Genji to do anything here.
Yeah, speaking of...
Toby built a Banshee's Veil.
Exactly.
I knew you were going to mention it. I was doing the same thing. Like, what are you going to do? I mean, you're just like, oh, I'm going to get picked by anybody. I need this. But then I don't do damage. I don't do as much damage as I need to carry this game.
Yeah, it's always the trade-off, you know. When you're so far behind, you need to use all that gold as well as possible to try to catch up and actually do damage when the enemy team has more items, more defensive capabilities. But instead, he says, I'd like to make more plays. I'd like to look for more options by having, you know, a second chance potentially with this Banshee's Veil. But look at this. I mean, right over the wall comes the Ahri. There's the Viego coming in. Like, you need 75 chances if you want to try to fight this one.
You're not safe in your own base. You can't be near that wall at all. It's just insane. T1's so oppressive here. Genji just trying to hold on. One last thread, one hope of an overextension that gives them a few kills. Maybe that Ocean Soul. But I think they're thinking about the next game right now.
They don't even have Baron. Like, this is just an inhibitor down, and the siege potential that T1 has. With a comp like this, it's already really good by itself. But if you're this far ahead, Jace, I don't remember how much it was, like 3k gold. Now Gumayushi is also sitting on a free item spike, and Genji, we've seen them get some miracles in the past, but into T1, it shouldn't happen. It hasn't happened for T1 all split, and they just close these out. And if you look at the defensive itemization, again, they can afford to because they're so far ahead.
I think this goes back to the draft, Chronicler. Like, they chose Xayah first with no other AD carry pick. They just comfort picked it for Ruler. And they gave T1 the Ahri Viego. They already had the Jace first pick, which was left open. And T1 just ran away with this. Jinx, they also didn't ban, which was somewhat unbelievable. Hasn't really been the king of this game. Guma hasn't, but he's hit those rocket kills. And he's got a huge rage advantage that eventually becomes oppressive when you have this much vision control, this much pick power. I mean, you can just see it. I mean, Genji are just sitting under inhibitor turrets trying to prolong this game.
Lance as well. Has hit the full mark on his, or the full amount of gold from his support item, and is now just sitting on Ludens. Like, they're not getting global gold, they're not getting kills, he's not accelerating at all anymore. He's just sitting there waiting to get stronger. Of course, the levels are going to help a little bit, but I don't think that in of itself is going to be enough. And Gen.G can basically do nothing except wait for Baron, and then once Baron comes down, I don't think that they'll be able to withstand the siege. Bull take. I don't know. I don't think.
I don't think so. I mean, look, the Yuumi is also a problem because you can't stop the Viego in any way. Like, if Viego comes in, Yuumi can't stop him. If she ults, he doesn't care.
Okay. Veigar doesn't quite see him either, but that charm will miss onto Ruler. At least Ruler's still got his legs in this one. But yeah, it's a pretty hopeless situation for Gen.G. And remember in the draft I said, okay, you know, Jace is going over to Zeus. They must have a plan. Their plan was to try to flip to get Doran ahead on the Camille. And once that failed, we haven't really seen too much else.
You can't trade these objectives either. You don't have the damage. You don't have Cryo.
All right, well, they're sticking around trying to push mid, but Owner's there, Faker's there. You could get picked at any moment. This Gen.G really, you know, it's a rough spot here, as we do have the Super Minion in the bottom side with the respawn on the inhibitor, actually already getting to work on the newly respawned one. Gen.G gonna have to respond to that.
Yeah, this just means free Baron for T1. All T1 have to do is not randomly skill check or go for a scrappy fight like last game. They just sit back and say, nope, oppressive pick comp, just gonna sit on this Baron.
Inhib?
I don't know if he's safe. I don't think so.
Okay, he's fine.
Just barely.
Yeah. And here's that Baron. I mean, Peanut's here. They haven't necessarily stopped him from getting in. And so with very little vision, now with the control ward over the wall though, T1 maybe thinking better of it, but there's the Q coming in. Now the TP coming in as well, and that's going to be the steal. Peanut picks it up, and at least they'll be able to get that, but T1, they're looking for the end of the game as they'll actually be able to stop that TP. And Gen.G, they keep this game alive.
And that's so big because if the teleport comes through, or if you opt into a fight with T1, you lose. Well, yeah, I think that barely makes it. Because there's three options here, right? You get that Baron, and then you get out, give up nothing. Unrealistic with the game state. Second one, you get the Baron, you lose the fight, you lose the game. And third one, there's teleports into your base, and you still lose. And somehow Gen.G find another option where they can cancel this crucial teleport and get the Baron. And T1, you are so far ahead. Don't flip this!
Yeah, they're so indecisive here, and the Baron makes it very difficult to actually, in this moment, you can't actually make Shock Blast plays as Zeus, because the Baron blocks you, and if you go closer to the other side of the Baron, you find yourself at risk of being blown up, actually, positionally. Really nice teleport deny, because that does prevent this inhibitor from going down. This is, of course, the steal. I think T1 could have been a lot more decisive about this earlier, but once it was at the 2,000 health mark threshold, there was just nothing you could do.
Peanut counting down is one of the best things I've heard all day.
Counting down to the potential comeback in this game. I mean, after what we've seen Gen.G do over the last week, anything is possible, right? And they were able to win the last game. Let's see where they go from here, because they deny a Baron. They get out with some of those Baron buffs. They're able to get some pressure onto the map. Chovy's a level 16 LeBlanc, you know, a pick here and there, who knows? T1, even though they have such a huge lead in this game, I would argue they're not playing near their cleanest game ever.
I completely agree. I mean, Chovy is getting free side laning top side. He's actually got a massive wave crashing to that top turret. T1 are grouped around an objective that doesn't exist. They're trying to force some really deep vision here so that Gen.G won't be able to safely defend this inhibitor, but they're not able to actually threaten said inhibitor. So yes, T1, mid and bottom, they have control, but they just gave Chovy a lot of free time to farm, when I don't think he should have been allowed it. And now he's got teleport, he's picking up some extra gold, he's gonna find a pocket of no vision here, potentially get a pick onto Faker.
Oh, man. But I don't know if he sees Faker either. There's no pings on this. Now he sees him. And now that Ahri immediately goes into the Zhonya's as Faker now looking for the potential play. Chovy behind enemy lines. Has he gone too far is the question. As Faker is on the chase here, Owner waits for him on the backside. As Chovy's actually the bottom one. They flash after the clone.
That's a turret.
And Chovy's getting away. He will get away from them. Unbelievable.
I can't believe he gets away. They get a turret as well out of this.
He has Baron recall.
He's out.
He's fine.
Oh
See ya.
my God. Chovy with a sick play here. And T1 can't punish this because they're so tunneled on getting deep vision on the bottom side of the map where there's no objective spawning.
Not only that, but with them all chasing, now I think Gen.G might have a window where they can actually push up and secure themselves Drake vision. And they are still sitting a single Drake away, and then I see a Cyrilda's finished and my hype dies a little bit because again, if it's a straight up team fight, T1 can set up and hit 1 or 2 skill shots. It still was incredibly hard for Gen G to really get anything done.
Hey man, Ruler has Cyrilda's too.
They need
and Edge of Night.
They need
there
to
you go.
They need to secure a pick so that Guma gets excited, because with Edge of Night and this Banshee's Veil, it's really hard actually to make a charm pick happen or Shock Blast to get value actually. And the itemization, we were joking about how far behind they were and how desperate they were, but it is working out. This time T1 will not give up control of the choke point. They've got a ward here, they've got angles for Shock Blast. If they can pop these defensive items early, they're gonna have a much better time. Still up though, both of them, Ruler and Chovy.
Chovy is going to be looking to put in the work, but down go his Banshee Veil. And the poke is coming in as well from the side of Ruler, who is going to be the main poke alongside of Lahens, I suppose. Chovy still looking for his angle to poke. T1 have pulled this into the brush. And Chovy still out of vision here, going to be looking for the assassination on the backside. That's going to be the take by Peanut. Gen G get the Ocean Soul. This game is not over by any means.
Certainly not. Get away with this one for free. Chovy has a flank angle. And Gen G, with this play, now secures so much healing, as we're going to go all the way back to this play over here where Chovy gets away. But they secure so much healing with this soul into the poke composition.
The fact that he gets away with this is so wild, because again, it sets up. If Chovy dies here, the rest of the play doesn't happen, right? Gen G doesn't have the space, doesn't have the time. T1 probably just gets this Drake, gets the soul point themselves. But instead, you see, they are reliant on actually hitting this poke. But Yuumi has actually been online at this point. Again, they try to go for the objective. And T1, a team that's been so decisive, really can't give Gen G this opportunity to come back into the game, because now you have a soul. Item gold, or the gold lead rather, is going to mean less and less. As Gen G now, with the soul, with a Yuumi, can, I think, theoretically win team fights again if they don't die too soon.
Especially if they can get on top of the objective.
They've been given free entry to 2 objectives already. You know, like, say what you want about the Smite fights, Peanut is really on the ball. Maybe it's some of those veteran nerves really coming into play. But either way, T1 as a team have given him a couple of chances to get smites like that.
They didn't track where Chovy was in that last fight, and if T1 decide to aggressively turn, their composition doesn't work that way. Yes, they have a Viego Ahri set up. They get 1 pick, it's great, but these defensive items have been so much worth their weight in gold because it becomes so difficult to actually get that kill. Then you're overextended into Hextech Ultimatum, kicks, and the Feathers. The Feather Storm makes Ruler so survivable. He's got Flash up right now. And how do you punish this champion? He's going to root your team, and then it's a disaster that follows. T1 do not have control over this Baron pit right now.
Lahens is pumping out heals. I mean, I'm talking like, this is insane. The poke right now from Gen G is better. And they have Ocean Soul. And now they engage on Ikaria, and now he goes down. And all of a sudden, Gen G are taking control of the game.
This is the worst kind of game to lose as well. T1, if they lose this game, the momentum shift here is massive. They had such a lead. It is insane. Doran and crew going to start this one up. Really nice Hextech Ultimatum. They're going to start this Baron.
They have the heals. They have the resistances. They have the sustain.
And they have a Fed LeBlanc with a Fed Yuumi apparently at this point in the game. They're looking to turn, actually. Chovy takes 2 of them out. There's a 3v2 fight on the top side that T1 are getting close on, but it's not quite enough. Gumayusi, though, he's looking to angle over. He might be able to get some damage in. Ruler is in a bit of trouble, has to flash away. The zap gets him on the backside. Gumayusi gets excited, and he's going to be the one that carries the fight in the end. That should be enough for T1, as they will clean up the fight just like that.
And Gen G, you just need to coordinate. There's too many scrappy fights happening at once. Lahens can't jump to enough people, can't keep them all up, and T1 not play the fight.
T1 have a comp that's ready to scrap. Okay, they're looking for the trade here.
Chovy, he's trying so hard. And
he's all alone.
Yeah, Faker's got 1 more Spirit Rush. It's not going to be enough to lock down Chovy, although with Flash, not quite enough. But T1 still looking for the end of the game.
Such a close 3rd game here to put T1 on match point.
Yep, they're going to go for it here. The Nexus will go down. Chovy can't quite do enough. As even with the Yuumi coming out, it does not matter. And Gumayusi in the last fight capitalizes on their mistakes, shuts down all the hype, and T1 take the lead.
T1 needed a rock. They needed a player who could actually play that fight out perfectly, get excited, and carry it straight to finish, and he pulled it off. Because if this fight goes Gen.G's way, and it was on a knife's edge, they end up taking the Baron, they take this game, they take match point, and already the momentum had shifted into Gen.G's favor. A comeback of 7,000 gold in a finals like this. You just don't see games like that very often. Gen.G almost pulled it off. This series feels like it is much closer than anyone could have ever predicted. And only Jonas Strong predicted a Gen.G win, but he didn't say it was going to be close. And we are so much closer to potentially a 5th game here. As, I mean, with all the cards stacked against him, all the vision against him, they had no angles, no opportunities. Chovy sees one opportunity to go, push that top turret, pulls away, survives. They get a mid turret out of it. They actually out-macroed T1 in the late game.
And T1, yeah, they got the win, but they had to work for it. And that's honestly an outcome that is far more rough than we expect coming into today's series. T1 is still, even especially after a game like this where they are able to keep their heads cool, where Gumayusi is able to maintain his steadfast position that he's had throughout the entirety of the split.
I love that we see this replay.
I really was going to say the same thing. I'm sad that was the final fight because I need to see this replay. And imagine if Gen.G is actually grouped here, if Lahens is here and can keep these health bars up, this fight is done. But instead, Owner and Zeus together somehow make it work. The GA value, ludicrous.
Stopwatch.
Best item in the game.
And Faker. Oh, the timing not there doesn't kill Owner. And then watch the zap.
Yep, the zap is perfect. And in a fight like this, too, when you have a comp like what T1 are running, Viego's just going to lifesteal all that health back. He's going to get resets. Like, it's so close. It's so on a knife's edge. If Chovy's closer, if Lahens is there and gets those heals off, like you said, the Peanut doesn't have to flash. He could stick to this. Totally different ending to this story. But T1 have been more clutch in this series in these critical fights.
Might look at the gold graph and say clean win for T1, nothing to see yet. That wouldn't tell the story of this game. It got way closer than gold might suggest, but at the same time, T1 getting this win might, I think, for Gen.G be a breaking point. Although, honestly, if they get a draft where they don't trade Doran and give a big lead like this, then maybe they can get something more done, because trade didn't end up working out in the end.
Peanut was smiling, man, at the end. I don't think they're too shaken up by this. They took a game that was unwinnable and almost won it. I think if that's going to make you, if anything, that should make you confident going into a 4th game.
Absolutely. Gen.G actually putting up a fight against T1, who are now 1 game away from 10 wins at the LCK. We will see you after the break for more of the Analyst Carpet Space.
리신 더 리신 리신.
우리가 가죠? 우리가 빠르긴 하거든. 한 명만 잡아볼 수 있나?
드블은 못 오긴 한다.
박아야 될 것 같긴 한데 박아야지.
리신 좀 봐줘 리신.
자 잡아봐. 자 안에 갇혔어. 자 안에 갇혔어.
잘 죽었어.
아래
카메라 가자 카메라.
유미. 야 안에 이겼다.
카메라.
탁 가자.
카메.
지렸다 씨.
오케이 이겼노.
이겼다.
천천히.
아직 르블랑 살아있다.
르블랑 집 갔어. 나 지텔 할게. 다행이다.
탑 가면 끝난다. 일단 가보자.
끝날만 해. 근데 라인 지켜야 돼.
르블랑 혼자야. 나 3분에 텔 가는.
이거 지워지면 미드로 가야 될 수도 있어.
나 미드 라인 갈리는 중.
미드 하자 미드.
일단 탑으로.
갈게.
얘 이거 지우면 죽어야 돼.
잡아볼래?
궁 뺐다 나이스.
나 빠질게 그냥. 나 스킬 없다. 쳐볼래? 이거 깰만 하다. 와봐. 탱 좀 해줘.
근접 하나만 살려보자.
해볼게.
안 살았다.
봐봐.
한 명이 막아줘야 될 것 같아.
할만한 것 같아.
지워지긴 했어.
해봐.
해봐.
해야 돼.
나궁 있어. 먹어. 나이스.
너무 힘들다.
뭔가 이상하다.
오케이, 나이스.
Anima squad deploy. What's up, Doc? I'll bring swift death. Impure fools.
Let's see what you're made of.
Be still! I'm trying to shoot you. All right, now we're hopping. This mission's off to a good start. Hey, Fishbones! Should we blow something up?
You might inconvenience people and hurt their feelings.
When the sky falls and the sun turns black, when the earth halts, then don't look back. Hold me closer, can you feel my heart? We can conquer and win back all. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see. The page is turning, can you feel this energy? Light breaks through the darkness, they are fires in the night. Nothing can break us when we rise. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. Walk through the fire. Leave this place and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire. The embers glowing, we're waiting for the blaze, ascending from the ashes, bonfires in the haze. Standing tall now, your feet are on the ground. You fought your demons, nothing breaks you down. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see. The page is turning, can you feel this energy? so when we rise, we run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. Walk through the fire. Leave this place and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire. Fire, fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. We walk through the fire. Leave this place and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. I'll win every time. 'Cause I win every time. I'll win every time.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are here at the Analyst Carpet Space Kintex edition. I'm Atlas, joined once again by Nemesis to break down what was a closer game than it looked, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah, that was a crazy game. I thought Gen.G was gonna pull one of their comebacks again.
It was starting to look like that. It was starting like all the way up until it absolutely didn't. And I guess it all starts with the draft and how things went in the early game.
Yeah, I think the draft was kind of weird again, in my opinion. Jay's first pick, I feel like that was the pick that would dictate the series. I was very surprised it got left open. I feel like both teams benefit from Jay's super hard, and T1 was blue side, so I feel like Gen.G should have expected them to first pick it.
Yeah, absolutely. And then I actually felt like the Xayah priority being so incredibly high for Gen.G was another issue in the draft. Completely understand picking up the Lee Sin, taking it away from Oner is definitely a huge thing to do, but I think picking away the Ahri might have been something that they could have looked at as well, even though looking at the actual game, it wasn't as impactful as other things that were happening.
Yeah, Ruler picks Xayah a lot because he's his champion, and also the Yuumi last pick was pretty good, to be honest. Has a lot of champs she can jump on and boost, but honestly, I feel like T1's comp is still better all around, and also the top lane camp then put Camille super behind into Jace. No, I don't feel like they have an answer for the Jace pick.
And it sort of looked like they didn't until very late in this game. We do have a little bit of a highlight, or I guess it's kind of a low light if you're looking at it from Doran's perspective, because he had just the most terrible time as this top lane camp was set up by T1. And it was expertly done. Like, this escape, absolutely fantastic stuff, but then the wraparound from Oner to secure first blood, and it didn't stop.
Yeah, Doran had so many good hook shots, honestly, where he cancelled like stuff that would cancel him, but it didn't matter at the end because he's losing minion waves and losing XP, and Camille is such a resource-intensive champion that even if you survive ganks, well, you're not getting minions, you're not getting XP, and I mean, it's just gonna hurt you way too much in the long run.
Yeah, no, it really does. It was not the greatest of situations. This was a trade back that Peanut was able to get, and honestly, there were more gank attempts than this. We just got all of the kills that were picked up against Doran, sort of those big moments where he was truly punished. But the amount of visits towards the top side that Oner had was ridiculous, but also he stayed ahead in camps throughout the entire early game, and I believe it was about 15 minutes that he had close to a 2.5k gold lead or something like that in the jungle. Like, it was huge.
Yeah, Oner was definitely ahead of the whole game, but we all know how jungle meta works this time. You know, you can perform worse than the enemy jungler for 20 minutes, but if you hit one Baron or Dragon Steel, then all of a sudden you look like a god. Welcome to jungle.
Yeah, it's exactly right, and that's precisely what Peanut did. I'm really glad that you sort of moved over there to that one, because Peanut, yes, he didn't do a lot of farming camps. However, he secured dragons, and he secured a pretty ridiculous Baron steal as well in this game, which makes him the best jungler ever in my no, that's a lot of sarcasm here, because of course Ona out-jungled him a lot in the early game, but there were some unfortunate smite situations that was to happen. Let's have a look at the Soul Point fight for Gen G, as this was actually Gen G finding a bit of their stride.
Yeah, so Gen G somehow got to the soul point of the game. Unfortunately for them, it is Ocean Dragon, which is the worst soul in the game, according to my opinion. So they managed to get the soul later on in the game, and I mean, this fight kind of had like the turnaround for Gen G.
Yeah, and this was when they secured a lot of, I guess, counter momentum, right? Because if T1 gets that Drake, then they're one dragon closer to getting their own soul, right? And we saw that there were a lot of Drakes that died this game. It took a very long time for us to even get to a soul point at all throughout the entire thing. And honestly, that was an avenue that Gen G could attack with that extra control of the map after that soul point came in.
Yeah, and seems like the first Jargon priority is also pretty big this series. I think the first Jargon got taken at like 6 or 7 minutes this game, so I really like that approach. Gen G getting a lot of Jargons in the early game, which is actually the only reason why they're able to stay in these games.
Yeah, exactly right. Let's have a look at the last fight here. This was the Baron fight that T1 were able to secure, and this was after Gen G had actually managed to somewhat stabilize, right? You could see they were able to get a pick. Now they're on the Baron, but Jinx always exists in these types of situations, and it was a rough one for Gen G.
Yeah, a lot of these teams right now, they overreact with these Baron attempts, and they start them way too early, and they're not patient enough, they don't wait enough, and then the Jinx pop-off in this fight is just massive. I mean, Jinx, I think, here is on like 5 items. AD carry items right now are super OP. He has like double scaling runes, and he's just the strongest AD carry in late game in this game.
Yep, and we're seeing it right here. In slow motion as well, as Gumyushi gets excited off that first kill. And then it, like, yeah, this is a Jinx with max items, and that's sort of what happens when you're against a whole lot of squishy targets.
This is the most fun AD carry to play in the game. It's like Katarina of ADCs. You get 1 kill, you're bound to get 4 more.
It's like you get a Cloud Soul as soon as you get a kill, right? Because you run so incredibly fast. You get all of that super high value movement speed from the Cloud Soul. I'll stop making jokes about Cloud Soul as we're checking out T1. Just relaxing by the looks of things. There was a big grin on Gumyushi's face. You can see that they're not really suffering from the pressure too much.
Yeah, so now I have an announcement to make right now, actually.
Oh, yes, please.
I'm changing my prediction to 3-1 T1.
Oh, okay.
Yes, I've always been right.
Yes, no, right. So is it 3-1 for T1? I'll change my prediction as well. I'm going to go 3-2 to T1. I think maybe side selection might play a part, and I also just want 5 games. So I'm going to be optimistic. I think that's absolutely fine. But, ladies and gentlemen, it is time to get into game number 4. Let's see whether Gen G can bring us to Silver Scrapes or whether T1 are going to be booking their ticket to MSI.
Thank you, Atlas and Gnosis, for that amazing breakdown. And yes, Jinx certainly looks like the most fun champion in the game, especially when it's in the hands of Gumyushi, who is able to pick up yet another carry performance, especially when T1 needed it so much.
This is when, you know, match points on the line, and we really get to see the mentality tested of so many players who have lost finals, right? The Gen G is a team filled with second places, as was mentioned in the Trash Talk interview. Of course, Peanuts picked up 3 of his own titles. Ruler has a world championship under his belt, but the rest of Gen G are close but no cigar. And this could be another loss for Gen G into T1. 4 games if they drop the ball in this final one. But if last game is any indication, I don't think Gen G are going to go out without a fight.
It's hard for Gen G as well, because with the drafts going the way that they went, in game number 2, Doran was one of the big reasons they won, so they tried to put him on a carry again in game number 3, but imagine if that was a Gragas, not a Camille. Game could have looked completely different, and when they're now back to blue side, they're gonna have to blind again. Doran has had such amazing performances on this champion. I know the threat of Anar is always there, but you can trade. You can try to trade against T1. It's risky, but we've seen Gen G in this series actually do it well, but not in the way they did in the last game, even though they had a moment where it felt like they came back. The overall advantages built by T1 still got them through in the end. And I think it's got to start from the beginning. You got to not fall this far behind, and it starts to me with the top lane. Even though I think Guma has been the biggest impact player, it's how these two teams play around that top side.
Yeah, I would love to see Doran Gragas. I think it's been his most successful champion this season. For me, the biggest standout we've seen. It's a champion where he absorbs pressure and often even trades kills back, and it was somewhat predictable when we saw it so many times at the end of the season, but he hasn't shown it yet. And I think with the blue side priority, obviously, with how many 80 carries and how many priority picks there are on mid lanes, that it is the blind pick you want to take if you're going to be putting him on an island, as he has been outside of that peanut gank in Game 3.
And, I mean, now's the time to pull out all the stops. You were almost able to do it in that last game, but now it's match point. Gen.G need to win 2 in a row if they want to pull off the upset. T1 are 1 away from making it in. So, let's see what we do have here. Gen.G back on the blue side. They start with the Caitlyn ban. That might mean that we get something even new once again here, as the Jace is going to be taken off the board.
This time around, not going to see that given over. T1 assume they're going to stick with what they've done in the past, keep the lead up. While Peanut has been okay, it hasn't really been a game-winning pick, at least barring the smite steals that it was able to get in that second one. And the Ahri priority in this game has been, I think, very justified. Teams of Ahris have just been able to play around that pick so incredibly well, and is a pick that is still going to be available this time around. Ryze and Ahri still both up, and
that might be the trade.
I think it's I think it's a Lee first pick, and then whichever they can get, they will take next for Chovy.
Well, now you can grab Ahri Viego again as T1. You're up a game in this series. I don't think you feel very bad about this combo. You had so much success with it in regular season. You had success with it in the previous game into the Lee Sin, and it's just such an easy call to make. And I think this is once again Gen.G over-prioritizing the Lee Sin and giving T1 arguably the strongest combo for mid-jungle right now in the meta.
It also highlights the change in prioritization of draft for T1. After seeing how much Gen.G benefited from scrappy fights, they pick something that does those better than almost any other mid-jungle duo, as you point out. Because previously in the series, in this situation, they went with the Ryze. This time around, they give that one over to Chovy. And Ryze, Lee Sin, strong 2v2, but not quite as snowbally as Faker and Owen are going to be, although I hope that this time around the matchup is not completely skewed by a failed level 2 gank on Lee Sin.
That certainly had a big effect on the last game, as once again, Ruler will be on Xayah duty. They say, okay, you know, we're not going to prioritize picking up a big support pick here. We're not going to take any blind top lane, so just pick for Ruler and get him his Xayah again.
Jinx, I think, is going to be the response once again. Like, I've seen this movie before. I know how it ends. And yes, I do agree that there is a little bit less of a liability in the early Peanut deficit that we saw. That's probably not going to happen again. The Malphite band away, regardless of the Chase ban here. But my concern is that there's now no LeBlanc angle either for Chovy. He's on a tank Ryze. The damage that Gen.G have with this composition is very lacking, and they also find themselves facing range problems. And, you know, every time I doubt Chovy on this Ryze pick, every time I doubt Ruler on the Xayah, they prove me wrong. But it wasn't enough in the last game, even with the turnaround there. I'm very concerned about Gen.G's longevity with this composition.
Wouldn't be surprised as Gen.G opts into the Ornn again. That's the blind pick they went for last time. T1 wouldn't mind if they banned that away themselves. It's going to be Camille instead, even though the pick not hugely successful. The 1-3-1 with Camille and Ryze, definitely something that can be utilized very well by Gen.G, especially with Xayah in the 3-man unit. Whereas Nautilus is going to get taken away, and this pick or this ban rather of the Tryndamere makes me suspect a possible Graves blind here for Doran, a pick that kind of skews between being able to fight and being able to be left alone while still having a wave clear and survivability to deal with many an awkward matchup.
What's going to be the support pick here for Keria? You can see he's talking deeply. Actually, they might just go ahead and pick up the cannon early, especially with the 2 top bans. Seems like they want to save the counter for Keria.
Yeah, they definitely do here. As there's a lot of different picks that Lehends could go with. This time around, I think the Yuumi is way less valuable. Rakan is left open here. It could give them a little bit more engage opportunities here for this comp that really needs to snowball team fight so successfully. The problem with Rakan is it's a high risk into all the lockdown that T1 have that would then get the
Excitement on the Jinxes. All right. It's time to pull out the stops, guys. What did I say at the beginning of the draft? Akshan has been played 3 times in spring. As a Graves counter pick as well, generally speaking here on the top side of the map. But into the Kennen this time around, will have some kill pressure in the early game, especially with the Lee Sin. But a very risky pick here in a game like this. Will shore up some of the damage, but won't have the same survivability. Now, with the Yuumi this time around with the Akshan, I do quite like.
It is. Yuumi blind is such a risky move, especially Keria, a player that has a notorious champion Ocean, can play anything that you possibly want. I'm just wondering what the R5 is going to be.
I just play Kench, though. What's it going to be?
No,
Leona.
Yeah, I don't think you can.
Kench?
Really?
Yeah. Yes. Are we surprised at all at this point?
No, I shouldn't be.
Sir Thomas. Oh, Sir Thresh instead. I'm glad I got that curse in right at the last second. Thresh, and it's Keria's Thresh. This guy, if you haven't seen this, welcome to the party.
Thank you, Veldas, because this is really big. The Kench, as good as Keria is on the pick, it's a self-counter pick, right? You have no ability, reasonably, to punish. Whereas with the Thresh, that's completely different. More peel for Gumayusi as well. And I'm loving the round out here. Gen G have no one that can, if they fall behind, can face check brushes, that can catch these hooks. Everyone, when hooked, will die.
Everyone will die when hooked. And also Faker can spacewalk. This is what I like to call when it's Ahri Thresh, and the Ahri can actually ult forward and then get, you know, hooked back to safety. She gets a charm, she gets a kill. She doesn't, there's no risk involved. Doesn't even have to use ultimate. Oftentimes just use Foxfire to get forward and look for the charm. But right now, I mean, looking at this draft for T1, it's arguably an even stronger, better version than the last one. They have a lot of different ways to stop those scrappy fights from going Gen G's way with the Kennen. The Kennen R button is such a deterrent for a very low-range composition that will have to come to T1. You see the Akshan pick here. Yes, it's going to be great in the laning phase if played correctly, and if there's a lot of visits, you know, on the top side of the map from Peanut. But in late-game team fights, will you ever find an angle into this much lockdown and defensive turn? We'll find out. Thank you, Wolf. We'll find out, all right? We will find out.
Will we, Wolf?
On the Rift, if this happens. We have Ignite Akshan in the top lane for Doran. He said, well, I just played kind of a risky pick with the Camille into the Jace. I got a bit bodied. Let's just play Ignite Akshan. You know what's really interesting about Akshan, too, in this series in particular, which has been so bloody and so many Baron flips, is that Akshan's passive is Resurrect. Could actually make a huge impact in a game like that when teams are taking risky Baron attempts. We'll see if that ends up being very relevant, because so far in the very few games of Akshan we've seen in competitive, it's kind of an added bonus, but it isn't the reason why you pick the champion. It's for lane control, early game prio. Very similar to Lucian in a lot of ways. But, you know, could make an impact with the team fights we've seen this series so far. I would not be shocked if we have a big, you know, triple res that decides this game.
Key thing for Gen G is just don't fall behind. Don't do it. Don't think about it. No, not allowed. No way. As Zeus actually went for Electrocute here. So the short trades, the Doran ideally is going to look for, proc press the attack, and then slingshot your way out are going to be a lot harder. Really like the adaptation, because Zeus has gone for basically everyone. We've seen him with Ahri, we've seen him with Unsealed Spellbook, we've seen him with Conqueror even. Plays basically everything, but if you fall behind with this Gen G composition, there's no tankiness, there's no real combat mechanics besides Yuumi, but in this draft, I don't think it has quite the edge that it does in the previous one. And then there is T1, who, if you don't have vision control, you die. There's just no way. In Keria, when he's feeling himself, he picks Predator. He doesn't always do it.
Yeah.
He saves it for the right moment. And generally, it spells bad things for the opponent.
I think the
Dark Seal purchase here for Zeus really indicates as well that what they feel like they have with this Thresh bottom side control, he's going to hover top side and look for counter ganks a lot. And instead of going for something like a Doran's Blade to actually continue those trades and actually be able to heal up, he's going to maybe even get massively ahead if Owner can come in, get those counter ganks off successfully, start to build up those stacks early. Pretty gold efficient item to start with as well for Kennen. As here we go.
Oh, that was so close. Could have been a big trade here for T1 on the bottom side, but no. Death sentence will come through. Ruler and Lehens will be just fine. They have tons of sustain down here with the Yumi. And a long start in 3 pots and biscuits for Ruler. Might be criticized. But yeah, I mean, he basically will survive forever, I suppose. See how that works out for him.
Definitely very, very difficult to kill with Yumi attached to him. Going to be kind of the story.
Okay, Doran is actually taking a lot of damage. The flash comes in and Owner's right there.
What did I say? You know,
boy.
see that Dark Seal? You know, this is the kind of game we're watching. And this is the Akshan pick from Doran. He's trying to get ahead. He took Ignite. He dies sub 4 minutes. And this is why people are saying I'm a little bit worried about Doran going into this series. His performance has not been consistent.
Okay, Chovy, really nice response there. As Predator Thresh was coming to the mid lane, Keria went back, bought boots, and was ready to party. But Chovy said no.
You're a top laner. You're an 80 top laner that's gonna show. You know this gank is coming. It's not something that is a surprise. It's not a cheese gank. It's not Peanut ganking top level 2 out of nowhere, right? This is very expected. Setup is really nice from Zeus. No counterplay ability whatsoever for Doran. Can't flash, can't use his grappling hook. Just going to die, and early kill again over to Owner.
And I mean, I feel like there's so much that goes unsaid with this, and a lot of it is hard to say because of Doran's inconsistencies in the top lane and his tunnel vision. So much of the end of regular season, and we even saw it in playoffs, even in Gen G wins, as the guy's early game has looked shaky. This is a clear decision-making issue, or tunnel vision. Let's get as much value as possible. I need kill pressure. I need to ignite this Kennen and get ahead. I pick this Akshan, and it's just an easy gank.
Yeah, and you know, it's not quite the Nuggery 0-2 power spike, but I will say that at least Gen G have shown that even from behind, even Doran, you know, he can get somewhat tilted, but at least in this series, I've seen that he's been able to shore up some of that even from behind. And he missed a whole wave, but at least he's up in CS for now. He's still being very annoying. He's still drawing a lot of the attention up to the top side. And yeah, it's not a good position for him. I'm sure we can all see that. But we'll see what he can get out of this. As Faker is going to be spotted, as the word comes down to make sure that the Electrocute proc comes in. But Akshan, Doran here will be fine.
And that could have actually backfired. Had Faker not roamed up, maybe Doran would have just kept pushing and taken down there. And if you're playing perma-aggressive like this, you better call up your jungler. Can't just do that. And it's understandable, as you pointed out. You pick this Akshan for his bullet potential in lane, his roams, and in an odd situation, the ability to get the revives. But really, it's more about the stealth, right? It's about the bullet potential. And if those don't work...
No flash here for Chovy, and you're up against Inari. Jumps right in, but the cleanse is taken with that unsealed spellbook.
Very nice reaction here from Chovy. Will be able to wiggle his way out of this one. Gen G, first Drake soap. It's a Chovy once again vulnerable.
Guma is alone down here, and now he's getting exhausted. Keria flash hooks and misses. The trade down on the bottom side, not necessarily going too much better, as you see that Guma is able to stand up to Ruler, who did take a turret shot.
Well, going back to the Drake, I was going to mention, you know, if you make a play like this and fail, then you give over a lot of control to bottom side for Gen G, and they will be able to get the first Drake out of this. Keria used his Predator boots, doesn't find the kill, gets a flash now down right before Rift Herald spawn.
They don't read this.
Man.
They don't know.
Yeah, there's the Drake, and he's saying, where's the Viego? He's up on the top side as Chovy has not been able to roam on up there, and now Faker's making his way, will be spotted.
Gonna ult first, try to get some damage through, but...
Well, Oh, that was a really nice stun in the middle of the hook sling, as now that is just going to be a dead Akshan as the last auto comes in after Doran flashes, and he will be taken out.
Now, it's not for nothing, because as mentioned, the Drake did go over, and it is going to be a plate play down here for Ruler and Lehens. But it just means, once again, put Doran on an aggressive counter pick. He falls behind. Would have loved to see him on weak side Gragas instead.
Yeah, because if you're having this Akshan pick, play towards it. But Peanuts, again, playing towards bot side. And if you're not going to play towards Doran, that's fine, right? But then just put him on Ornn. Put him on Gragas. Picks where it doesn't matter if he gets dove multiple times, because the cross-map play, that's fine. But then pick a pick that actually facilitates that. Because now you have an Akshan that's monstrously far behind us. Oh, Peanut.
That is a fast Thresh, and he will flash to get out of this one, but the rest is still coming, and the death sentence will make his death come through. As Feria is able to hand that kill into the palm of Gummy.
It was a decree with the prediction on the hook there. So beautifully played. And Peanut tries to outplay him, does not succeed, is of course flashless. And this game is so quickly out of Genji's hands in this early part. Rift Herald is guaranteed for T1. Chovy does not have prio, can't make a roam, can't make an impact here. And this Akshan is perma stuck under turret, like you were saying, Chronicler. This is not the reason why you pick this. You're not supposed to be 25 CS behind.
And then while this is happening, there is also no ability, as yeah, it's beautifully done by Ona, able to actually
He passed geometry class.
He did, yeah. Very nicely done. Final order from Zeus, making sure. Yeah, Peanut died again. Oh, guys.
5 stacks of Dark Seal as well for Zeus.
Yep.
You can see Peanut on the cam too. He's feeling it. And I think we're all feeling it at this point. This is not the way that Gen.G potentially wanted to go out in this series. They're going to have to turn this around real quick. But Feria, he is on the hunt as the sentence will not be put through this time. Chovy is able to walk that one out.
This is not how anybody wanted this series to end. I think even the biggest T1 fan is frustrated with the way at which this game has gone out of control. Now, we've seen bigger deficits than this for Gen.G. They've recovered from, arguably, even in this very finals. But this is how Peanut was caught
so
previously.
fast.
Yeah.
He says it's over. Look at him. Not going to translate that part.
Why not?
And then Peanut is just in the enemy jungle when there's no vision. The Kennen has so much prio.
Certainly feels like the enemy jungle.
Yeah, that's the whole issue with this game, is that should still be his jungle.
Yeah,
but
well, it's not though. But it's not,
really
right?
not.
It's not.
No, and again, the possibility of comebacks for Gen.G was often due to them actually enabling themselves in drafts. That's what got them to finals in the first place. And is there an angle here? Sure. I can't quite find it right now. Besides Ruler and Chovy picking up like 3 bounties back-to-back, maybe.
Ruler's doing pretty well for himself.
Well, yeah, he's even, and Guma has a kill.
And he's lethality Xayah, and he has found great success in extreme late-game scrappy fights.
He has 1 extra plate.
Okay. I appreciate you being the paragon of...
yeah, gotta try. Gotta try.
I like it.
The problem, I mean, like, the problems are pretty easy to outline for anyone who's a fan of LCK and loves these players as much as we do, but the Ryze is not going to have vision control, and so is always going to be under threat against this Ahri, who's going to be much more difficult to deal with a Thresh.
Uh-oh. Chovy's in a lot of trouble here. He has heal and teleport. That's not going to be enough, as even Rocket sails by. Just Scoomy saying hello. By the way, I'm in this game.
Yeah.
I'd have forgotten about
So the Ahri and the Thresh, we mentioned that part. When there's no vision, it can be very problematic. This jungle does not belong to Peanut. Make no mistake. The map does not belong to Gen.G, even the blue side of it. This is going to be a ton of plates going over to an already 2-0-1 Kennen. Akshan is not going to be relevant in this late game. He's not going to be relevant in the early and mid game either. I mean, we've seen a crazier comeback than this from Gen.G, but we're going to have to see it again if this becomes a game 5.
Well, yeah, that was with Renekton and Nidalee on the enemy team, which after that game, I don't even know if even I can defend. And they had Yuumi and Ornn. Well, they still have Yuumi, so that's something.
Yeah, they're
But
gonna
they have
the,
Akshan.
the scaling Yuumi.
Yes. The scaling
Which-
Yuumi into
yeah.
the Fat Cannon. And Genji, at least at Drake's stats are good, and you can feel the frustration because I don't think that this Akshan pick was necessary. That's the core issue that we get into. And with how the series has been going, it feels like a really big risk to take. End result, you get counter pick, and Zeus is 2k gold up.
Yeah, it just feels like a gambit gone wrong. And this is kind of how these games do play themselves out. The gambit fails, and then you say, well, we don't have a leg to stand on anymore. As Keria, I mean, there's a reason why the guy doesn't lose on Thresh, and part of it, obviously at this point, they don't have any vision, so he can Predator into any brush and find any person on the side of Genji and just
And it's a win. Yep, and it's a win. There's no survivability. I don't want to call this a cheese draft from Genji. As you know, we've seen so many finals in other esports. You and I have StarCraft casters before this, and you know the very brother of Gamushi has been in many of those finals innovation. But I don't want to call this a cheese draft, but I think it's a draft that doesn't play to Genji's strengths. And it feels so frustrating if you're a Genji fan watching this going, wow, we could have seen Doran on weak side top again, where he had so much success. It was what we were calling for on the draft here that put him in this position again. He walks forward and dies to the most basic of ganks, dies a second time, finds himself now 30 CS down. And it didn't have to be this way. They didn't have to give over the Viego Ari again.
And what I love here from T1 is also them picking this fresh has nothing to do with punishing in lane.
Okay, he's trying to get on top of Chovy here. He does have his flash, but it's not going to matter as now Peanut's trying to make a play. But again, you're so far behind, you can't do much. He will survive for a very long time, actually. As down in the bottom side, Guma's all alone. That's going to be a kill into the hands of Ruler. As Peanut, he will eventually go down. That is another kill into the hands of Owner. As now over the wall, Doran is here, but is he really? As he's just trying to get away now from Keria, who nearly pulls out the 400 IQ hook.
As I was saying, the Yuumi counter pick was the fresh because Yuumi is not going to have the pressure lane to punish. That's the first kill we see on Guma. He's been alone in this lane for 15 minutes. He's had no help. Keria has been roaming all around the map ever since he got his first boots. Got Moby, said, see ya, Guma. You're fine. Good luck. Have fun playing into Xayah. Up until that point, Guma did so expertly. And Keria is just everywhere, all of the time. And we've seen him do this on the Fresh so many times that, yeah, that's just a lot.
I mean, it's just there's an exhaust and a Yuumi ult. I mean, what are you going to do?
Yeah,
and
nothing.
it only happens because of this insane dive that is set up here from T1 on the bottom side. As the MVP of this play is the turret, as Peanut is able to push them into it, and the turret is actually doing some serious damage. He ends up dying regardless here anyways, but they're not able to really trade up on either front. And yes, you do put a kill into Ruler's pocket, but how relevant will he be compared to a Jinx later on with the range problem, the same issues we talked about last game, this time arguably an even stronger lead because the Akshan is just not going to be relevant.
All right, well, Genji, they've decided to make their stand. They're down about 4,500 gold, and they were considering pushing into that second Rift Herald. The answer actually is going to be no at the end of the day. Here comes Predator again, as Peanut just kind of stands there and says, well, I don't have a ward, I don't have a way to get out, so I'm just dead.
That was a really scary moment, too. Zeus is still looking for this.
He doesn't quite know that Doran is there, so Zeus just gets over the wall, and that's going to be the end of that.
Would have been a big disaster had they walked into
Doran.
Electric Pikachu.
It's the Submarine 2022 version.
Absolutely.
Here we go.
Go get him, Doran.
Okay,
Is that a double?
What do you guys?
He didn't get him. He didn't get him, Valdez.
Yeah.
He didn't get him.
That's Zeus with the double kill. There you go, 4-0, 9 stacks on it, and he's gonna just die. As Chovy will pick up the kill at the very, very least.
I mean, 700 gold in a Ryze's pocket isn't going to change the outcome of this game, I'm afraid. A tank Ryze, mind you, in this meta.
Chovy's sticking around. He's trying to step up to them. He's actually going to get the flash out of Guma, but nearly trades his life for it.
That should be the turret going down here. Owner has this Rift Herald. Looks like he might want to look for a mid-inner instead because they have so much control. The wraparound is real. T1
have trapped Gen G here on the bottom side. They're so scared to push forward on Aguma because they don't know where anybody is. They're about to find out, and I don't think they're going to like the answer.
Oh, they're trying to turn this one with a teleport, but not going to amount to much. Again, with the Cloud Rift especially, T1 and All Division, they just run in and out, and they just go wherever they want. So they do it really fast, too.
This is where it starts. You pick up the bounty, you get the soul points. Help me out here, guys.
Dance Flash available, ult's coming up, and they do not see him!
Oh, no!
Oh, they are, okay. He's not gonna
He doesn't have it yet. He doesn't have it yet. It's
Kane's
almost
waiting.
up.
As that is some nice poke, the hook onto Toby, but he's tanky. As now it comes in, but the immediate exhaust as Ruler is kiting back. They are still alive, but that's gonna be the Dragon going the way of Faker. As they are super low, but it's not really going to matter all too much. Everybody on the side of T1 will get the Drake and get out.
Not the cleanest engage there from Zeus, but his ult timer was very, very close to being an amazing one for him. Still good enough to push the AD carry away. T1 will still get the Drake and win the fight. With those low health bars, though, you know, if you're T1, you're like, whew, okay, sigh, breath of relief here for just a moment as we're going to go, oh, we don't know.
No.
Because the health bars were low. I mean, the fight was potentially winnable. If Gen G were not this far behind, maybe you win that fight. Maybe you get a soul point set up, and maybe it's just like Game 3. As, 700 gold into Chovy's pocket, not exactly what you want. Zeus doesn't have ult. See his ult charger on the UI. He's just not able to actually have a big impactful one here. So much damage is actually done by Ruler, once again with the Yuumi on his back.
And it's such a worst case scenario because it's an electrocute cannon that's going full damage.
Yeah.
And he has a stacked Dark Seal, right? So Zeus, he doesn't get a kill, but he zones everyone out. 8 health. And even if the heist is successful, Peanut picks up that kill. I'm still not feeling particularly great, but at least there's an upside to it. But unfortunately, not the case. Zeus now has Void Staff. 4 stacks still on the Magi's. Did, of course, die on the belt side play, but the gold lead rapidly growing. Soul points further off for Gen G, and I've seen them win some crazy team fights, but to pull this game out, yeah.
It's going to be rough. I mean, your top side of the map basically doesn't exist outside of Toby. Like, Peanut has fallen so far behind. Doran is very obvious. But at least Xayah has a kill and he's ahead. I mean, that's something, I guess. Maybe Ruler can pull off some kind of crazy play. At this point, I'm basically just pulling at straws because I just...
Get us the straws, Wilder.
I wanted a Game 5, you know? I wanted it, but we'll see how this goes. I mean, Gen Z, they're not... The Nexus hasn't died, and they have pulled off some crazier things. And T1, they looked a little bit flimsy in that Game 2 and that Game 3, so who knows? Let's see what they got. Toby's just going to go for a face check here as Jinx says bye-bye with the rocket coming in. And now Ruler, he's going to stand up to the Thresh, but he's basically all alone. And the Feathers will not be enough as they will get on top of Ruler. And Doran, with all that mobility, might just barely be able to get alive. But Faker says no, and that will be the end, the ace, going the way of T1.
It looks like T1 is very likely going to pick up their 10th LCK title tonight. Faker will pick it up, put it in his pocket. So many firsts for Guma, Keria, Owner, Zeus. You know, Zeus is basically a rookie this season, not technically because he played a few games last season, but Owner, the player who had a great performance against Tom1 Kia last time around, a way better one here against Gen G in his second back-to-back finals. And it's a 16-3, 8,000 gold lead. Baron power play is up. And I just don't see any way Gen G bring us to a Game 5.
And nothing shows the development that this T1 roster has went through as them having effectively the same series that Tom1 Kia had against them in summer. Right, it's one close game, but then these last 2 games, it just feels like T1 is on a whole nother level. It's wild to see this last game. It goes wrong in the early levels, and then it just gets worse and worse and worse and worse. Peanut is 0-6-0. Doran is 0-4, the top side 10 times.
And this is, you know, the term you use, another level, is what T1 was jokingly referred to as in, or not jokingly, kind of respectfully referred to, I'd say, in 2015, right? Is T1 was on another level, and it was a bit of a meme, I think, you know, across different circles when T1 was struggling. But this is an even more dominant T1 than 2015. The perfect 18-0, a 19-0 after that win over Guangdong, and they're looking for the 20-0 the full season. And there's just not one piece, not 1 acre of this rift, not even 1 square meter really that belongs to Gen G.
Yeah. T1 now, they're just looking to push and get as much value out of this Baron that they picked up, by the way, finally, maybe the first clean Baron we've seen in the entire series. T1 take it down, and Chovy, he finally takes out that top turret. It took him about 2 minutes, but he gets the job done. And you can see that Ruler, you know, he's trying to be the one-man army right now with the, you know, trusty sidekick Cats. But at this point, he's going to be forced to ult. Teleport also used. Chovy coming down to try to help scrap up what little hope they have.
Yes.
Well, there's just no good answers here for Gen G, right? That's the problem, is that when it comes to combat mechanics, can you force? Not really. Your CC is very lackluster. Flanks, not an option with the complete lack of vision. So it really requires everyone of T1 to run into Ruler, because he is actually fed, and once he finishes Cyrildas, he'll be really strong. But like, why would T1 do that? They don't have to. They can take the entire map, which, by the way, they have been doing. Pick up Baron buff, pick up more Drakes, just stack them, and play this out as slowly, as methodically as possible. Because why wouldn't you? With all the space, all the times, all the items that you bought yourself, look at these leads. Peanut doesn't even have tier 2 boots.
And there's so much turn, you can't run at this T1 team. You have no CC, you got no freedom.
Doran's on the run. Feels like that's been the name of the game for him in this one. Inhibitor goes down. Peanut, you know, he's looking for an angle here, but no Q to land. And that's just going to be Gumayusi keeping them at arm's length. They still have the Baron for 10 seconds. They're getting so much value out of this so early on in this game. 11,000 gold to lead now for T1 as they look to potentially close this one out. As now Peanut, a huge play on Taguma. He finally is able to get something done in this one, but that's only a 1-for-1. You see T1, they're gonna say, okay, we'll take our foot off the gas pedal for now.
Does protect that inhibitor, which is pretty massive. I mean, it keeps Gen G alive a little bit longer. It does stretches their chances a little bit further here, but it is a critical pick. It does eliminate Gumayusi off the map. T1's health bars are low. They will have to back off. But unfortunately for Gen G, there's no objective available on the map for them to take.
You get a pick on Guma, but what does it cost you? Well, basically look at the cooldown juice. Chovy, Peanut, Doran, all flashless. And Guma still has the sums. They can just walk up to that top side inhib with everyone and be fine. As they use the final seconds of this Baron buff, Peanut using Faker as a ride-along. And you get Guma isn't even the most fed. That's the state of the game that you're currently in. And the immediate response from T1 is, hey, health boss are low, no reason to run into Ruler. We can just play it safe. Because if you look at the base, mid inhib down, top turret taken, Gen G, and K-Gold.
We often say a 1-for-1 trade when you're this far behind is a trade up, but I would argue it's not, even in this case, because yes, all the summoners are another issue, but T1 will take that trade and then take further map control as they back and kite away. Gen G aren't gaining anything from this 1-for-1 except the gold that Gumayusi's corpse was worth, which isn't going to change the outcome of this game, unfortunately. They need more, they need decisive fights, they need objective wins. And the next one's not up for a very long time as they just have to cower in their base.
It's going to be interesting to see if they can stick around in this one for very much longer, because the Baron is coming up in a minute, and you know that T1 have their sights on that. They still have this incredible pick comp, and they will be looking and hunting, trying to just squeak out all the vision on the map towards that side and look to end this one with the second Baron of the game.
It's hard. We had so many games where there's angles, there's lines, there's plays available. And I think this is the first game where it truly depends on T1 playing over-aggressive as opposed to Gen G having a real angle. And that's a really big difference with many of the previous games.
Speaking of angles, Zeus is on scene.
Ruler does have the cleanse, so at least he's able to get away from that one. Here comes Shirelias as the rocket's coming in, and there's the flash charm. Faker wants to end this game before the Baron. He wants to go home with yet another trophy in his pocket, and he might just be able to do it right now, 27 minutes into this game. Peanut will be pushed away.
There's a wave.
There is a wave, and they will look for it. The charm not quite going to land, but they know Zeus is even diving on top of the fountain. Will they be able to get Jovi? The answer looks like no, as we've still got the trumpets playing as they chase down the enemy jungler. This game looks like it might not end here, as we do have a wave coming in, but it's going to be difficult. Owner will be able to pick it up, and that is going to be the end of this. T1 are your spring 2022 victors here at Kintex once again for the 10th win of this organization.
Tenth victory for T1, the most famous League of Legends org, the greatest player of all time. And they
Look at him run.
They win their 10th title 10 years after the start of LCK at the Kintex Arena, where LCK finals first began. And it's just so poignant to see Faker lift his 10th trophy with a group of players that he built around him. It didn't work out last year. They weren't able to lift it then. They weren't able to take that Worlds title. But it's all coming full circle. The perfect season, 20-0. T1 have done it.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable performance. After all this time, there's been so many players that have retired over the years, but Faker still here. 10th title gets it done. Keria also, emotions overcoming him. Understandably, this player has been so good for so long. I think it was 2018 that a certain Brendan Velder said, oh man, this guy is really, really good.
The scariest part about this to me for T1 is that this feels like the beginning, actually. This is not the middle of the story. This is not...
It's the rebirth.
Yeah, it's a rebirth, and this T1 roster will now go to MSI. They will also play Asia Games qualifiers. And Faker's former coach, Koma, is the one who's in charge of that. I think he'll be on the roster.
And so we have said so much, but now it is time to hear from our players and from Caster Jun. I'm going to hand it over to Ji-Sun. She will handle the translation from here. We will be back in a moment.
Thank you very much, guys. Let us introduce the Spring 2022 champion, T1. There were a lot of ups and downs, but in the end, we have the undefeated champion. And 10th LCK title secured by T1. And please welcome the players on stage for the champion interview. Let's start off with the captain, Faker. How do you feel?
팀원들이 너무 잘해줘가지고
My teammates did a fantastic job today, so I got carried, to be honest. But still,
오랜만에 우승하니까 너무 기분 좋은 것 같습니다.
yeah, it's been a while since I got this title, so it feels awesome to be on the top of the LCK again.
계속 여러 가지 것들이 지나갈 것도 같고 또 중간중간에 또 아쉽게 도전할
Sure, there are a lot of feelings and thoughts coming to your mind right now.
어떠십니까?
So how was this split for you?
어떻습니까?
You got your 10th LCK title.
이제 좀 우승을 많이 한 것 같다는 느낌이 들고 또 이렇게
Now I kind of feel like I've won pretty a lot, you know? And it's been a while since we played in front of a large crowd, so it was really good. And my teammates loved it as well, so it was just fantastic.
잠시 후에 또 추가적인 말씀 나누도록 할게요. 자, 그럼 이제 가까이 있는 순서부터 얘기 나눠보도록 하겠습니다.
Then let's head over to Keria.
사실 이런 결승전 팬들과 함께 결승전 처음인데 이 무대 막상
This is your
뛰어보고
first
플레이도 좋았고
finals in front
어떻습니까?
of a live audience. How was it?
전부터 이제
So even
많은
before my
분들
debut,
앞에서 우승하는 모습을 보고
I really
프로게이머를
wanted to become a pro gamer. Watching other pros getting the trophy in front of a large crowd, and my dream just came true.
이렇게 많은 분들 앞에서
Finally, I was able to perform really well in front of this crowd. And it's not been that long since I had my debut, but still, I was always denied to win a title. But finally, I got my title, and thank you for my fans for supporting me throughout the time.
아니, 네,
Indeed, Kyria.
방금 전까지도 그렇게 환하게 다 웃고 세레모니 하다가 어느
I mean, we
순간에
saw a huge smile on your face, but
어느 포인트 뭐가
now
생각났습니까?
everything is getting so emotional, Kyria. Tell us about your story more.
이제 울음을 좀 참고 있었는데
I was like holding my tears.
오프닝 했잖아요. 막 연주하고
Like when we were doing the opening ceremony with the orchestra, with the legendary players, I was always like about to cry.
자, 기쁨의 눈물. 네, 다시 한번 축하드리고 앞으로 이런 일이 계속 이어질 것이라 믿습니다. 네, 캐리 선수 감사드리고요.
Once again,
자, 그리고
congratulations to
구마
Kyria,
유시.
and let's move on to Guma Yusi.
아, 이젠 뭐 T1의
You are
주전
the
이건 뭐
LCK
뻔하죠.
champion.
네, 확실히 됐고 최고
And you
선수들이
are
많이 모인 T1에서
the starting
우승
player
트로피를 들어올렸습니다.
for
어떻습니까?
T1, and you have now got the trophy in front of a massive crowd. How does that feel?
분들이 너무
The T1
잘해주셔서
players and the coaching staff did a fantastic job to get this title.
T1
Thanks to them, we were able to achieve this. And even before I joined the T1, this was my dream.
눈으로 볼 수
You know, this was
있어가지고
something
참
that I
좋은 것
always
같습니다.
dreamed about,
네.
and now it's happening in front of my eyes.
오늘 아유 가까이서 보니까 네, 구마유 선수도 아
Yeah, and
마음이
Guma
좀
Yusi.
좋죠?
How do you feel right
오늘
now?
근데
Feels great.
징크스로 초강력
Your
점퍼.
performance
와,
on
그
Jinx,
장인
especially the
어떻게
ults,
그렇게 잘 맞춰요?
were so on
우승한 거
point. You were just
어떻게
sniping on
오늘 나의
everyone.
초강력 초토화 로켓.
Tell us about your Jinx ult. You know, it was fantastic.
컨디션이 좀 괜찮았던 것 같고
I was feeling pretty well today. You know,
원래
I was in a good mood, and Jinx is one of my comfort picks. So I was able to perform
자, 그럼
pretty
다음에
well.
이제 우리 오너 선수와 말씀 나누도록 하겠습니다.
Let's move on to Owner.
일단 저희가 컨디션 조절을
First off,
잘하기 위해서
We
어제
really focus
일산에서
on keeping the
스포츠까지
best,
잡으면서
you know,
열심히 했는데,
conditions, physical conditions. So
몇몇
we
친구들
stayed
저랑 합쳐서
at Ilsan
컨디션이
yesterday
별로 안 좋았던
already.
친구들이 많아서
However, some of the
오늘
players were not
걱정했는데
feeling 100% well, so I was a little bit concerned. But today, everyone
고맙다는 말 해주고 싶고,
came up with a strong performance. So I want to say thank you to all the T1 players.
관객들 앞에서
And also, like,
대회를 한다는 것만으로도
I feel so honored to be able to play in front of
알겠습니다.
thousands of people.
네, 멘트 준비한 것 같아. 자, 그들아 제우스 선수는 어때요? 와,
What about you,
제우스는
Zeus?
진짜 한 번에 바로 막 퍼스트 올라가지고
This is your
첫
first
결승에 우승까지 하지 또
finals.
관중분들 계시지.
Your
어떠세요?
debut split as starting top laner. How was it?
개인적으로 좀 힘들었었는데
To be honest, for me, this series was not easy, but the process and the entire series was so entertaining and interesting for me. I really enjoyed it. I had a lot of fun, and just like Owner said, I was not feeling well today. However,
이겨가지고 너무 뿌듯하고
I feel so proud of myself that we were able to actually push through and get this
선수뿐
victory.
아니라 우리 또 함께 우승을 일궈낸 코칭
Now it's
스태프들도
time to
모시고
hear from the
말씀나누겠습니다.
coaching staff from T1.
자, 우리 현성원 감독님부터. 네. 야, 이제 감독. 작년
Let's hear
단장
from Bolt.
감독하시고 우승 트로피는 처음입니다. 소감이 어떠십니까?
This is your first LCK title. How do you feel?
딱 하나밖에 없어요. 트로피는
I had
꼭
one
들어올리자.
goal
네.
in my
근데
mind
이제
when I was joining T1. Let's get a trophy.
오늘 이제 그걸 달성하게 되었는데
And today we made it.
그치지 않고 더 많은
And this is
더
not
높은
the end
곳까지
of our
향해
journey.
열심히
We're gonna reach higher together.
예. 그리고 오늘 선수를 쭉 보니까 제일 오늘 뭐 고마웠던 선수라든가 꼭 한마디
Then who do you think did the most work today from T1? Like Kyria was in tears. I want to say Owner because he wasn't feeling well earlier today, but he showed up so strong.
어느 정도 앉았어요?
계속 이제 대기실에 와서
How was it? I mean, in the waiting room, we tried our best to kind of make him feel comfortable because he needed some rest, and he needed to be relaxed.
다시 한번 축하 말씀드렸고요. 다음 이제 뱅기 코치 한 말씀 부탁드립니다.
What about you, Pengi? How do you feel?
너가 뭐 어제 코치인데 네, 우성 우리가 그 결승전 현장에서 많이 봤잖아요. 그런데.
I mean, we saw you so many times on the final stage, and now you're leading a team as a coach. This is LCK's 10th anniversary, and T1 won their 10th title. It feels amazing. And also, our talented players worked so hard for this result, and we were able to get the fruitful result thanks to their hard work.
느낌이 또 어떻게 달라요?
How does it feel to have this interview as a coach? Yeah, this is my first time doing something like this. So it's been a while since I was in front of a camera, so I'm a little bit feeling the nerve. It's been so long.
선수로서 그리고 코치로서
Which one feels better, winning as a coach or winning as a player? For now, I'm just happy that I'm up here on stage.
모멘트 코치도 역시 말씀 나눠보도록 하겠습니다. 네, 어떠세요, 기분 소감 부탁드립니다.
And let's hear from Moment. To be honest, last summer, last Worlds, had I worked harder, had I worked better, we could have won. But so I felt so sorry for my players, and finally we were able to get this much-needed victory. So I want to say thank you to my team players.
또뭐 작년 롤드컵부터 생각이 나요. 예. 네, 어떻게 고마운 선수라도 한 말씀 더 해주시면 누가 있을까요? 네.
Any message over to a player from T1? I mean, owner, he's been doing fantastic today. You know, he was feeling unwell today, but he still carried the team. So I want to say thank you to owner.
그리고 에스퍼도.
And Asper,
함께 뛴 거 마찬가지 아니겠습니까? 함께 만들어간
you are also doing a fantastic job for T1 in order to secure this title. Yeah, this year I'm having a new challenge, and I'm happy that I was able to learn a lot from great players and great coaching staff.
네. 알겠습니다. 자, 이렇게 해서 결승전에서 말씀 나눠봤고 이제 MSI가 준비돼 있습니다.
And MSI is just around the corner. Faker, what is your resolution and mindset heading into that international tournament happening in Busan next May?
또 이제 저는 한국에서 하는 국제 대회가 거의 처음이거든요.
This is my first experience to attend an international tournament happening in Korea, so I really want to win that MSI. And today as well, I wasn't feeling well. So I hope I can come back stronger for the MSI, because it feels like I was not able to keep my words, because I promised for my fans that I will perform at my best level, but I was not able to do so today. So I'm going to come back stronger for MSI. Who do you want to face against at MSI? Your mention is a huge issue around the world. I don't care whoever.
알겠습니다. 자, 우리 최성원 감독님. 네, MSI.
And Polt.
끝으로 어떤 목표를 가지고 계시고
Lastly,
목표를 어떻게 이루실
what is your goal
각오 부탁드립니다.
heading into the MSI? Because this MSI is happening in Korea, and we are representing the LCK T1. We'll do our best to get the title. And this is the end of the champion interview from the T1 players and coaching staff, and I'm going to toss it back to our casters. Thank you.
자, 이제 바로 시상식으로 넘어가도록 하겠습니다. 자, 시상식. 자, 우승 그리고 MVP 이 순서로 갑니다. 자, 우리은행과 함께하는 2022 LOL 챔피언스 코리아 스프링 스플릿 시상식을 거행하도록 하겠습니다. 역대급 치열했던 이번 시즌 우승팀에 대한 시상에는 이번 대회도 역시 아낌없는 지원을 LCK, CN, 아카데미 시리즈까지 해주신 우리은행의
Sun, there we go. Thank you, Ji-sun, for that amazing translation. We are now going to hand out all the prizes to our victor here, as Kwon-Duk Lee will come out and help to give out these prizes. Of course, Rebank, one of our big sponsors on the Korean side. Huge prize to the side of T1, but maybe more than the money. Going to MSI might be even bigger.
Yeah, for sure, and I think it's the legacy that this win represents for Faker, for the organization, and also for these newer players. The emotions that we saw from Keria in that interview, you could definitely feel. Because there's the V10 shirt. As is tradition in the LCK, you prepare a championship shirt for this winning moment.
The level of play that we saw, in my opinion, Zeus and Owner in particular, Considering their nerves, considering that they weren't feeling well, Zeus, such a young player, going up on such a big stage, absolutely manhandling Doran in multiple games back-to-back. The amount of faith that the team has had in them, paying off to such an extent is just beautiful to see.
It is truly unbelievable, and you know, just to go back to what Woke was saying before, this is really the rebirth of the potential T1 dynasty. I think we haven't seen a team this strong in a long time, as of course we are handing the 200 million won, Korean won that is, so guys, about, you know, $200,000. Not $200 million, that would be a incredible amount, but not that amount. But either way, guys,
almost as big as Faker's salary.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, it's going to be incredible to see what this team can do. That's really what I'm most excited about. Like, Gen G, they put up a great fight. It was really awesome to see this final and watch them work through it and eventually crack under the pressure, I think, and T1 just be the better team. And now, to go to MSI to play at international tournaments. Faker's first international tournament in Korea. How hype is that? He's going to be able to play in Busan later in May, in just a month. It's going to be awesome, and I just can't wait to see what this team is going to be able to accomplish.
Yeah, we'll see how many players from this roster make it to... Oh, we're going to get the championship ring here.
Looks like Gumayusi will pick up the MVP ring from Tiffany & Co. So there you go. Makes sense to me. What do you guys think?
I actually was talking with Chronicler about this after Game 3, and we both felt Guma deserved it, but we both pivoted actually to Owner after the final game because it was very close. But I think it's still well deserved, even if it wasn't my vote.
It's honestly, like I said, you can give it to Zeus as well. He got so much faith in draft, and he delivered it in such a massive way. Player that last year was still sitting on the bench. Just could have gone for anyone, really. That's really the key thing to this T1 roster, is everyone can carry, everyone can get it done.
Yeah, we'll see again how many of these players make it on the Asia Games roster. That is the next step, I think, for a lot of these people looking for that military exemption. It's going to be definitely the LCK drama you'll be hearing the most about in our off-season before MSI.
So, don't mean to cut you off, Wolf, but I have made an error. Apparently, the ring is just a championship ring. So,
okay.
Gumayusi is just accepting that for the team. In fact, the MVP bracelet will be awarded now to the winner of the MVP award. So, sorry about that, guys. But let's see who does pick up the MVP bracelet.
파이널 MVP 부문. 자, 시상에는 LCK의 오상원 대표님께서 수고해 주시겠습니다. 여러분, 큰 박수로 맞아주시기 바랍니다.
As, of course, this is Sean O, the LCK commissioner. A very important man. Helps makes this all possible.
Yep.
And he will be awarding this award to the MVP of the LCK Spring 2022 Finals.
우승! 우승은 T1이고 T1의 MVP는 여러분 큰 박수 맞추기 바랍니다.
It's Owner!
It's Owner.
Owner picks it up, and Faker was looking in between Owner and Guma. I think everybody knew that it was going to be one of those two, and your guys' votes may have been the ones that pushed it over to Owner, but either way, certainly he does deserve it after a series like this.
And not just a series like this, but the swap in for Owner, which is something we all talked about. What started this development, this form of T1, this iteration. It all started with him, and talking about, I get it. It's hard not to tear up. Talking about how today he didn't feel like his usual self, and then performing like that.
Yeah, it's just that extra recognition. You know, the money doesn't matter, the bracelet probably not. It's just Owner and his journey coming to as an LCK, as a T1 jungler, and coming to his own. And now he's the MVP of the whole damn finals. I mean, this guy is insane. And the way he has been able to improve and carry this team is truly a sight to behold.
We could see how much pressure he was under. You know, we saw him on camera earlier. He looked very exhausted after some of those games, looked very emotional after some of those games, but he kept his composure the entire time. He never faltered. and was so pivotal in those last two games in particular.
It's also he was the only T1 player that didn't make All Pro.
Yeah.
Like it's not something that should matter, but especially if you're this young, I can imagine it would. It will get under your skin, and
Oh,
then
of course.
have a performance like this. It's man.
Yeah.
What's failing?
I hope that at least, you know, he has put in so much effort to become the jungler that he is, but now he can take this and say, you know, I'll be the next big guy from the LCK. Canyon, he got the world's MVP, he got first for the All-Pro, but I'm coming in, I am the next, and I am the next generation. And certainly, he is the now generation, part of T1, as they take the victory here.
So many legendary players in T1 over the years made it through multiple years of championships and metas. Players like Faker, Wolf, Bang, Bangi. And maybe this is the new generation, the reboot of SK Telecom's legacy. Maybe we'll be seeing these guys lifting trophies for seasons and years to come. Their next big one, their next big event's going to be MSI.
Yeah, and that's going to do it for us, guys. I hope you did enjoy the cast. If you guys have anything else to say, doesn't look like you have time. Thank you so much for watching, and we will see you next time at MSI with T1. Thank you very much.
네. 자, 우리 최성원 감독도 자, 한번 코칭 스텝도 여기 하네. 네, 순서대로. 네, 좋습니다. 자, 끝나고 다시 한번 세레모니 할수있게 시간 드리도록 할게요. 자, 이제 팬들께 인사드리는 시간 갖도록 하겠습니다. 잠깐만, 네, 앞 좀 봐주시겠어요? 자, 이렇게 해서 LCK 10년의 역사와 함께했던 2022 LCK 스프링 스플릿 파이널은 이것으로 모두 마치도록 하겠습니다. 자, T1이 전 세계 e스포츠, LOL e스포츠계에서 그 누구도 이루지 못했던 V10, 그것도 전승 우승으로 달성했습니다. 자, 이 기세 내친 김에 계속해서 5월에 부산까지 이어져서 MSI에서도 우리 LCK가 세계 최고임을, 최강임을 다시 한번 입증하기를 진심으로 기원하면서 여기서 이번 중계방송을 모두 마치도록 하겠습니다. 그럼 다시 한번 SK텔레콤 T1의 T1이죠. 하드스케에서 T1의 우승을 축하드리면서 여기서 인사드리도록 하겠습니다. 여러분, MSI에서 찾아뵙겠습니다. 모두 안녕히 계십시오.
이번 시즌도 생각보다 진짜 너무 빠르게 지나간 것 같고
많이 재밌었던 경험도 있고
배운 것도 많고 이제 아쉬운 것도 많고
할 수 있는 대로는 다 해본 것 같고
앞으로 더 잘할 수 있을 것 같은 그런 시즌이었던 것 같아요.
대회를 계속 나갈 수 있다라는 생각에 되게 설레었었고 정말 많이 배우고 되게 알찬 시즌이었던 것 같습니다.
꿈에 그리던 무대에서 딱 서게 되니까 벅차오르는 것도 있고 더 잘하고 싶다는 생각이 많이 들었던 것 같아요.
아무래도 알리스타의 이제 그 뒤도는 플레이가 가장 기억에 남는 것 같아요.
나 알리스타야.
진짜 이번 스프링은 좋은 경험이었다고 생각하고
무슨 생각을 한 건지 저도 잘 기억은 잘 안 나는데 플레이 할 때 되게 많이 떨리고 해봐야겠다, 뭐든 해봐야겠다 해서
저 바텀도 떨어졌다. 오! 와!
그 플레이로 인해서 더 열심히 해야겠다는 동기부여가 된 것 같기는 합니다.
마냥 LCK에 뛰게 돼서 좋았던 것 같아요. 롤파크 가면서도 별로 안 떨렸고 평소 게임하던 대로 그냥 재밌게 했던 것 같아요.
많이인가? 약간인가? 그냥 아쉬워요 이게. 프로를 갈 수 있었다고 생각을 하는데 충분히
아마 센박전 때부터 다들 좀 아프기 시작했는데 저도 그때 되게 아프다가
제대로 된 연습을 못하고 그럴 때가 있어서 좀 분위기를 계속 못 살린 게 가장 아쉬운 것 같아요. 이길 수 있는 좀 최선의 선택이라고 생각했는데 경기에서 그게 잘 안 나와서 되게 아쉬웠어요.
내가 되게 더 잘할 여지도 많은 것들이 항상 많았다고 생각을 하는데 그래도 이번 시즌 저한테 관대하게 이 정도면은 괜찮게 했다. 네, 이 정도는 말할 수 있을 것 같아요.
시즌 초반에 굉장히 시작을 좀 안 좋게 했는데 그래도 이제 팀원들이랑 좀 멘탈 잡고 다 같이 열심히 해서 이제 플레이오프까지 올 수 있었던 것 같고
정신적으로는 다들 되게 힘들었던 시간이긴 하지만 좀 그 기간 동안 더 단단해지고 돈독해진 게 있어서 되게 썸머 시즌이 기대되는 시즌이었던 것 같아요.
저희가 좀 강팀들 많이 만나면서 좀 힘들었었는데 다시 또 연승하면서 좋은 모습도 꽤 보여준 것 같아서 만족스럽습니다. 제 프로 인생 처음으로 플레이오프도 진출하고
이런 팀 분위기가 있었나? 살면서? 약간 그런 느낌의 분위기였는데 좀 신기했던 것 같아요. 이번 스프링에는 그래도 좀 프로권까지 들어왔으니까 목표는 확실히 이뤘던 것 같아요.
이렇게까지 많이 연승할 거라고는 생각을 못 했었는데 경기를 한 판 지더라도 그냥 두 판 이긴다라는 생각이 뭔가 질 것 같지 않다는 생각이 좀 들었었고 팀원들도 되게 합이 좋아가지고 좋은 기록 세울 수 있었던 것 같습니다.
1600점을 저도 이렇게 찍을 줄은 몰랐는데 운도 좀 좋았다고 생각해요.
와 캐년 진짜! 캐년!
되게 좋았어요. 이번에는 아예 기록을 세워버리니까 되게 뿌듯했던 것 같아요.
뭔가 열심히 한 보람이 느껴진 것도 같고 또 그 동시에 더 열심히 해서 잘해줘야겠다라는 두 가지 생각이 들었습니다.
1등이랑 격차가 좀 있는데 앞으로 계속 기회가 생겨서 따라잡았으면 좋겠고
인터케이 돌파! 이렇게 아름다운 마무리!
나이스! 그냥 되게 기록적인 것에 어느 정도 제가 기여했다는 게 재밌는 것 같아요.
3번 연속 1등을 한 거는 되게 뭐 뿌듯하고 자랑스러운데 제가 어떤 기록이든 되게 좀 좋은 의미의 기록을 1등을 했다는 거가 너무 기분이 좋고
아니 진짜 또 이거 30번째 길 아닙니까?
이 기록이 오래 갔으면 좋겠네요.
이번 시즌에 700전이랑 2500킬 달성했는데 LCK에서 제가 오랫동안 선수로 활동하다 보니까 여러 가지 기록들이 많이 세워지는 것 같고 그냥 그런 기록 수치 자체에 집중하기보다는 그냥 저는 할 수 있을 만큼 최대한 오래 하고 싶습니다.
다시 예전처럼 뭔가 꽉 차 있는 분위기가 좀 익숙해진 것 같고
담원기아 정규 시즌 수고했어였나? 좀 엄청 감사했거든요.
팬분들이 오시니까 이제 대회장에서 좀 경기하는 느낌도 나서
환호성이랑 박수 쳐주실 때 아 이렇게 진짜 많이들 응원해 주시는구나 라는 걸 한 번 더 느끼게 됐고
썸머에는 스프링처럼 이렇게 아쉽게 지는 경기들 좀만 더 없애고
저희가 이제 레벨업을 하고 있으니까 그 빛을 썸머 때쯤에는 볼 수 있지 않을까.
육성의 의미가 중의적인 표현이 아닌 완성된 표현이라는 걸 보여드릴 수 있도록
더 열심히 해서 오실 때 즐거운 모습으로 보고 웃으면서 가질 수 있게
응원해 주시는 팬분들 이 모두가 행복할 수 있게 진짜 죽을 만큼 노력하겠습니다.
늘 감사드리고 앞으로 더욱 좋은 경기력으로 보답해드리고 싶네요.